I shall be crowned king. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 551 Advancing Together. At dusk, at the gates of Wintertorch, the entire city was engulfed in flames under the bright, fiery glow of the sunset. Thick smoke billowed through the narrow streets, from which came a dense barrage of gunfire and explosions, seemingly in celebration. With the city's militia wiped out in the surprise attack and the surrounding army unable to immediately quell the unrest, the streets, large and small, quickly fell into the hands of rioters and mercenaries. Some were bandits and robbers hired by Sailing City, while others were simply adventurers who had just arrived in Wintertorch. Initially, these individuals were somewhat cautious, hiding in their rented-in rooms while the official thugs created chaos, wary of any ill-intentioned guests. But when the windows of the first tavern were smashed by burning coals, and the thugs who kicked down the door brazenly ransacked the counter and strode away unscathed, those who had initially remained cautious could no longer sit still. They decisively donned masks, grabbed a jumble of weapons, and joined the revelry. Of course, not all adventurers and pioneering organizations completely abandoned their principles. Some even proactively stepped forward to assist tavern and innkeepers in strengthening their defenses against the thugs' rampage. For colonists dedicated to exploration and pioneering, Wintertorch was a city of extraordinary significance. For all those yearning to seek treasure in the wild world, challenge themselves, or even, like the first colonists, build their own land from scratch, Wintertorch was the starting point for their journey. To its south lay the already developed starter village, gradually eroded and controlled by the old world civilization. To its north lay a vast, unknown, and mysterious new world. If Wintertorch were to be reduced to ashes, losing this vital supply depot and safe house would turn an already perilous adventure into a guaranteed death sentence. No amount of treasure or land would be enough to satisfy their hunger. Even if the journey was destined to end in utter ruin, they had to hold on to the city beneath their feet, or else, there would be no future. Taverns, inns, shops, fierce battles raged around building after building, even room after room. Communities large and small became battlefields, the narrow streets echoing with intense gunfire. Neither outsiders nor locals were spared. A chaotic city is a paradise for thugs, but in an unfamiliar city, street fighting is hell for regular troops. Despite one being coastal and the other inland, Wintertorch shared the same design as White Whale Harbor, extremely narrow streets and countless intersections. This complex terrain created endless trouble for Carl Bain, who was eager to control the city gates. Because he wasted considerable time at a militia camp, the entire city was already in complete chaos by the time his troops set out. Of course, taking the main road in the city center would be much faster, but the problem was that the enemy not only outnumbered them but also possessed at least 2 artillery pieces. Leaving a large force crammed into the middle of an open road, constantly under the threat of artillery fire and being riddled with bullets, the probability of mutiny was at least 100%, if not 99%. As a chief of staff, infected by Anson's extreme caution, Carl divided his 5 companies into 3. 2 regiments would head towards the city gate along the main road. 2 would advance with him from the left district to provide cover, and the last would be broken up into skirmishers, advancing towards the city gate in half-platoon units. Damn it, how many scum did the Empire of Sales City hire? Looking at the dense gunfire opposite, Carl, lying under a bar counter for cover, couldn't help but curse. Did they pack up all the bastards in the New World and send them to my door? His response was a similarly intense burst of gunfire behind him, row after row of volleys firing, lasting only a minute, until only corpses littered the ground and fleeing figures remained on the other side. Confirming the road was passable, the privates, maintaining their formation, quickly advanced and took control of the stronghold that had just been captured by the enemy. However, after advancing less than 200 meters, gunfire erupted again from the left and directly ahead. The already experienced privates immediately began providing covering fire from the front ranks, while the rear ranks quickly deployed. After several rounds of exchange fire, the front ranks retreated to create firing space for the line units behind them, followed by several volleys of fire to clear the enemy before continuing their advance. This cycle repeated itself endlessly. This incredibly inefficient method of advancement made the city gate, which was so close, seem like an unreachable horizon, while also severely testing the soldiers' mental fortitude. But compared to being shot down one by countless snipers, dying without even knowing how, this was the safest option. The task of opening the city gates to let the main force into the city was naturally the responsibility of the other three companies. This approach ensured that the city gates could be controlled as quickly as possible, while also providing a contingency plan for the worst-case scenario. If the gates weren't already under enemy control and the outposts suffered losses, there would still be sufficient manpower to complete the mission and minimize casualties. Simultaneously, to guard against enemy attacks from the rear and to make amends for any mistakes, Lieutenant Colonel Norton had already led 3 companies to the city center to intercept the so-called beast slave mercenary group before the enemy could act. If that was still too late, they could still serve as the frontline force for suppressing the riots, ensuring that the Storm Division still controlled some strongholds within the city, facilitating a central attack when the main force entered. Such a cautious and foolproof tactic made Carl quite proud. Even if Anson himself had executed it, it couldn't have been more perfect. Of course, perhaps because it was too cautious, some soldiers who had joined the Storm Division after the Battle of Eaglehorn felt a slight unease. Are we really sure it's okay to do this, Chief of Staff? A messenger sneaked up to Carl's side and couldn't help but whisper, Commander-in-Chief, and Miss Talia are still in the city. Isn't it a bit? A bit. Carl glanced at the recruit impatiently. A bit what? A bit? It won't look good, the messenger said tremblingly. Looking at the recruits whose faces were etched with lingering fear, Carl sighed and subconsciously touched his cigarette case, looking at his empty right hand with utter dejection. Listen, I said this a long time ago, and if I could, I really wouldn't want to repeat it again. You're a soldier. Your mission is to obey orders, and on top of that, try your best to keep your own life. No amount of merit is worth wasting this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Also, let me tell you something else, which is actually a military secret. Do you know what kind of soldiers are most disliked by their comrades and particularly unwelcome by their superiors? What kind? The kind who are particularly self-righteous and eager to think of their superiors, like you. After dealing with the overly ambitious messenger, Carl, looking extremely distressed, stood up from the bunker and waved his hand forward. Continue, advance towards the city gate. Be careful. As for that certain bastard, rather than worrying about him, Carl was more worried that if those beastmen mercenaries were dealt with too brutally, it might cause the fools of the Free Confederation to have some special misunderstandings about the Empire's military strength. Everyone, lower your heads, Anson roared, his right hand's dagger revolver slowly spitting fire, piercing through one figure after another rushing into the hall. Faces were torn to pieces by the whistling lead bullets, spraying blood and gore onto the walls. The ear-piercing gunshots echoed under the hall's vaulted ceiling, mingling with the screams and shouts of battle outside, causing the walls to tremble slightly and sand to crumble. The Confederate senators who had been so proud and upright just an hour ago were now pale-faced, huddled under the long tables and chairs, trembling. In fact, even without Anson's specific orders, they would never have volunteered, even though almost every one of them carried at least one weapon, and with proper coordination, they could have torn the enemy to shreds the moment they entered the hall. But even if they were willing to volunteer, Anson dared not entrust the decisive factor of the plan's success or failure to such a group. He didn't trust many people in this regard, himself being one of them. So he adopted a compromise, blocked the main entrance of the hall with obstacles, forcing the enemy to attack from the 3 side entrances, 2 from the left and 1 from the right, then divide the hall into front and back sections with chairs and long tables, with the counselors taking cover in the back and him facing off against the attackers. In Anson's eyes, this was the safest method. Bang! A shot blew the beastman's head off, blood and shards spraying onto the wall, but the body still carried on as it charged forward with its gun raised. Snatching the weapon, Anson kicked the corpse at the unfortunate man behind him, then fired a finishing shot with his own weapon. The scalding lead bullet grazed the bleeding neck, accurately hitting the second head behind. These guys, how many weapons did they get their hands on? Glancing at the rifle he had just stolen, Anson muttered to himself, this was firepower beyond what ordinary mercenaries could possess. Had they taken over Winter Torch's armory? No way, no way. Could it be that the colonial militia is so weak that they can't even defeat a group of beast slaves? With his supernatural abilities, Anson could see that not only the beast slave mercenaries rushing in, but also those trying to besiege the council outside, were carrying rifles in their arms and at least one on their backs, with 2 belts hanging from them. This level of elite weaponry made him seriously doubt whether they were there for an assassination. But that wasn't the most surprising thing. They also had a 24-pounder cannon. Although it was an old, outdated model, the biggest characteristic of muzzle-loading cannons is that their tonnage and caliber never lie. No matter how old they were, smashing down a solid wooden gate would be a piece of cake. If the other side succeeded, even if Anson revealed his identity as a spellcaster, he wouldn't be able to stop hundreds of bloodthirsty beast-slave mercenaries. Of course, that was assuming he hadn't been riddled with bullets by the endless stream of mercenaries before that. Bang! 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 The black muzzle of the gun rang out again. Anson, alone, was like a walking cannon. Whistling bullets rained down on him from both sides, striking his 2 entrances. His body, pierced through, fell neatly to the ground, blood flowing like a stream. But then, more beast-slave mercenaries rushed into the hall, relentlessly attacking the slender figure wielding the revolver, their recklessness bordering on suicidal, even ignoring the gruesome sight of their fallen comrades. At this point, Anson could finally conclude that they were after him, especially the way those beast-slave mercenaries looked at him. It wasn't like they were looking at an enemy, it was more like roast meat, huh? The sudden shout startled Anson, nearly causing him to have his head cleaved open by an axe from behind. Gripping his bayonet in reverse, Anson sidestepped and tore open his opponent's neck, staring blankly in the direction of the sound. Pale-faced Paulina suddenly stood up, pointing shakily behind her as she shouted, "Behind the barbecue grill, I heard footsteps, they're outside." The council members hiding at the back of the hall shuddered, turning in terror to look at the small door behind the barbecue grill, their fear like livestock awaiting slaughter in a sty. Indeed, besides the 3 entrances in the front, the council had a 4th, the lounge that had been blown apart by the 12-pound cannon. To prevent anyone from entering the hall from the lounge, the Wintertorch city councilor, with a brilliant idea, had moved the barbecue grill from the large fireplace, blocking the door in advance. But for a group of enemies who likely possessed cannons, this was clearly not an insurmountable obstacle. "Paulina, get down." In that instant, Anson had snatched a beastman mercenary's weapon, shoving the dagger barrel into the mercenary's mouth and pulling the trigger on his companion behind him. Having learned from her experience at Rune's mansion, Paulina instinctively covered her head and crouched down. Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar erupted behind her, terrified screams echoed around her, as if hell had descended upon her. The girl, clutching her head, trembled for a good 10 seconds, her eyes tightly shut, but instead of the expected volley of gunfire or cannon fire, she heard nothing more, not even the screams around her. Huh? Startled, Paulina opened her eyes. A petite figure swept past her, nimble as a soaring swallow. And then, the girl leaped from the long table, shouting as she threw the Leopold rifle at Anson, whose magazine was empty. The black wooden barrel, tipped with a gleaming silver, spun like a silver wheel, unstoppable, piercing through the entire hall. "Here he comes." Anson, a smirk playing on his lips, raised his right hand and caught Leopold without even looking. The gun spun as he turned, loading, chambering, and aiming. Bang! Head and chest shattered one after the other as the beastman mercenary who had just stormed into the hall was instantly reduced to dust. Chapter 552. Before taking the stage. Outside the Wintertorch City Council gates. Standing on a platform made of fragments from the Ring of Order sculpture, Chagrin gazed at the fortress before him, now besieged on all sides. He watched the fully armed beastman warriors charging relentlessly behind him, and the 24-pound cannon slowly moving towards him from the road in the distance. An overwhelming surge of pride welled up within him. Before today, he was merely a mercenary leader outside Sailing City, ordered around by counselors, risking freezing to death for a few copper coins, hunting his fellow countrymen in the wilderness. After today, he was the conqueror of Wintertorch, the one who had personally executed Commander-in-Chief Clovis, an Imperial Knight. Indeed, along with the Council's bounty, he had also struck a deal with the colonial governor, kill Anson Bach, and the governor would personally bestow upon him a knighthood, making him a legitimate Imperial nobleman. Of course, from the governor's eyes, Chagrin could easily guess that the governor didn't believe he could complete the task. It was likely just an empty promise. Chagrin knew these seemingly respectable figures all too well. Never expect a nobleman's promise, just as never believe a liar's oath. Their stinginess surpassed even the most miserly merchant. In their eyes, everyone else should willingly serve them, considering it an obligation, an honor, an inviolable principle. Unless forced into a corner, never expect their extravagant rewards to materialize. Because of this, Chagrin was determined to have Anson Bach's head. Even if it was just to ensure the council wouldn't steal the credit, this disdainful Grand Chancellor would insist on granting himself a noble title. He had a general understanding of the current situation in Wintertorch. The colleagues attracted by the bounty were still plundering everywhere. Wintertorch's only army had been wiped out. The only remaining threat was the Clovis army both inside and outside the city. However, both the main force outside the city and the 2 infantry battalions inside were quite a distance from the council, and their only route was blocked by the riots within the city. Want to rescue them? They'd have to wipe out half of Wintertorch first. Before that, besides the council members and Anson Bach himself, there would be at most a few personal guards in the council hall, no more. In other words, as long as the council could be defeated before reinforcements arrived, even if they had to flee in the end, they would still be guaranteed a profit, no matter how many victories they achieved. After all, the heads of those liberals were worth 100 gold coins each. That's why Chagrin was so fearless right now. Even if the battle was temporarily unfavorable, it wouldn't diminish his overflowing ambition. Even if a few more died, it would be better, making the escape easier and reducing the number of people sharing the spoils. More importantly, the battle was over. With bursts of excited cheers, the aged 24-pound cannon was finally moved to its position on the turret, and several self-proclaimed experienced beast-slave artillerymen were working hard to push the muzzle, aiming it at the council gate. No matter how much the hostages in the council resisted, it was all in vain against a 24-pound cannon. Staring at the closed gates, Chagrin, already picturing himself as an imperial nobleman, enjoying his retirement in his native manner, shouted with all his might the words he had longed to utter: "Fire!" The beast-slave mercenaries, receiving the order, didn't dare delay. After a few maneuvers, they lit the cannon's fuse, giving the aging steel beast a renewed lease on life. Smack! The sheriff, clutching her head with both hands, looked up at the scoundrel who had hit her on the head with his pipe, her eyes brimming with tears. "It hurts, and it's hot." "Hurts? That's good." Anson, completely oblivious to the fact that he had bullied the girl, smugly snorted, his right hand holding his pipe. Punishment for that bad girl who came up and stepped on someone's foot without saying a word. Anson stole Lisa's prey. Before the girl could finish, Anson struck her again. The second time, "Punish that bad girl who won't admit her mistake and keeps making excuses," Anson emphasized again. "Given your position at the time, it was impossible for you to have seen the enemy appear before me, to correct me. It was impossible under any circumstances." Anson could clearly see not only the enemy who had just appeared, but even how they entered the council hall. "Cheating." "Anson cheated," the girl protested. "Protest denied, and what you're doing is just making excuses," Anson retorted. "This isn't an excuse. Lisa is a good girl. Good girls don't make excuses." Anson clearly cheated. "Are there any rules on the battlefield? My mistake should be attributed to superior ability in anticipating the enemy's moves. It's cheating. It's cheating." "You wicked Anson, you even hit Lisa on the head with your hot pipe." "Fine, I apologize for that. Shouldn't that wicked girl also apologize for stepping on my foot?" No. I won't say anything. Lisa is a good girl." Anson stole Lisa's prey first. Polina slowly stood up, looking at the beautiful figure arguing with the commander-in-chief, a hint of astonishment appearing on her pretty face. In her memory, this young lady of the Rune family, though young, had always been graceful, gentle yet haughty, always calm and collected, possessing a coldness that made those around her feel ashamed of themselves. More than once, Polina had felt a strange sense of inferiority and boundless longing whenever she saw her, especially after learning that she came from a wealthy local family and was Lord Anson Bach's fiancée. So what was going on with that childish-looking Miss Rune, throwing a tantrum at the commander-in-chief? And her oversized military uniform, rifle, revolver, bayonet, belt, grenades, were they all real? The girl stared in disbelief. Seeing her like this, Alan Dawn, hiding under a chair, vaguely guessed that she was probably misunderstanding. The junior clerk, who was about to remind her, hesitated and remained silent. Letting Miss Polina see more scenes like this should help her dispel some unrealistic fantasies, the junior clerk thought kindly to himself. The acrid smoke drifted through the silent hall, replaced by a heavy stench of blood. Seeing that the attack outside seemed to have temporarily stopped, the Confederate counselors, who had been trembling, breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly regaining their confidence in defeating the Empire. One by one, they crawled out from under their chairs and began whispering among themselves, discussing the impact of the raid. The losses suffered by Winter Torch were enormous, meaning that their influence within the Confederation, already second to last in strength, had further diminished. The Winter Torch speaker, of course, could not accept this. Having received Anson's verbal promise, he was fearless. As long as Winter Torch became the Confederation's logistical headquarters and stormtrooper military base, its revival would be imminent. Arguments, negotiations, exchanges of benefits, betrayals by the Alliance. Before the gates lay corpses, and outside, gunfire echoed in the council hall, but inside, the colonial representatives seemed to have regained their former confidence. Just then, everyone, down, a powerful voice echoed under the vaulted ceiling. The crowd, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tensed up again, turning their heads like startled rabbits to look at the figure standing atop a small mountain of corpses. Anson, who had just been arguing with Lisa, suddenly became serious. He gathered up the guns and ammunition on the ground, piled them up, and methodically loaded the ammunition into each rifle. Seeing this, the girl beside him immediately quieted down and, as she had done before every major battle, began to carefully check the weapon she carried. Lisa, besides what you're already carrying, how many more guns can you carry? The girl gestured with her two small hands, holding them out to Anson. This, plus this, 5 rifles, ignoring the physiological limits of the normal person. Anson nodded, then asked, can you still run with them on? I can run, the girl nodded seriously, but I can't run fast. That's okay. Anson looked up, meeting the girl's eyes. Listen, 2 minutes, half a minute after I say start, you have the chance to fire 20 shots. The enemy won't return fire during this time, so besides ensuring the destruction of the most important target, you also need to take down as many as 19 enemies as possible within half a minute. Can you do it? Yes, sigh. What target? You'll find out soon enough. Anson picked up the 5 prepared rifles and neatly handed them to the girl. Get ready, wait for my command. Without asking any further questions, the girl carrying the rifle swayed and slipped into a corner of the wall to the left of the gate, her wide eyes wide as she nervously pulled a licorice stick from her pocket and bit it into her mouth. Anson remained unhurried, standing under a pillar by the council gate, smoking his pipe. The intoxicating smoke drifted through the gunpowder haze, obscuring his face. He was waiting. A perfect plan requires not only meticulous planning but also precise timing. It requires understanding the enemy's situation, as well as one's own deployment, weather conditions, battlefield situation, terrain structure, all must be taken into account. Once everything is ready, once all the elements are gathered, it will be time to take the stage and witness a miracle. Huff, he gently exhaled the last puff of smoke, put away his misty pipe, then took out the anonymous glasses and put them on his left eye. He then tugged at the corner of his hat to make them less conspicuous, drew his dagger revolver, and loaded 6 lead bullets and printed with rising fire into the magazine. Finally, counting down in his mind, 3, 2, 1. Boom! The deafening roar that shattered everything instantly tore the door to shreds, surrounding the black figure that had literally burst through the door. Like a mirror disintegrating from the center, countless fragments spread inwards, sweeping across the entire hall with a shockwave. Anson, hiding behind a pillar with his back to the door, snapped his fingers. Spellcasting, smokehouse. Almost simultaneously with the sound of the cannon fire, he finally completed all the preparations for casting the spell. The smoke drifting in the hall began to gather and solidify. All the sand and debris rushing into the door slowed down in the smoke, eventually falling slowly. Even the cannonballs themselves were deflected, their angles forcibly altered in the smoke. Amidst the gasps of alarm, a huge skylight was smashed through the vaulted ceiling of the hall, and the falling rubble and debris left many colonial representatives bleeding from the head. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps a minute, but Anson, who hadn't yet dispelled the spell, had veins bulging on his temples as he forcefully blocked most of the blast wave and debris from the shell. Lisa, here she comes! The shouting girl rushed out of her cover without hesitation, sprinting towards the gate against the sweltering heat, the bony rifle in her arms decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! The whistling lead bullet pierced through the thick fog, accurately killing the beastman gunner who was hiding behind the cannon, preparing for a second round of fire. Without hesitation, the girl decisively threw away the Borny, grabbing the 5 muzzle-loading rifles Anson had prepared for her as she ran. Bang! 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 As if by magic, 5 bullet marks ripped through the air, and 5 beastmen mercenaries beside the 24-pound cannon fell to the ground. The girl, running at full speed, had already stormed into the siege position, while hundreds of beastmen mercenaries remained completely unaware. By the time they realized what was happening, the girl had already drawn her beloved shotgun, aimed it at the crowd hiding behind cover, and pulled the trigger. At the same time, a volley of grenades rained down like a shower of petals. Boom! The council gates roared, and the shotgun-wielding sheriff made her grand entrance. Watching their comrades being blown into the air by grenades and falling piece by piece, the beastmen mercenaries finally realized what had just happened. They began to swarm the girl like madmen, firing recklessly at the petite figure. Throwing away the scolding shotgun, the girl, leaping and bounding, drew her last 2 revolvers and engaged the enemy in close combat around the shallow trenches and cover the beastmen mercenaries had dug themselves, actively advancing into the hail of bullets. Perhaps everything had happened too fast. The mercenary leader, Schedulin, didn't even have time to think. Hiding from his bunker, he glanced fearfully at the figure leaping about in the position, then at the 6 corpses lying beside the 24-pounder cannon, and a vague realization dawned on him. Damn it, they want to. A terrified Chagrin jumped out of his bunker, trying to give orders to the soldiers beside him. But it was too late. Before he could finish speaking, a streak of fire pierced the thick fog. Chagrin, his expression frozen, watched helplessly as it flew towards the 24-pounder cannon mounted on the makeshift platform. A spell, rising fire. The golden red light landed on the cannon barrel, then ignited, engulfing the entire platform in flames. Naturally, it also engulfed the ammunition boxes piled nearby. Boom. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Ingenious Tactics. Amidst a deafening roar that shook the earth, a blinding white light instantly blinded everyone, and a leaden gray mushroom cloud slowly rose outside the council gates. A violent shockwave followed, instantly obliterating the entire siege position, carrying with it smoke and dust. Countless pieces of dust, rubble, sandbags, and building debris were hurled into the air. Even many of the beastmen mercenaries who couldn't dodge in time were caught in the crossfire, sprouting invisible wings before they could even scream. Of course, one particular sheriff was an exception. The instant the explosion rang out, she had already taken cover in the furthest bunker from the blast center, simultaneously grabbing 2 beastmen mercenary corpses to shield herself, her petite body curled up in a ball, perfectly escaping those crucial few dangerous seconds. Chagrin, stunned and rooted to the spot, wasn't so lucky. He was thrown back like a rag doll by the blast, his head slamming heavily against a raised area in the ground. In a daze, he opened his bloodshot eyes and saw the 24-pound cannon blasted into the sky. At this moment, stunned was an understatement for Chagrin. It was more like a dream. He had no idea what had happened in the less than a minute since he ordered the cannon to fire. No, not only that, Wintertorch, the council, what had happened inside? Weren't they supposed to have no guards, just a Clovis garrison commander and those traitors from the imperial colonies? But the reality didn't allow this beastman mercenary leader to figure it out. Anson, hidden in the thick fog, raised his dagger and pulled the trigger again. The lead bullet imprinted with rising fire, emitted a piercing shriek, bursting into a dazzling stream of light in the thick fog. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Sharon, his eyes widening slowly, reflected the blinding intensity in his pupils. The fire drew closer, gradually engulfing his vision, and then, boom, with a sudden, deafening roar, a massive fireball rose to the mercenary leader's right, instantly engulfing a dozen or so beastmen mercenaries who couldn't dodge in time, without even a scream. Dozens closer were either blasted away or swept by the flames or heat wave, writhing on the ground, screaming in agony. Huh? Sharon paused, seemingly belatedly surprised that he hadn't died. A faint smile of relief even appeared on his dazed face. But Anson wasn't going to give him a chance to recover. He remained hidden behind the thick fog, rapidly shifting positions and pulling the trigger, single-handedly providing the firepower of half an artillery battery. Boom, 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 boom. 4 streaks of fire, trailing trails of flame, burst forth from every corner of the smoke, exploding into fireballs of varying sizes on the siege ground of the beastmen mercenaries. Each explosion claimed at least a dozen lives, and even the painstakingly constructed fortifications were instantly leveled. Enhanced by the anonymous glasses, the beastmen mercenaries, normally extremely sensitive to the aura of spellcasters, were completely unable to pinpoint Anson's location, remaining oblivious until the very moment before the explosions. Amidst the deafening roar, the once relatively orderly position descended into chaos. The terrified beastmen mercenaries were utterly unable to maintain even the most basic order, or rather, they simply lacked any semblance of order. They darted about aimlessly in the smoke and dust, as if that would allow them to escape the inexplicable bombardment. For the beast slaves of the New World, or rather, for any native army, encountering artillery fire was extremely rare. In fact, the number of artillery pieces on both sides was generally not large enough to form a suppressive layer. Such an army naturally wouldn't possess the common sense and experience of dispersing and taking cover, a tactic typically found only in Old World armies. Of course, even if they had experience, against Anson, who possessed full map vision, the outcome would be the same. The beast slave mercenaries, who had been progressing smoothly, were instantly stunned, letting out cries like frightened birds. Many mercenaries even carried their looted goods and weapons, preparing to slip away in the chaos. After all, they were just a group of mercenaries. Chagrin, their leader, was at most a project contractor. As laborers, they would do what they could, and if they couldn't, they would pack up and run. They didn't have the noble sentiment of serving their boss to the death. Thus, after suffering a major defeat with heavy casualties, the beast slave mercenary group, originally numbering several hundred, began to rapidly melt away on the smoke-filled battlefield, like snow under the sun. The speed was so fast that one of the mercenary leaders could even see with his naked eye that the soldiers around him were mysteriously disappearing one by one. He, the mercenary leader, was rapidly being demoted to battalion commander, and soon he would be a company commander. Everyone, get moving. Attack! Attack! Amidst the billowing smoke, Chagrin, scrambling to his feet and ignoring his dizziness, picked up a rifle and shouted to those around him, "Victory is within reach! Charge! Charge! Charge!" Looking at their leader who had suddenly gone mad, the few remaining beast slave mercenaries who hadn't run away, or rather, hadn't had time to run away, exchanged bewildered glances, looking at him with the eyes of someone looking at a sick person. "You bunch of idiots! Fools!" Chagrin cursed inwardly. Of course, he wanted to point his finger at his utterly incompetent subordinates and berate them, but the current situation clearly didn't allow it. "Look, we've already blasted the gate open. Nothing can stop us from getting in. Those hostages inside, even if they have 1 or 2 cannons, or a dozen guns, so what? We have several hundred. One charge will end the battle, and they'll be captured. Running away at a time like this is just asking for trouble. There are at least 6 or 7,000 enemies outside, and more than 1,000 soldiers inside the city. Do you think you can escape?" The mercenaries immediately realized their mistake and eagerly expressed their willingness to fight to the death for their leader. "Commander, the battle flag." A quick-thinking mercenary picked up a tattered flag from the ground and handed it over along with his rifle. "And your weapon is ready too." "Excellent." Taking the battle flag, Chagrin launched the attack without hesitation. A group of beastmen mercenaries followed closely behind, shouting battle cries and attracting the scattered mercenaries around them. The numbers snowballed, growing larger and larger as they charged towards the council gates destroyed by the cannon fire. At the same time, the strange cannon fire inside the council gates seemed to have stopped. This seemed like good news for the beastmen mercenaries who had just been scattered like sardines. But Chagrin, who had a little knowledge of artillery, knew very well that given the intensity of the enemy's firing, there was likely an artillery battery hidden inside the hall, and a full-strength Imperial artillery battery consisted of 8 to 12 cannons plus more than 100 soldiers. The enemy's sudden ceasefire might be because they'd run out of ammunition, or their cannons had just been destroyed by a 24-pounder, or perhaps, it was to give him a surprise the moment he stormed through the gate. Thinking this, Chagrin, leading the charge, slowed his pace slightly, letting the howling beastmen mercenaries behind him pass him. Directly in front of him stood the same quick-witted mercenary who had just handed him the battle flag. Chagrin silently prayed to the 3 old gods for him, hoping that when the Clovis opened fire, they would kill him with a single shot. Of course, even if the enemy could hide an artillery battery inside the hall, given the vast disparity in troop strength and the narrowness of the battlefield, victory was inevitable, The enemy's sacrifice would not be in vain, it would become a stepping stone to his own victory. Attack! 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 Amidst the unstoppable shouts, the fall of the council was imminent. The beastmen mercenaries, who had been scattering like birds and beasts just minutes before, seemed to have regained their savage, bloodthirsty courage, greedily roaring at their prey. Inside the hall, the councillors had already taken cover the moment the cannons roared, their faces bloodless as they covered their mouths with their hands, as if this would prevent them from being discovered. Slowly removing his monocle, Anson, expressionless, still had a hint of smugness on his lips, like a magician who had meticulously prepared a performance, waiting for the audience's final cheers. He took out his judge's pocket watch, stared at the faceplate, and silently counted again. 3, 2, 1. Storm Division, deploy in line. The cold, emotionless command rang out from directly behind the siege lines. After enduring countless hardships and fighting his way through more than a dozen streets, Lieutenant Colonel Norton Crossell finally arrived at the council, located in the city center, with his only 3 line infantry companies. More than 200 line soldiers, relying on the outer perimeter of the besieging position, quickly deployed from 10 platoons into 4 ranks, raising their Leopold rifles. Amidst the shouts of the sergeant major and platoon leaders, they rapidly loaded ammunition, locked the bolts, and aimed. Fire in formation, fire! A dense barrage of gunfire erupted behind the beastmen mercenaries, creating a smoke wall of flashing gunfire on the ruined battlefield. With almost no time to think, Chagrin, still sprinting, turned his head and heard screams behind him. Hundreds of men fell like haystacks swept by a scythe. The beastmen mercenaries immediately realized the danger. Many instinctively turned and crouched, raising their weapons, preparing to retaliate during lulls in the enemy's fire. What awaited them was another rank of soldiers firing in unison. Bang! Pulling back the bolt, loading the cardboard cartridge, locking the bolt, firing. The Leopold rifle, treasured by a certain commander-in-chief, achieved nearly twice the rate of fire of a muzzle-loading rifle by shortening the firing cycle. Even with equal numbers of troops, it could suppress enemy fire. Back in the Han lands, limited resources and logistical difficulties meant it could only be equipped on a small scale, so this wasn't so noticeable. But in the New World, with a financially independent Storm Division wielding a Leopold rifle, it was a devastating blow to a group of native mercenaries armed with only second-hand or even homemade firearms. The fortifications of the besieged position were destroyed, and the only weapon capable of posing a lethal threat, the 24-pounder cannon, was blown into the air. The Storm Division privates could maintain their fixed formation without any worries, firing freely at their prey until they ran out of ammunition. Perhaps realizing escape was impossible, or perhaps because the attack came so suddenly they hadn't had time to process it, the beastmen mercenaries, bathed in a hail of bullets, displayed extraordinary tenacity. They either roared and continued their charge, or turned to fight back. But in either case, their firepower was scattered and their formation tight. They were killed before they could even fire. Roars and screams mingled with the impenetrable gunfire, like a rapid and stirring melody. The distance from the siege position to the council gate, less than 100 meters, became an insurmountable path to death. The gunfire lasted for a full 2 minutes. Lieutenant Colonel Norton Crossell, expressionless, drew his saber and gave the order to annihilate the enemy. Charge! Fix bayonets! With a roar, the Storm Division line infantrymen rose to their feet, ignoring the still smoking muzzles of their guns, eagerly drawing their bayonets and mounting them, charging after their ranks into the chaotic mass of beastmen mercenaries. Some young soldiers, unsure of their swordsmanship, deliberately held back their bullets, their tense right index fingers constantly on the trigger, preparing to surprise any enemy who wanted to engage them in hand-to-hand combat. Faced with the Storm Division soldiers charging towards them in 4 horizontal lines, the beastmen mercenaries, who had barely survived the dense hail of bullets, finally collapsed. The hastily organized defenses crumbled at the first touch, and the Storm Division soldiers sliced through the heart of the beastmen mercenary group like butter, brandishing bayonets and trampling the demoralized natives, desperately vying for the battle merits that seemed to fall from the sky. Chagrin, who had initially charged with his battle flag held high, decisively chose to lie down the moment the guns fired, letting his men shield him from countless bullets. Even so, Chagrin dared not let go of his banner. He had not yet completely lost the battle. If he could storm the council before the Clovis and take the councillors and the Clovis commander hostage, he might still be able to turn the tide. Clinging to the last glimmer of hope for victory, the mercenary leader slowly raised his head. He opened his eyes, surprised to find the beastman mercenary who had handed him the banner just rising, looking at him with equal astonishment. A flicker of joy immediately crossed Chagrin's face. He was confident that with the intelligence Chagrin had displayed, he would understand his ingenious tactics and secure victory. But to his bewilderment, the mercenary who had grabbed his weapon and risen didn't head towards the council gates, but instead walked towards him, getting closer and closer. Thump! The expressionless beastman mercenary swung his rifle butt and slammed it heavily onto the back of Chagrin's head. After confirming that Chagrin was unconscious, his face filled with terror, he threw down his weapon and dragged Chagrin towards the council gates, shouting as he dragged him, "Don't shoot! I've captured our leader." Chapter 554 Overstepping Authority. In fact, by the time Lieutenant Colonel Norton Crossell arrived at the council with his troops, the battle was already nearing its end. While Carl was still nervously leading 2 companies through street-by-street urban warfare, cleaning up the mess for Wintertorch, he happened to encounter a messenger from Alexei's 2nd Infantry Regiment. The messenger informed him that there was no need to advance further towards the city gates. The main force of the Storm Division had already taken control of all the outposts surrounding Wintertorch's defenses, including the gates. Having physically convinced the Wintertorch militia with concrete actions, Fabian, as the officer with the highest actual command authority in the Storm Division during Anson's absence, decisively ordered the entire army to assemble immediately upon hearing the artillery fire from within the city. When he confirmed the artillery fire was directed at the council, he didn't wait any longer, immediately ordering the roads to be blocked and the entire army to advance into the city. Subsequently, the attackers began creating chaos within the city, and gunfire erupted from the direction of the council. Fabian, without further delay, and after unsuccessful negotiations with the Wintertorch garrison at the city gates, directly ordered the artillery to open fire. Clearly, Wintertorch, having only fought against natives, bandits, wild beasts, and small mercenary groups, lacked experience in confronting thousands of people and engaging in open warfare at the slightest provocation. To prevent the enemy from misunderstanding that he wasn't serious, Fabian immediately ordered the loading of explosive shells and opened fire on the city gates and 4 towers. Caught completely off guard, Wintertorch couldn't defend against a single shell, and in the ensuing chaos, the skirmishers used as a feint attack captured the city gates. What followed was predictable. Understanding the Storm Division's stance, the Wintertorch militia, faced with a choice between reason and certain doom, chose reason, voluntarily disarming and handing over control of the city gates and strongholds to the Storm Division. Having captured the city gates, Fabian and his officer corps successfully rendezvoused with the other 3 infantry companies sent by Carl. After confirming that 3 infantry companies had already reached the council, Fabian and his officer corps held an emergency military meeting, carefully discussing and confirming a plan for a city-wide annihilation campaign. Following Carl Bain's step-by-step strategy, Fabian divided the entire Storm Division into half battalions, 2 companies, and advanced into various districts to suppress any rebellious rioters. As for how to suppress them, former Guards officers had extensive experience, dividing the city into different areas based on street and building layouts, sealing off all entrances and exits, shelling high ground, sending 1 unit to encircle and suppress the rioters, and having the rest block key roads. Once the target entered firing range, they were killed on the spot. Wintertorch, shrouded in thick smoke, was engulfed in flames. Dense gunfire echoed between buildings, heavy artillery pieces rolled over the red-tinged snow, and buildings collapsed under the spitting flames. Although not highly efficient, the Storm Division, with its overwhelming momentum, was invincible. Line infantrymen, rifles in hand, moved like scavengers through the muddy, chaotic city like nothing. Due to the urgency of the situation, aside from the initial verbal warning from the stormtroopers before the crackdown, they opened fire indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe, as long as soldiers perceived an enemy as a threat. Many taverns that had survived the mob attacks, unaware of the situation, mistook the stormtroopers for the Imperial Army and bravely took cover in attics and windows, firing sniper shots, or launching surprise attacks on the riot control soldiers from the streets. They were immediately bombarded by 6-pound cannons, blasting people in attics into the air, with bone fragments and flesh mixed with blood raining down on the streets. The streets, littered with blood and corpses, were eerily quiet, save for the sound of soldiers locking their guns and the crunch of their boots on the snow. At the same time, realizing the gravity of the situation, the mobs began to flee, heading in the opposite direction from the stormtroopers, leaving Wintertorch. Before fleeing, they even set fires to provide cover. Under the howling winds, the surging flames quickly engulfed the surrounding streets and alleys, turning the once relatively intact community into a sea of fire. The residents of Wintertorch, who initially thought they had escaped death, immediately became casualties of the fleeing rioters. Hundreds of refugees emerged from the billowing smoke, but due to the complete lack of order and protection, trampling, collisions, and getting lost were rampant. Most were not burned or suffocated, but many more died at the hands or feet of their neighbors. Fabian did not order a pursuit of these fleeing individuals, and even strictly forbade the artillery from firing to avoid harming innocent civilians. The roads outside the city had all been blocked by the stormtroopers, and the 2 cavalry company commanders were eager to collect heads. Those who managed to escape to the wilderness didn't even need the stormtroopers' intervention. Even if they did manage to return to Sales, at least 2/3 would die on the way, and it was uncertain when they would even be able to escape back. As Wintertorch was gradually engulfed in flames, the sudden riot was about to come to an end. "Wait a minute," Carl raised his hand to stop the scout who was talking so eloquently, his face full of confusion. "I roughly understand the situation, but there are a few questions I need you to explain. Please go ahead." The scout wiped his sweat and swallowed hard, his mouth dry. "Blocking roads, targeted encirclements, regional suppression. I understand all of that. Fabian has far more experience in these areas than any of us." Carl took a deep breath, his brow furrowing. "But, you're saying you control the city gates before my men?" "Yes, without any orders from the commander-in-chief. No, the situation was urgent. We set off immediately upon hearing cannon fire from within the city," the scout added. Lieutenant Colonel Fabian saw the situation was dire and, unable to persuade the defending militia in a short time, ordered an attack, so Fabian made that decision. Carl, his face full of disbelief, repeated the question. He convened a military conference without any instructions, obtained permission from the officer corps, and ordered the attack. It wasn't that Carl didn't believe the scout, but rather that he couldn't believe a former Imperial Guard officer would do such a thing. Besides, he shouldn't be able to. Indeed, in the normal Clovis standing army system, if the highest military commander is absent, the second in command, especially the grenadier regimental commander, a de facto deputy commander, has the authority to convene an emergency military meeting and, after obtaining majority approval, execute necessary military actions. Carl Bain knew this all too well. His former superiors had used this method to dump all the blame and trouble on him, the adjutant, but the problem was that the Storm Division wasn't a proper, normal army. Although it had acquired standing army status, the internal profit-sharing system remained. Having secured the support of 2 major investors, Rune and France, Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach wielded almost unrestricted authority over his subordinates. Checks and balances or assistance were non-existent. His word was law. Simply put, the officer corps of other conscripted units are like major shareholders and a group of minor shareholders, while the Storm Division has 2 top investors, with Anson Bach as the CEO. The officer corps at most being high-ranking middle-level officers who receive profit-sharing, and the soldiers and lower-ranking officers being regular workers receiving fixed salaries and occasional project bonuses. Even now that they have successfully obtained official positions and are all part of the system, the profits from the projects Anson has worked on in the New World are still several times, even dozens of times, more than the fixed salaries paid by the army. In fact, whether their salaries are even guaranteed depends on the performance of this commander-in-chief. Under this system, how could Fabian, the nominal deputy commander, who is actually just a department head, possibly command the officer corps without Anson's authorization? Of course not, the messenger quickly replied. To be precise, at first, Lieutenant Colonel Fabian only assembled the troops and negotiated with the city gate guards. The order to fire wasn't given by him. Carl paused, his expression growing even more confused. If it wasn't him, then who is it? It was me. Inside the council hall, Talia, her expression tinged with self-reproach, half knelt, half sat, leaning against a chair, carefully washing his wounds with water and a silk handkerchief. The situation was urgent. Lieutenant Colonel Fabian and the Storm Division officers received no instructions and could only stand their ground against the city gate guards, unable to do anything. Coincidentally, Talia was outside the city at the time, so she, on behalf of Anson, permitted them to carry out the collective decision through an emergency military meeting, including firing at the city gates. It was Talia's decision. Lieutenant Colonel Fabian and the others were merely carrying it out. The girl suddenly paused, her head slightly raised, her gleaming eyes meeting his. Anson won't blame Talia, will he? No, no. How could I blame you? I'm more than grateful. Feeling the cold touch of the handkerchief gently brushing against his neck, Anson, his hair standing on end, gave a polite but slightly stiff smile. Thanks to Talia, otherwise the losses the Storm Division would have suffered this time would have been unimaginable. Really? Talia seemed somewhat incredulous, suddenly pouting slightly in a wrong tone. I don't mean to blame Talia for interfering with the army. After all, Anson is the commander-in-chief of the Storm Division, and Talia is just Anson's fiancée. Doing so seems to violate the kingdom's laws, so what if it's violated? The commander-in-chief shook his head vigorously, his expression as sincere as could be. Extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary measures. It's an emergency, but doing so might affect Anson's authority within the Storm Division. Talia still seemed quite worried. You know, in the past, without Anson's orders, not a single soldier in the Storm Division would be mobilized. This time, giving them the opportunity for a collective vote through an emergency military meeting could very well set a very bad precedent for the future. That's even less of a problem, Anson continued, trying to reassure her. The new world is different from the Han too. This time, we are truly going to completely overthrow the Empire's rule and establish a new nation in the colony. This time we have no aid from our homeland, and the entire operation has not even been authorized by the army or the royal family, only tacitly approved. Under these circumstances, we should try our best to win over the officer corps to become part of our cause. Anson means, you originally planned to do this. That's right. Delegating power is only the first step. Next, we need to continue to increase the profit-sharing ratio. This war that will determine the Rune family's status in the New World cannot be just a matter for the Rune family alone. It must become everyone's cause so that we can have absolute confidence. Really, of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Anson's expression was as sincere as could be. To the Rune family, I, Anson Bach, have always been loyal. Seeing his expression, which was exactly the same as when he solemnly guaranteed to Sophia that he would never betray the Franz family, a relieved smile finally appeared on Talia's face. Dear Anson, Talia will never doubt your loyalty. With an innocent expression, Anson accepted the handkerchief the girl had pressed against his neck, finally letting out a secret sigh of relief. To be honest, he wasn't unaware of the girl's reasons. This was the current period of the Storm Master's rise, and his position as commander-in-chief of the Garrison Legion was naturally rising accordingly, already showing signs of becoming the leader of the Free Confederation. Talia wasn't Sophia. Expecting her to completely trust his loyalty was impossible. Having witnessed the fate of his mentor, Mace Horner, it was perfectly normal for her to occasionally give him a warning. Furthermore, this insignificant warning wouldn't truly interfere with his position. After all, Talia couldn't possibly control the Storm Masters beyond his reach. A small reprimand was far better than the overt and covert threats of Professor Mace Horner. Moreover, Anson wasn't lying. This emergency situation was beneficial to the Storm Masters. Not only could they legitimately and directly control a colony, but it also gave him the opportunity to control and further weaken them. Thus, of the 5 colonies that formed at the beginning of the Free Confederation, Grey Davihold was a complete puppet. Laketown and Wintertorch were vassals with garrisons, and Redant Bay was an ally that could be exploited at will. Only Black Lagoon remained, not yet under the control of White Whale Harbor, for the time being. Anson wasn't worried about this. Since Bernard Morwist had specifically sent men to attack Wintertorch, it proved that he was prepared to attack Black Lagoon. Once Black Lagoon fell, those liberals who had bought insurance, no matter how unwilling, would have no choice but to bow to the Stormbringers. Just as he was about to continue to pledge his loyalty to Talia, he heard light footsteps behind him. A former Royal Guard officer quietly approached, stopping when he was about 3 meters away, coughing lightly as a reminder, his hands behind his back. Anson turned his head and asked, "How's the interrogation going?" "We've interrogated all the survivors, and the situation isn't ideal. Most of the attackers don't know what happened. They just took the bounty from Sailing City and wanted to take advantage of the chaos," Fabian said in a deep voice, "but that guy named Sheglin did say some very interesting things." Chapter 555 Professional Team. After carefully interrogating a certain leader of the beast-slave mercenaries, Fabian finally managed to piece together the whole story of the attack. The Sail City Council, or rather, Bernard Morvis, learned about the Wintertorch City Conference from the newspapers and offered extremely high bounties on all members of the various colonial councils, plus Anson Bach, with no regard for life or death. Because of the generous offer, it attracted many bounty hunters and various unofficial groups of all sizes. Whether settlers or wandering lone wolves, the chaotic New World was never short of such beings lingering on the fringes of civilization, and many of them were even semi-official groups that received funding. Shergrin was a representative of this type of person. They generally had deep cooperative relationships with the local autonomous councils, and could assemble a team at any time to meet the needs of certain important figures. In peacetime, they acted as thugs, guards, and auxiliary police. In wartime, they were skirmishers and scouts, belonging to a professional outsourced legion that could be summoned and dismissed at will. To ensure the mission's success, or rather, to inflict some real damage beyond simply annoying the Clovis, the Sales City Council hired Shergrin's mercenary group at a high price. Of course, he was just one of them. Being a professional team, they were fundamentally different from lone wolves. Before setting off, these mercenary groups had each gathered extensive intelligence on the Stormbringers and Wintertorch through various channels, thoroughly understanding the disparity in strength between the two sides, and then, nothing happened. Realizing that Sales City was essentially sending them to their deaths, the mercenary leaders, after some discussion, decided to abscond with the money. Of course, they didn't dare attack the Confederation Council, but they certainly had the audacity to use the pretext of an attack to swindle money. To ensure they received the initial payment from the Sales City Council, they devised an extremely detailed and seemingly feasible plan, naturally driving up the cost, and Sales City, surprisingly, didn't hesitate, generously providing the budget without haggling, and in full. The mercenary leaders were both surprised and delighted that the money came so easily, but surprised that the Sales City Council was eager to see if the money was well spent. They had to set off as soon as possible. Shergrin felt his opportunity had arrived. As one of the least popular mercenary leaders, with 1/4 beast slave blood, he volunteered to take charge of the plan. The other mercenary leaders, naturally happy to have someone die for them, readily agreed. In return, Shergrin received the largest portion of the budget, and even some manpower and equipment from other mercenary groups, including a brand new 12-pound field gun, the very one that had nearly blown Anson to pieces. Simultaneously, due to the increased size of the force, Shergrin suddenly became the overall commander of the operation. The scattered raiders in small groups throughout the city, though independent, were willing to obey his orders. Thus, this beast-slave mercenary group swelled from a mere few hundred men to nearly 2,000, a size that, without the stormtroopers, they could have directly attacked Wintertorch. But Shergrin knew very well that his mercenaries were no match for the regular army, or rather, Clovis's army. A direct assault would be certain death. Only street fighting within the city offered any chance of victory. He used various methods to insert lone wolves and small groups of adventurers and bounty hunters into the various colonial teams heading to the Screaming Conference in Wintertorch, ostensibly as guards. His beast-slave mercenary groups were divided. Some traversed the wilderness, while others acted as attendants or servants, protecting these smaller groups. Ostensibly, this was to maintain contact and cooperate. In reality, it was for constant surveillance. If any group attempted to defect, these beast-slave mercenaries responsible for protection and communication would be the executioners. Through this method of dispersing forces, on the very day Anson and the colonial representatives arrived, Shergrin quietly sent over 2,000 mercenaries and bounty hunters into Wintertorch. As for weapons, Wintertorch is an adventurer's paradise, with 1/3 of the workforce engaged in exploration or related services. Weapons are necessities here, making it a uniquely prosperous and martial city, even among New World colonies. The only real problem was the 12-pound field cannon, but thanks to the chaos and congestion when they entered the city that day, the Beastmen mercenaries unloaded the cannon from its carriage and loaded it into a 4-wheeled wagon used for transporting cured meat, managing to fool the guards without incident. What followed was straightforward. The bounty hunters and mercenaries dispersed and infiltrated various corners of Wintertorch, agreeing to use the cannon fire as a signal to simultaneously attack their targets, set Wintertorch ablaze, and escape in the chaos. The Beastmen mercenary group was responsible for attacking the Wintertorch militia camp, ensuring they couldn't quickly stabilize the situation, and ultimately storming the council, taking the Confederate members hostage, forcing the rescuing army to release them. A simple plan, meticulous arrangements, yet even the most careful plans can have flaws. Shergrin had anticipated the arrival of Anson Bach, the commander-in-chief of Clovis's army, but he hadn't expected the entire Storm Division to come. Despite this minor mishap, the die was cast. As the cannons fired, the beast slave mercenary group attacked the city's militia camp. Despite thorough preparation, the process was still extremely dangerous. To ensure security at the council meeting, Wintertorch had increased its manpower in advance, with over 1,000 fully armed soldiers in the camp, not something the beast slave mercenaries could easily defeat. But then, a coincidence occurred. Because of the assassination attempt in the council hall, the entire Wintertorch militia became suspects and were disarmed by Lieutenant Colonel Norton Crossell and his men. So when Schgren led his men to storm the camp, he was surprised to find the enemy unarmed and dejected, sitting neatly in the center of the camp, awaiting interrogation. The beast slave mercenaries annihilated the city's garrison with almost no effort. Simultaneously, bounty hunters, having received the signal, sprang into action, creating unprecedented chaos within the city and successfully preventing any reinforcements from returning to the council. Seeing this opportunity, Schgren, who had been anxiously considering escape, conceived a daring plan to hijack the federal council and assassinate Anson Bach. Harboring the ultimate dream of promotion, a raise, and becoming a high-ranking official, Schgren led several hundred beast slave mercenaries, along with a 24-pound cannon stolen from a warehouse, in a surprise attack on the unsuspecting council. That's roughly the whole story, at least that's what he says, slowly pulling out a notebook filled with testimonies. Fabian summarized simply, while I personally don't think he'd lie, just in case, you'd better not believe everything. From my observation, there are at least 2 suspicious points. Oh, Anson raised an eyebrow curiously. The first thing that comes to mind is his so-called crossing the wilderness. I verified this with many adventurers in Wintertorch, and most of them think it's a pipe dream, Fabian explained. It's not that it's impossible, it's not uncommon for small groups of a few, or even a dozen, to cross the wilderness without taking the main roads, provided they are well prepared. But the beast slave mercenary group has several hundred members, and according to Schgren, half of them crossed the wilderness under his leadership, lying in ambush in the city beforehand. You think he's lying, or he really does know a path in the wilderness of the New World that can safely allow hundreds of people to pass through without being easily discovered? Fabian changed the subject. The other party is a native, so it's not surprising that they know some secrets that we colonists don't. I'm just expressing my doubts. After all, if it really exists, the impact on the inland colonies, especially Wintertorch, would be enormous, indeed. Anson thought to himself. The enemy had set out from Sailing City, and even if their force was small and lightly equipped, the distance was still far greater than his own, originating from White Whale Harbor. The fact that they had managed to arrive at Wintertorch and ambush him before him proved that this route was not only shorter but also quite safe. Without railways, a road capable of carrying hundreds or even nearly 1,000 people must meet at least several conditions: safety, convenience, a stable source of clean water, and the ability to provide some supplies along the way. Therefore, for an army, especially one with over 1,000 men, the available marching routes are extremely limited. Knowing a route unknown to the enemy is almost equivalent to launching a devastating attack from outside the map. This is why Fabian was so concerned about this point. He didn't care whether the enemy was lying, but if such a road truly existed, whether Sailing City knew about it or not, it could potentially impact the subsequent battles. As for the second matter, it was the assassination attempt against you, Fabian continued, his tone becoming even more serious. According to Schgren's own confession, initially he didn't know where you were, let alone intended to assassinate you. His initial plan was to capture you alive if possible, even after the assassination attempt. This remained his primary objective. The reason for this arrangement, besides knowing that the lounge was an annex to the council and could be easily destroyed, serving as a point of attack for a surprise attack on the council, was that someone had informed him in advance that you would appear in that room around that afternoon. In advance, out of instinct, Anson immediately caught a key phrase. How in advance? Before you arrived in Wintertorch. Fabian gave Anson a meaningful look, and after a brief pause, lowered his voice slightly. More precisely, a day before, someone told Schgren that you, Anson Bach, would appear in the lounge at that time. A day before. Anson's expression showed a hint of astonishment. Could the other party have predicted his location a day in advance? Was that even possible? Just as he was about to press for answers, Talia, who had remained silent, suddenly turned around. Her icy tone carried a faint killing intent, as if in the blink of an eye, this gentle and considerate girl had revealed the fangs of a ferocious beast. We're still investigating, the former guards officer hurriedly said, a sudden chill running down his spine. causing him to stagger back half a step, nearly losing his balance. But unfortunately, the progress is far from ideal. Currently, the only information we have is Sheglin's own confession. Besides that, all the beast slave mercenaries involved in the assassination have been killed by Miss Lisa Bach. We really don't have any more. Where's he? Talia interrupted gently. Perhaps due to excessive shock, the usually composed former guards officer was dazed and didn't even hear what the girl said. Sheglin, the leader of that beast slave mercenary group, Talia repeated considerately. Where is he now? This time Fabian finally heard clearly. In the side hall. Turn left, the small door on the right is it? Very good. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Fabian. The girl lifted her skirt with her small, white hand, rose unhurriedly, and gracefully bowed to the two of them. Talia suddenly remembered that she has some things to take care of, so she has to leave for a while. Please rest assured, Talia will not harm Mr. Sheglin. At most, she will ask him a few small questions, just for a few minutes. By this time tomorrow, he will still be alive and well in this world, outwardly no different from before, unharmed, outwardly, alive. Anson, who was smiling as he saw the girl off, felt his lips twitching wildly. Only after Talia had completely disappeared from sight did the two, whose expressions were frozen to the bone, tacitly breathe a sigh of relief. Besides these, Sharon also provided some intelligence about Sailing City. Fabian, whose body was finally relaxed, slowly squatted down and whispered to Anson, Wintertorch, Laketown, Black Reef Harbor. In addition to assassinations and creating chaos, many adventurers in the various colonies have been bribed to provide Sailing City with intelligence related to us, and apart from a very few acting alone, the rest are more or less connected with the local families. Don't worry about the fence-sitters, Anson waved his hand. Such things were unavoidable no matter what, even though many loyalists in Grey Davahold had their entire families killed by the Empire. As long as it didn't happen to them, some people would still harbor a sense of luck, and even think that doing so was the smart thing to do. To completely disillusion these people, the only options besides the equal threat of guns and the lofty presence of streetlights are to severely damage the invincible Imperial Army in their minds. Any news about our old friend, Bernard Maruis? Yes, he has already led the main force of Sailing City on a formal march. Fabian nodded slightly. Target, Black Reef Harbor. Chapter 556 Siege of Black Reef Harbor. May 15th, Black Reef Colony. Under a somber sky, the booming of cannons echoed repeatedly, their sounds like muffled thunder reverberating across the open fields outside the city, raining down fireworks upon the undulating city walls. Along with the raging flames, plumes of black smoke rose slowly above the once bustling port. The lively markets and bustling trade routes outside the city were now nothing but ruins and cratered ravines. A large blue flag, adorned with golden tassels and painted with golden irises, stood like a star surrounding the moon among thousands of military flags and swallowtails, fluttering in the wind and waves whipped up by the cannon fire. Just as the rebellious colonies were actively holding meetings and announcing the establishment of the Free Confederation, the colonial Grand Administrator finally persuaded the timid and cowardly Salestown Council and the disgruntled officer corps to assemble their entire main force of 12,000 troops and march eastward along the main road from Grey Dove Castle. Their first stop was Black Reef Harbor. Faced with a menacing counterinsurgency army, the weak Black Reef Harbor launched a desperate resistance. They first sent an envoy to express their willingness to surrender, on the condition that the Empire accept several conditions: no forced conscription, no looting of cities, no army approaching residential areas, and so on. Looking at these pages full of no's, the Grand Administrator stopped the humiliated Imperial Knights who were about to drag the envoy out and execute him, and calmly agreed to all their conditions. Based on his extensive experience, those who usually made such harsh demands were often fence-sitters, proving that the internal struggle between hawks and doves was fierce. As long as he showed even a little goodwill, he could further intensify their conflicts and keep them fighting amongst themselves. Naturally, Bernard had no intention of abiding by these so-called conditions. Before the envoys even returned, the Imperial cavalry had already launched attacks, raiding all the farms, villages, mills, and granaries around Black Lagoon, looting and plundering, while simultaneously currying favor with the army and replenishing their supplies. After all, as a southerner of the Empire, he had absolutely no influence in this army, which was almost entirely composed of northerners and filled with relatives and friends of the Roland and Bernard families. Those who didn't outwardly comply with him were already considered loyal subjects of the Empire. To get these people to fight for him, he had to offer them benefits. Faced with a choice between the morale of the army and the people, Bernard decisively chose the former, deciding to first make the people suffer. Bernard had guessed that Black Lagoon was a bunch of cowards, but he hadn't guessed that they were cowards who took action. With the example of Grey Dove Castle being wiped out without resistance, the fearful Black Lagoon realized what the consequences would be if things weren't taken to extremes. Not only did they purge the city's loyalists to pay the Pledge of Allegiance to Whale Harbor and the Free Confederation, but all real estate was also divided equally among the liberal families, and even small pieces of property were distributed to tens of thousands of citizens, ensuring everyone's hands were stained with blood and their crimes were shared equally. Furthermore, even villages and farms outside the city, food and people, were all moved to the city, and able-bodied men were armed and incorporated into the militia, implementing a scorched earth policy as much as possible. So when the Imperial cavalry excitedly broke down farm fences, happily burned farmhouses, and blasted open granary doors, their feelings were exactly the same as Anson's when he received Ludwig's New Year's gift. The reason for sending an envoy to negotiate with the Empire was purely to buy time before the main army arrived, to send away the last group of liberals preparing to leave the city, women, children, and the elderly carrying large sums of cash and various property deeds, by ship to Whale Harbor. Bernard Maruis, believing himself to be in the atmosphere when he was actually in a basement, relied on his mature experience to help Black Lagoon complete all pre-war preparations and mobilization. The clown was none other than himself. Enraged, the colonial superintendent, having reached his limit, ordered a full-scale assault on Black Lagoon, while simultaneously sending cavalry and free agents to retaliate by sweeping through the surrounding area. Under the iron hooves of the righteous Imperial Army, the entire colony visibly degenerated into a living hell. The soldiers, plundering everywhere, not only provided a constant supply of provisions for the army, but their increasingly bulging pockets also increased their goodwill towards Bernard. In just 4 days, the surrounding colonial outposts, large and small, were wiped out by Imperial soldiers. Hundreds upon thousands of immigrants were displaced, and their bodies lay exposed in the wilderness. Meanwhile, bandits, bounty hunters, and mercenary groups who mingled in the area joined the army, further strengthening the suppression forces. Previously at Grey Dove Castle, to protect the Empire's face, Bernard had been careful to prevent his soldiers from indiscriminately killing innocent people. After the city fell, aside from confiscating the property of traitors, he refrained from widespread looting, maintaining a considerable degree of restraint. As for the sporadic wrongful convictions, he could only say that such things were unavoidable, especially since even if every member of the Colonial Council were executed, there would inevitably be some who slipped through the net. But what did this mercy bring him? Traitors turned against him, the enemy slandered him, and the army was filled with resentment. He had offended everyone, and he himself had become the culprit for the rebellion and the colony's independence. Being merciful to traitors was being cruel to oneself. Bernard Maruis, having been tricked twice, fully realized this truth. On the other front, the previously invincible Imperial Army suffered its first setback. Black Reef Harbor, well prepared for war, had stockpiled supplies and replenished its ranks with a scorched earth policy, making it completely unafraid of being besieged. Without leaving the city to fight, they cowered on their knees, letting the Empire beat them. Initially, the Imperial soldiers intended to replicate the classic Operation Grey Dove Fortress, artillery cover, cavalry charging the city gates, hoping to scare the Black Reef defenders to death. A siege to end in 2 hours. However, the fear likely became too much, leading one soldier on the city wall, under intense tension, to spontaneously fire on a cavalryman, killing him instantly. The two sides, initially preparing to retreat and then charge, fell silent. After nearly 10 minutes of deathly stillness, the day's battle ended with both sides exchanging fire, the Imperials dragging their corpses as they retreated. Having learned their lesson, the Imperial Army no longer underestimated the enemy and launched a siege of Black Reef according to standard procedures, constructing siege positions and fortifications on the outer perimeter, building artillery emplacements while organizing line infantry to launch repeated assaults under artillery cover. As a port city, Black Reef's terrain was somewhat unique, facing the sea to the south, while the other 3 sides were undulating hills of varying sizes. The entire city resembled a small basin. This terrain severely hampered the city's transportation, and almost every tsunami could trigger floods, making it nearly impossible for the initial colonists to cultivate any crops. Simultaneously, The terrain also made the city's defenses quite unique, stone fortresses and walls built on undulating hills. The walls weren't high, the highest not exceeding 5 meters, and the lowest only about a person's height. However, the terrain provided an unobstructed view of enemies attacking from all directions. The battle lasted 5 days, and the Imperial Army achieved nothing except finally constructing artillery emplacements and destroying a bunker with concentrated fire, even losing 201 brave Imperial soldiers. Despite the setbacks on the main battlefield, the army's commander, Bernard Morvis, remained unfazed. After all, besieging such a well-prepared and heavily fortified stronghold was never easy, and sieges lasting dozens of days or even 2 or 3 months were normal, nothing to be alarmed about. Moreover, while Black Reef Harbor appears well-prepared and united, they have absolutely no experience facing a regular army siege. There's no need for a proactive attack, simply breaching one corner of their defenses and constructing makeshift fortifications on the hills will leave those damned liberals with no choice but to surrender. Furthermore, through the Sailing City Council, he has successfully bribed the pirates operating along the coast of the raging sea. Black Reef Harbor can rely on land defenses, but the port itself is virtually undefended. With a bit of luck, a single surprise attack could take the city. Therefore, Bernard wasn't worried about Black Lagoon at all, or rather, compared to another major problem, this issue is nothing. 552 barrels of beer, 2,180 pounds of potatoes, 200 pounds of cured meat, 1,600 pounds of bread. Looking at the shocking statistics, Bernard, feeling his heart clench slightly, took a deep breath and suppressed his urge to explode. Looking at his messenger, can I understand it this way? In 10 days at most, the entire army will run out of ammunition and food. Not entirely, the messenger answered cautiously. Regarding weapons and ammunition, because the intensity of the battle is very low, our army's reserves are still quite sufficient. By current standards, we can hold out for another half month without any. By current standards, the hysterical Bernard rolled his eyes. Why is this happening? Haven't I been sending people everywhere to collect supplies? Even if the supply lines at the rear are completely cut off, there shouldn't be only this much left. That's because they brought back other things besides supplies. The messenger seemed very innocent. Beast slaves, prisoners, livestock, and those who wish to join your mercenary group, bounty hunters, loyalists whose families perished. The army has grown steadily to nearly 15,000 men. Even if all the captured supplies were used, it would be far from enough to fill such a large gap. Since supplies are scarce, why not simply dismiss them all? That's certainly possible, but I'm afraid you'll need to find a way to hold a meeting with the officer corps to discuss it. A meeting? A discussion? Bernard paused. I remember these people weren't incorporated into the combat order, they were just used as temporary labor and free soldiers. Do we need a meeting to discuss dismissing them? No, but these people have already been incorporated into the ranks of various officers, becoming their private property. The messenger quickly glanced behind him, and after confirming no one was around, whispered to Bernard, Sailing City has just experienced a rebellion, and there is a severe labor shortage. These people can be sold for a good price if brought back. Of course, as is customary, they have already reserved the largest share for you, so if you intend to lay off these people, no one should have any objections. Bernard Morvis, well, human trafficking during wartime is not unusual, it happens even on home soil. Bernard himself has also engaged in it several times, using the war to accumulate wealth for his family. What's the situation with the supply lines? Why haven't the supplies from Sailing City and Grey Dove Castle arrived yet? Bernard demanded. According to regulations, the first batch of logistical supplies should have arrived yesterday. Why haven't we seen a trace of them yet? The Sailing City Council has indeed followed your orders, but that doesn't mean the rear can allocate enough supplies and transport capacity, the messenger explained. To gather enough war horses for the cavalry and enough pack animals for the artillery and supply wagons, Sailing City has exhausted its remaining livestock and has to requisition them from Grey Dove Castle. However, Grey Dove Castle's livestock industry is not developed, and the number is limited. Of course, this is just what they told me. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. You may only know the answer by asking them yourself. The messenger's tone suddenly changed at the end, his voice growing softer and softer, even trembling slightly. Bernard knew perfectly well what he was afraid of: hoarding, buying low and selling high, embezzlement. It wasn't surprising that such things happening in the homeland's military logistics would appear as classic fan fiction in the New World. Furthermore, The New World suppression armies lacked a well-established logistics system, relying entirely on outsourcing and forced requisition, which naturally provided more room for manipulation for quartermasters eager to achieve financial freedom quickly. But even knowing the situation, Bernard was powerless. This was the New World, and he didn't have the complete military system of his homeland. No matter how much he hated those unscrupulous merchants and industrialists, he could only outsource the logistics work to them. Otherwise, the seemingly invincible Imperial Army would be unable to advance an inch on the New World's icy plains. While there have indeed been many logistical problems, shouldn't Black Reef Harbor be the most important thing right now? Sensing danger, the messenger quickly changed the subject, cautiously saying, judging from the timeline, the Storm Legion has likely already left Wintertorch and begun their westward march. If we can't capture Black Reef Harbor before they arrive, there's absolutely no need to worry about Black Reef Harbor. Everything is going according to plan. Before the messenger could finish, Bernard confidently interrupted, I can even bet you, believe it or not, that as long as we don't capture Black Reef Harbor, Anson Bach and his Storm Legion will never show up. Chapter 557 Tears of Regret. That's precisely why we must set off immediately to rescue Black Lagoon. In the ruined room, leaning against a makeshift map of the New World colonies, Anson explained his plan to the officers sitting opposite him. If I didn't know who the Imperial commander on the other side was, or even better, if it wasn't that old friend of ours from the Han lands, I wouldn't agree to this plan unless I was 70% certain, but our opponent is him, Bernard Morwis, the Chief of Staff of the Imperial Expeditionary Force in the Han lands. This man knows me and the Storm Division too well. If we maintain our old ways of thinking, we'll easily be led into the enemy's rhythm. In other words, because he knows you so well, and he knows us so well, he's convinced we definitely won't rescue Black Lagoon. Carl Bain thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, is that so? Anson nodded slightly. You could say that. Would rescuing Black Lagoon be advantageous for us? Lieutenant Colonel Alexei raised his hand. That's exactly what I wanted to say. On the surface, not rescuing Black Reef Harbor is the most advantageous option for us. Anson surveyed the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. The reasons are simple: distance, reward, and cost-effectiveness. In terms of distance, traveling from Wintertorch to Black Reef Harbor is a long journey, and given the colony's poor infrastructure, the cost of a long march is ridiculously high. And even if we hold Black Reef Harbor, the reward we get will be negligible. After all, a city just ravaged by a large army could even become a burden to the Storm Legion. As for cost-effectiveness, for the Storm Legion, abandoning Black Reef Harbor and holding Red Hand Bay is obviously the most cost-effective option. A free confederation further weakened and barely surviving with the Storm Legion's help is in our best interest. Therefore, for the Storm Legion, the option with the lowest cost, highest success rate, and greatest reward is to decisively abandon Black Reef Harbor, implement a scorched earth policy, and launch a decisive battle against the Imperial Legion at Red Hand Bay, Anson concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, the officers' expressions varied. Fabian remained as calm as ever. Holding Red Hand Bay was his plan, which aligned with his role within the Storm Division, conservative, stable, and focused on minimizing losses. The Storm Division already had someone adept at creating miracles. They didn't need another grenadier regimental commander with a penchant for wildly imaginative ideas. Carl, smoking his pipe, frowned. As the chief of staff who had developed some resistance to Anson's perfect plan, he was more concerned with logistics. The journey from Redan Bay to Black Reef Harbor was a third longer, but the cost had at least doubled. Alexei glanced around, carefully concealing his expression. Since the Great Warehouse incident, he hadn't dared to express his opinion easily. But even if this would benefit the Storm Division, you still insist on rescuing Black Lagoon? Lieutenant Colonel Norton Crossell suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Anson. Just because it aligns with the enemy's assessment of us, that is indeed the most important reason, especially when this enemy knows us very well and is very adept at strategic planning. Anson acknowledged his assessment. Another reason is that while it might be in the Storm Division's interest, it runs counter to our plan. Could you elaborate? Glancing out of the corner of his eye at his equally curious but hesitant colleague behind him, Norton had no choice but to press further. Of course, abandon Black Reef Harbor, hold Red Hand Bay, utilize the existing fortifications, ample logistics, and the Free Confederation's continuous artillery supply. New recruits fill the front lines, and we can absolutely hold off the Imperial counterinsurgency army's offensive. Anson, who had originally intended to say cannon fodder, inadvertently noticed the junior clerk diligently scribbling in the corner and suddenly remembered that he was still in Wintertorch. He calmly changed his words, "But if that's the case, do we have a chance to defeat the Empire before winter, or even annihilate Bernard Morvis's army?" Norton Crossell remained silent, his slightly constricted pupils seemingly performing mental calculations instinctively. "It's simple, the answer is absolutely impossible." Before the other could speak, Anson gave the answer directly: "We might be able to defeat them, even severely cripple them, but backed by 3 major colonies, they are barely considered fighting on home soil. To annihilate the entire legion in one fell swoop, capture Sailing City by the end of the year, and completely expel the Empire from the New World. To achieve this goal, Black Reef Harbor, the bridgehead for attacking Great Elf Keep and Sailing City, absolutely cannot, and must not, fall." Faced with the commander-in-chief's insistence, Norton was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to shrug slightly and give Fabian a look. Born into a small merchant family, he was also considered a conservative within the Storm Division and supported holding Redan Bay. Of course, compared to Anson Bach, almost the entire Storm Division was conservative. "But you also mentioned that the cost of reinforcing Black Reef Harbor is very high." Receiving a signal from his colleague, the former Imperial Guard officer naturally had to express his opinion. "Indeed, holding this bridgehead is crucial to the interests of the Stormbringers." Fabian glanced at the junior clerk still diligently scribbling. "It is vital to the interests of both the Stormbringers and the Free Confederation, and it concerns the freedom and peace of the entire New World. But realistically speaking, the dangers of such a costly and risky long march are not merely superficial. We not only have to march rapidly to attack a well-rested Imperial army, but even the march itself is far from safe. Natives, bandits, wild beasts, disease. This is not the wildlands. The losses from non-combat casualties may very well exceed the number of battlefield deaths. As for ending this war by the end of the year, I admit it is a very tempting goal, but often we must consider more realistic issues and try to ensure that the already secured lines are absolutely secure." Fabian advised. "Laketown, Redan Bay, and Wintertorch, which was just attacked by the enemy, it will still take time for the 3 colonies to fully mobilize sufficient manpower and be ready for war. Moreover, even if we hold Black Reef Harbor, given the current financial situation of White Whale Harbor and the Free Confederation, we simply cannot afford to rebuild the city and capture Sail City. This is also the biggest concern of the Storm Division's conservatives. For greater rewards, they can temporarily disregard immediate gains and losses, but whether it's rebuilding Black Reef Harbor or getting soldiers willing to hold a colony during the forced march and continue the attack on Sail City, the premise is that salaries cannot be compromised. Now that the Storm Division has a formal organization, the soldiers' demands for their treatment have naturally increased. They are no longer satisfied with just a little bonus in base salary, as they were in the Wildlands. Even though the entire army had already received a bonus after the Battle of Laketown, and had shares in the Legion farm and a guaranteed base salary, the calls for a pay rise have never stopped. This dilemma makes Anson increasingly aware that forming a new army is urgent. In addition to the Free Confederation militia and the Trustees Alliance, which are showy legions, there also needs to be a conscripted army with slightly inferior equipment, but at least a strong fighting spirit and low salary demands. "Don't worry about the funding, we've already found a solution." Carl waved his hand, appearing quite relaxed. "The only issues to consider now are ensuring a smooth supply line from Wintertorch to Black Reef Harbor, a safe and successful march, and arriving before the enemy captures the city." "Solved." Fabian nodded slightly, his indifference masking his surprise. The Chief of Staff exchanged a knowing glance with Anson. So far, the only people in the entire Storm Division who knew that the Northern Merchant Guild and the Rowland family representatives had arrived at White Whale Harbor were the 2 of them and a minor secretary. As long as they were willing to invest, the money wouldn't be a problem at all. But at least for now, Anson didn't intend to tell everyone. Besides not knowing the Northern Merchant Guild's exact stance, it was also because they were involved in the subsequent coal mine development bank, which concerned the Rune family's rule over the entire New World. Regarding logistics, I suggest dividing it into 2 parts. At that moment, Norton proposed, since the destination is Black Reef Harbor, let supplies from Grey Snow Town and White Whale Harbor converge on Wintertorch, while supplies from Lake Town are transported to Red Hand Bay. Then, through relay transport across the colonies, the supplies will be delivered to Black Reef Harbor ahead of the army. This will certainly carry some risk, but we can have the militias of each colony accompany the supplies to Black Reef Harbor in batches. We can also use local newspapers to spread the word that the Free Confederation is determined to defend Black Reef Harbor's independence to the death, and that the Storm Division is busy building a new defensive line at Red Hand Bay, creating some disruption for the enemy. Since the commander-in-chief had already made up his mind to rescue Black Reef Harbor, Norton Crossell no longer insisted on futile efforts, responding promptly to his clients' commanders' requests and keeping up with their thinking was one of his strengths. Furthermore, I personally believe that if the primary objective is simply to rescue Black Lagoon, and the complete annihilation of Bernard Morvis is a secondary objective, then the Storm Division doesn't necessarily need to move all at once. We could send one unit, say, an infantry regiment and a cavalry battalion, first, then divide the main force into 3 to alleviate logistical pressure. Line infantry and skirmishers in front, artillery and supply troops behind, reducing drag and speeding up the march. Seeing that he wasn't interrupted, Norton continued eloquently, even if that colonial governor wants to fight us to the death at Black Lagoon, with a still unconquered port at our backs, even without our full main force assembled, we still hold the advantage. Defeating them might be difficult, but losing is equally challenging. If that's the case, it would indeed alleviate considerable logistical pressure. With a staggered march, the fastest unit should arrive at Black Lagoon in about 10 days, definitely in time for the rescue. After listening to Lieutenant Colonel Norton's suggestion, Carl Bain immediately nodded, but also expressed his concerns. But dispersing logistics to various colonies would be too chaotic to manage. That's simple. We can do what we did with Hantu, and ask our people to take over the Free Confederation's Logistics Committee. Fabian chimed in. Let Alan Dwan be the head, and report the daily situation to Chief of Staff Carl Bain. As for how to ensure they take it seriously, we can have a representative from Whale Harbor serve as a permanent representative to the Free Confederation, observing all their work and meetings. As for the candidate, I suggest Miss Talia August Rune. In terms of survival instinct, Fabian was only slightly inferior to Anson, with the head of the Whale Harbor Committee, the patron of the Keeper of the Faith Alliance, a local tycoon, and the commander-in-chief's fiancée personally overseeing things. They certainly wouldn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. That makes sense. I also think it's a good idea. The commander-in-chief's delight was evident, and he quickly made the decision. I'll tell Talia about this suggestion tonight. I'm sure she'll know it was proposed by the most cautious grenadier commander of the Storm Division, and she won't refuse. Before he finished speaking, Fabian, who was about to offer a few words of modesty, stumbled and clung to his chair to avoid falling to the ground. Carl shook his head, his eyes filled with pity, and he shifted to the side. Now that logistics are settled, the only remaining issue is the marching route. Anson continued the previous topic. I plan to personally lead a guard company and an infantry regiment to Black Reef Harbor, with a main force following closely behind. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, the highest-ranking officer can convene an emergency military meeting and vote on the next course of action. Of course, provided that the established military plan is not violated. You're planning to go to Black Reef Harbor alone? Alexei stared in astonishment. Although Anson's various seemingly suicidal perfect plans were no longer surprising, this was the first time he had taken such a huge risk. Of course not. I said I'll be bringing a guard company and an infantry regiment. How can it be called going alone? Anson chuckled and countered. But thank you for your concern, dear Lieutenant Colonel Alexei. You've always been the quiet type in the Storm Division. I never expected you to be so concerned about my safety. Of course, you're our commander-in-chief. If anything happens to you we wouldn't. His words trailed off. Seeing the commander-in-chief's incredibly grateful, yet suggestive gaze, Alexei suddenly realized something and trembled violently, hurriedly changing his tune. No. I didn't. Well, actually, Fabian and Norton are the ones who are most concerned about you. You don't need to be modest. I understand. Anson directly raised his hand to interrupt, pressing down on Alexei's shoulder, his face full of emotion. Gentlemen, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei is worried about my personal safety and has volunteered to participate in this mission. I've decided to grant him this small request. What do you think? No one spoke, and no one objected. A series of crisp clap sounds came from somewhere, and soon the officers present began to applaud the two men. In this strangely warm atmosphere, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, who had remained silent, stood frozen, tears streaming down his face. His tears were filled with regret. Chapter 558 Alexei's concerns. With a plan finalized, all that remained was execution. Aside from Anson, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, and a cavalry company, who were about to depart, the storm division split in two, one headed straight for Black Lagoon along the main road, while the other, along with the main logistical support, headed for Redan Bay. Meanwhile, the Free Confederation, upon learning of the storm division's imminent departure, felt a sense of relief, though their emotions varied. The councillors of Black Lagoon were overjoyed. Although news of the Imperial Army's imminent arrival had not yet arrived, as the Confederation's bridgehead after the fall of Grey Dove Fortress, they were naturally prepared. The Black Lagoon property owners, who had already purchased insurance from the junior clerk, proactively offered to lower the prices. The speaker himself even paid a personal visit to Anson to express his gratitude. Anson offered no further explanation, only stating that since he had assumed the role of Chief of Staff of the Freedom Legion, he was responsible for the Free Confederation. The Confederation may have many members, but none are superfluous. The Speaker of Black Lagoon was deeply grateful. In contrast, Speaker Pete Chatham of Red Hand Bay was less sympathetic. As White Whale's first ally within the Free Confederation, Red Hand Bay always considered itself superior to all other colonies before the Commander-in-Chief, and as the true founders of the Confederation, an absolute elite. Now, White Whale's attempt to rescue Black Lagoon meant that Red Hand Bay had once again lost its chance to become the Confederation's capital. Pete Chatham felt extremely aggrieved. Red Hand Bay had clearly put in so much effort, why couldn't Anson Bach see it? Declaration of rebellion, Confederation Parliament, military bases, and the front lines against the Empire. Why did the good things always seem to elude them? For this ally, utterly lacking in self-awareness and with completely negative combat capabilities, Anson's strategy was to continue ignoring them. Alond, the self-aware speaker of Lake Town, not only expressed his gratitude to the Commander-in-Chief and reiterated the important principle that Black Lagoon is an integral part of the Free Confederation, but also actively participated in logistical work, offering to provide a 10-day supply of an infantry regiment plus 5,000 men to Black Lagoon, displaying remarkable tact. As for the Frey sisters of Wintertorch and Grey Dove, their feelings were somewhat complex, akin to seeing you make money is more painful than my loss, or my beloved has abandoned me and started looking for someone new. The Frey sisters, especially Paulina Frey, were particularly proactive. She even hoped to accompany Anson to Black Lagoon personally, to personally raise the Confederate flag of freedom amidst the Imperial gunfire. Despite his praise for such courage, Anson could only politely decline. Forced marches are extremely arduous military operations that severely test individual physical capabilities. Non-professionals would only become a burden to the team. Unwilling to accept this, Paulina accepted Anson's explanation and declared she would go to the front lines with the Confederate Army. As for the worldly desires the girl kept hinting at, Anson, who valued life above all else, could only continue to misinterpret them. From top to bottom, almost no one realized the crucial importance of Black Lagoon's geographical location. Once lost, their hopes of unifying the 6 colonies would instantly be dashed, leaving them with only half their territory. Selfishness, insatiable greed, lack of foresight, weak consensus, indecisiveness, and frequent internal strife, the flaws of the Confederate system were on full display at this moment. But for the Roon family and the stormtroopers, these shortcomings were, in a sense, advantages. After all, while the current Free Confederation had many problems, no one wanted to see a united, efficient, and firmly cohesive Confederation emerge, including themselves. Despite their selfishness, the various colonies still expressed their willingness to provide troops and supplies to support Black Lagoon. They might not realize the importance of this strategic bridgehead, but they knew very well that if Black Lagoon fell, they would be next. As the war machine began to operate, the propaganda machine was also spinning wildly. Led by the good man of White Whale Harbor, along with honest men of Long Lake Town, Wintertorch City Pioneers, Redan Bay Freedom News, and Black Reef Harbor Independent News, long before the Free Confederation Parliament convened, these completely independent and absolutely objective media outlets were already publishing countless reports about independence and resistance, loudly proclaiming the establishment of an unbreakable defensive line. The brave Free Legion would launch attacks on all sides, liberating Grey Dove Castle and Sailing City, driving the Empire out of the New World, leaving no one alive. Due to the long distance from Grey Snowtown to Black Reef Harbor, coupled with the New World's appalling infrastructure, achieving unified information was simply a pipe dream. Therefore, when a certain colonial governor was diligently gathering intelligence on the Confederation in White Whale Harbor, he was surprised to find that the newspapers were full of impressive-sounding slogans, but there was absolutely no indication of any actual action. All of them had been written 10 days, or even half a month, in advance, and the newspaper editors were only responsible for distributing them in installments. Of course, given the Confederation's level of secrecy, even with a smokescreen of inflated news, it probably wouldn't stay hidden for long. Moreover, bounty hunters and adventurers bribed by the Empire were scattered throughout the towns and villages, and the wilderness of the New World. Anson felt that if he set off in the afternoon, as long as this intelligence didn't appear on Bernard's desk by tomorrow morning, he would have succeeded. With boundless confidence in the long-distance raid and the plan to rescue Black Lagoon, Anson confidently entrusted the army to his loyal officer corps, and entrusted the logistics headquarters to Talia and the junior clerk, and set off on the road through the wilderness with a lovely Captain Lisa and the extremely caring Lieutenant Colonel Alexei. As one of the elite personally selected by the Commander-in-Chief to rescue Black Reef Harbor, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Dukaski, like his men, had no way to express his feelings. Unlike the Storm Regiment, which Anson had built from scratch, his 2nd Infantry Regiment came from the Thundercastle Conscription Army, one of the 2 regiments split off by Ludwig during the War of the Iser Elves. Alexei himself wasn't exactly Anson's former comrade-in-arms. He and Norton Crossell were both officers serving on the Western Front before the Cloville riot, only joining Ludwig's forces later and becoming, by a twist of fate, among the earliest members of the Storm Division. Because he was unaware of Anson's past, in his eyes, this commander-in-chief was less cautious and more utterly insane, climbing snow-capped mountains, conquering Eaglehorn, the Battle of Carindiaport, the Battle of the Summit Tower, the Great Roundabout across the vast lands, the raid on the royal court. Whenever everyone thought they were about to perish, he always managed to create a miracle at the last moment, turning the tide in an irrational way and ensuring the outcome went in the most favorable direction. It was precisely because of this that Alexei and the entire officer corps believed his promises, accepted the job at the Colonial Garrison Corps, which was comparable to exile, and were even willing to risk disobeying orders by intervening in rebellions in the imperial colonies. Alexei, like the other officers, chose to completely abandon critical thinking and fully trust this commander-in-chief, who was both insane and prone to wildly imaginative ideas, provided that he could deliver on every promise and guarantee profits and dividends. But this time, he felt that things could no longer continue like this. "Commander-in-Chief, are you really going to trust this guy named Chagrin?" Alexei couldn't help but ask, his eyes twitching uncontrollably as he examined the rough map in his hand, drawn with only a few simple lines on a strangely smelly animal hide. This was a desolate area full day and night away from Wintertorch, now a makeshift military camp. Not far away, on a gentle slope, Lisa, just awakened, was yawning, holding her rifle, and pulling a can of meat from her bosom while keeping watch. Of course, this is a secret marching route hidden in the wilderness, unknown even to the Imperial and Colonial armies. Anson nodded solemnly. Of course, having a little concern about intelligence provided by the enemy is a fine quality of an officer, and I completely understand. No. I think you might have misunderstood. This is not a little concern. Alexei felt his temples throbbing, and he suppressed a hysterical urge to raise the map in his hand. Take a closer look. Look at this map, and then tell me you plan to rely on this to lead all of us to rescue Black Reef Harbor. The information provided on the map is too brief. Of course I understand, but you can't expect a beastman mercenary leader to know the cartographic skills that only military academy graduates understand, can you? Anson asked with a smile. By combining the intelligence he provided with a map we have, we can still derive a lot of useful information, can't we? Is that so? Alexei was practically gritting his teeth as he gripped a beast hide map with only a few horizontal and vertical lines in his hand. You really don't have even the slightest doubt about the information this guy provided? Absolutely not. Anson's smile remained unchanged. This is the result of Lieutenant Colonel Fabian's rigorous interrogation, and he personally guaranteed it. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, you wouldn't question Lieutenant Colonel Fabian's promise, would you? I absolutely trust everything the Grenadier Regimental Commander does, just as I always trust your judgment. But, suddenly pausing, Alexei, unable to contain himself any longer, finally threw down the map in his hand and pointed to his side. But I don't believe this guy knows any secret route from Wintertorch to Black Reef Harbor. Looking at the infantry regimental commander who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, Anson sighed softly and looked in the direction he was pointing. Chagrin, with his eyes crossed, drooling, and a silly grin on his face, was sitting motionless in place. This once ambitious leader of the beast-slave mercenaries, who had vowed to become an imperial noble, had completely lost all pain. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness had all vanished from him. He could no longer feel any worldly suffering. Even if someone were to shoot him now, it wouldn't diminish the brilliance of his smile. As for why he had become like this, Anson could only maintain his smile. According to Talia's explanation, under normal circumstances, if she wanted to read someone's memories or directly control them, it wouldn't affect the person's mind in any way, nor would it leave any trace. The whole process was similar to when Anson was doing practice problems, perfectly safe. However, if the person involved strongly resists, or if a certain memory is so deeply buried that even their own impression is very vague, Talia will have to resort to some more forceful methods to get what she wants. As for the price, well, anyway, Anson doesn't need him to be particularly smart, as long as he can obediently follow Anson's orders and answer whatever is asked. Appearance and such are not very important, right? Such a reasonable and flawless explanation, how could he refuse? How could he refuse, huh? I understand, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei. In your eyes this Lord Chagrin seems to have some health problems, causing you to be unable to trust whether the information he provides still has even the most basic reliability. Patting the almost collapsing Alexei's shoulder, Anson gently comforted him, but please believe me, these are just superficial phenomena. They cannot express his true condition. I can assure you, Lord Chagrin is completely normal, absolutely no intellectual problems, really. Although the tone was skeptical, Alexei's expression was one of complete disbelief. Of course it's true, Anson nodded again, seemingly serious. I can even demonstrate it for you right now. Sherling, stand up. At Anson's command, the Beastman mercenary leader, who had been sitting on the ground grinning foolishly just a second ago, suddenly straightened up, his legs moving from a cross-legged position. Left turn, without moving his upper body, Sherling abruptly took 2 high kicks, turning his body to the left. Right turn, without warning, Sherling slammed his grinning face towards the 2 men. The force was so great that Alexei, startled, even heard a crack in his cervical vertebrae. Right turn, the same action as before, only this time his head remained still. Sherling completed the command in a bizarre, head and body separated manner. Salute, he forcefully slammed his right foot to his left ankle, his left hand behind his back, and his clenched right fist, with a loud bang, as if he wanted to break his ribs, pressed against his chest near his heart. Watching him complete the entire sequence, a slightly smug Anson chuckled and turned to Alexei. See? I told you so, didn't I? The plan is perfect, no problems whatsoever. Alexei didn't answer Anson's question, frozen in place. He had only had a slight doubt before, but now he was completely convinced that this time, he would die a horrible death. Chapter 559 Vassal Legion. Just as Lieutenant Colonel Alexei embarked on this path of no return, filled with despair, the entire Storm Division's destination had already plunged into hell amidst the roar of cannons and the sounds of battle. Soldiers, advance! Heart-wrenching shouts echoed through the thunderous cannon fire. Hysterical officers waved their tattered fleur-de-lis banners, urging their men to attack. Terrified soldiers huddled together in company-sized squares, carrying firearms of varying lengths and even wooden sticks with bayonets strapped to them, marching to the rhythm of cheerful drumbeats and the booming cannons behind them, advancing towards the low walls atop the distant hills. After several days of siege, the Imperial Army, having suffered repeated setbacks, finally discovered the weakest point in Black Reef Harbor's defenses, especially after receiving assistance from bounty hunters and mercenary groups ambushed within the city, and began a targeted, concentrated attack. As for the bounty hunters who had tipped off the Empire and even attempted to open the city gates at night, they weren't so lucky. The hospitable people of Black Reef Harbor meticulously prepared treatment for them equal to that of the Loyalists, adding a few more decorations to the city's high-rise buildings. But even with their venting of anger, they couldn't stop the golden irises from relentlessly approaching, gradually destroying the once sturdy defenses of Black Reef Harbor. Boom, boom, boom. From the artillery positions below the hillside, bursts of fire flashed in succession, and plumes of smoke rose from the trembling ground. Swarms of shells whistled over the heads of the terrified soldiers, a small portion landing on either side of the hill, but most crashing heavily against the low walls and bunkers, exploding into plumes of smoke. Relying on the superior technology of the Imperial artillery and the continuous concentrated fire, the infantry could even launch attacks without hesitation, stepping on the blast marks, without worrying about being picked up one by the volleys of gunfire from above, dying without even knowing how they died. as they had in the previous days. Even if some unlucky souls fell to stray bullets or unexpected sniper fire, the rest, under the watchful eyes of their supervising officers and the bayonets of their comrades behind them, would grit their teeth and step over the corpses to continue their advance. When they finally reached the top of the hill after a grueling ordeal, and were only a dozen meters from the low wall and bunkers, the artillery fire behind them abruptly ceased. Almost simultaneously, gunfire erupted from the fortifications ravaged by artillery fire. Soldiers at the forefront cried out in agony as they fell into pools of blood. Hundreds of Black Reef Harbor militiamen seized the opportunity to rush out of the smoke-shrouded ruins, bayonets raised, and charged at the unsuspecting enemy. Charge! For the glory of His Majesty Herald, charge! Accompanied by the officer's roar and the sight of several deserters he had shot dead, the soldiers who had initially turned to flee turned back, their eyes flashing with ferocity as they viciously pounced on the Black Reef Harbor militiamen. Bayonets clashed against flesh and blood, gunfire erupted amidst the rubble, thunderous booms echoed from deep within throats. A cacophony of sounds filled the air as brutal hand-to-hand combat unfolded relentlessly along the entire defensive line, blood and gore splattering onto the already dark red walls. After several rounds of fierce fighting, the Imperial soldiers were finally driven from the lines by the timely arrival of reinforcements from Black Reef Harbor, and not just them, but the entire Imperial force on the front line collapsed. The entire ordeal lasting less than a quarter of an hour. In a makeshift command post at the foot of the hill, Bernard Morvis, holding a monocular telescope, stared expressionlessly at the Imperial army being driven down the hillside like drowned dogs, his expression devoid of any emotion. But this wasn't because he had truly cultivated a state of detachment from worldly gains or losses, or because some dark mage had forever stripped him of his purity. He was simply indifferent. Starting 3 days ago, all the attacking troops had been replaced by vassals who had come to surrender to the Empire, exiled loyalists, bandits, mercenaries, bounty hunters. Although these people had virtually no experience in large-scale warfare and their morale was practically zero, Bernard hadn't expected them to be much of a fighter anyway. He simply wanted to use them to wage a war of attrition against the defenders and save on supplies. Moreover, the vassal troops he was using were all property belonging to those officers. The portion he controlled had long been sent back to Sailing City under the guise of increasing logistical labor, sold off cheaply. They were probably toiling away in some plantation or mine right now. Of course, given how ruthless his superior was, he couldn't expect his subordinates to unconditionally obey orders. Bernard's order was for 4 infantry regiments to attack simultaneously, in stages, 2 bunkers on the Black Lagoon garrison's defensive line. In the end, only 4 battalions braved the artillery fire, and less than 4 companies even made it into the lines. Considering the vassal army soldiers were all self-armed, and their uniforms weren't even standardized except for the regimental flag company, the firepower of these 4 companies was probably less than that of an equivalent number of Black Lagoon militia. To Bernard's regret, while their combat effectiveness was extremely poor, their desertion skills were top-notch. Despite repeatedly issuing near-suicidal missions, they always managed to sense the opportune moment to retreat before total annihilation, decisively deserting and keeping the casualty rate steadily at 1/20th. In other words, if 8 men fell in a vassal army line infantry company, the entire line would collapse on the spot, disappearing from the battlefield at lightning speed. This astonishing speed of retreat reaffirmed Bernard's resolve to completely annihilate them as cannon fodder. Otherwise, in the decisive battle against the Clovis, if they were used to defend the flanks, Bernard seriously doubted that the attackers on his flanks might not just be the Clovis. As for the traitors in Black Lagoon, since the start of the war, these people hadn't even been considered. Although he had thoroughly purged the loyalists before the war and decisively implemented a scorched earth policy when the army was pressing in, giving Black Lagoon ample supplies and manpower, as a not-so-wealthy, mediocre ordinary colony, Black Lagoon lacked experienced troops or officers. A well-developed manufacturing industry, and sufficient weapons reserves, it simply did not possess the capability to fight a modern war. Just a few days ago, in the battle, he had even obtained a homemade firearm, supposedly belonging to a Black Lagoon militia member, that closely resembled a Leighton rifle. As a member of an imperial family, Bernard was naturally familiar with this classic model of Clovis weaponry. Its biggest advantage was its low cost and extremely simple manufacturing process, though its notoriously high failure rate was also undeniable. However, even that appalling failure rate couldn't overshadow its low cost and ease of production. Therefore, Not only did the Clovis army equip themselves with this weapon in large quantities, but the Empire also imported it while simultaneously producing large-scale copies to arm its own forces. After all, cavalry and artillery were the key to the Empire's invincible army. Infantry only needed to maintain their lines and avoid easy collapse. Combat effectiveness was irrelevant. As for the Leighton rifles at Black Reef Harbor, Bernard speculated that they were imported from White Whale Harbor, or even Clovis Aid, since Black Reef Harbor lacked the capacity to manufacture its own firearms. This further proved that Black Reef Harbor's original munitions reserves had been exhausted, and it needed Clovis Aid to barely maintain operations. What truly worried him was still the Clovis officer who had defeated and captured him in the hand too. So much time has passed, why is there still no news from Wintertorch? Bernard muttered to himself in frustration. Behind him, a thick stack of important intelligence was piled on his desk. The good man of White Whale Harbor, the honest man of Laketown, the Wintertorch Pioneers Gazette. Even after so much time had passed, these enemy newspapers remained the most important source of intelligence for the Imperial Colony Governor. As for the officers in the Salestown Council and the army, unless absolutely necessary, they would rather the governor knew nothing at all. The main problem is that none of the bounty hunters and mercenary groups we sent have returned yet. The messenger, who had just dealt with some logistics personnel for the Grand Master and rushed back from Sailing City, answered cautiously, Wintertorch City is an inland colony, and its location is particularly remote, so it's normal that news is a bit scarce. Right, scarce? Even if it's scarce, there should be some news by now. The Grand Master was furious. Today is the 17th, and even if it's been dragging on, the Free Confederation's meeting should have been over long ago, but not to mention White Whale Harbor. There's been no report on how the meeting went or what was decided. It's like it vanished into thin air. Bernard was very nervous. Based on his experience in the wildlands, at this time, Anson Bach should have started to assemble the Free Confederation's army in a grand manner, shouting that he would rescue Black Reef Harbor while setting up defenses near Red Hand Bay, waiting for the Empire to take the initiative to run into them, and then taking the opportunity to send out the main force to cut off his own supplies and fight a defensive counterattack. A penchant for bluffing, extremely confident yet extremely cautious, that was Bernard's entire understanding of Anson. But this time, his silence was eerily quiet. Not only was there no word, but even the mercenary group he had sent hadn't made a sound. Bernard certainly hadn't expected to wipe out the entire high command of the Free Confederation and the entire Clovis Legion with just these men, but sending over 2,000 men in and not even making a ripple was simply too strange. This was the new world, after all. 2,000 men, anywhere else, that would be more than enough to conquer a medium-sized colony. Frustrated, Bernard turned around abruptly, startling the messenger who trembled and took a half-step back, his face filled with terror. Seeing the other's expression, the Grand Steward, who had been about to ask more questions, sighed and waved his hand helplessly. Never mind, you just came back from the rear, so I won't make things difficult for you. By the way, has anything happened in Sailing City recently? Yes, the messenger quickly nodded. A lot has happened in Sailing City recently, almost right after you left with the army. The entire colony is in chaos. Oh? Bernard was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth in surprise began to rise involuntarily. Really? Is it really that bad? After all, the Grand Steward wished those counselors who were keen to cause him all sorts of trouble and always thinking about independence would all die, even though he knew very well that he would have to clean up the mess himself in the end. It was still very gratifying to give them a headache. Is it really that bad? The messenger, however, didn't share his gloating. His expression was incredibly grave. Almost 3 days after you led your troops away, a riot broke out in a mine outside the city. Over 200 beastmen took over the mine and kidnapped one of the mine owner's daughters, demanding either their daily wages be reduced to 12 hours, and that each of them be provided with 1 kilogram of potatoes and 2 kilograms of water, or they would blow up the entire mine. Oh, what a bunch of vicious villains! Bernard, his mouth agape, exclaimed angrily. What happened? The mine owner hired a dozen bounty hunters, who killed the leader of the beastmen mercenaries, narrowly averting a major crisis. The messenger sighed. But very regrettably, the mine owner's daughter couldn't be rescued. Why? Did the bounty hunters fail? No, their operation was successful, but the mine owner's daughter was killed before she even entered. According to the beast slaves, the young lady was completely unaware that she had been kidnapped, and as usual, she was beating and kicking the beast slaves. As a result, The leader of the beast slaves was momentarily distracted, and she was, by the others. Similar incidents broke out one after another after you left, with at least several hundred beast slaves escaping from the plantations and mines, disrupting the security of many settlements on the outskirts of Sailing City. The messenger continued. Even on the outskirts, various disturbances began to occur within Sailing City itself. Merchants were assassinated in the streets, workshop workers mysteriously disappeared, and legends of the Shadow Demon and the Lord of the Abyss spread throughout the city. Some even claimed to have seen an Iser female elf disguised as a nun in a small chapel outside the city. What, a female elf? Bernard, sensing something amiss, jolted. Just as he was about to raise his hand to stop the messenger from continuing, a deafening explosion erupted from the Black Lagoon defenses behind him. Boom! Caught off guard, the two men staggered, then immediately dropped to the ground. After a moment, confirming there was no more movement, they cautiously got to their feet and turned towards the direction of the sound. Under the leaden sky, the bunkers on the Black Lagoon defenses were reduced to rubble. A golden iris flag was rising slowly amidst the ruins and smoke. Ah, they've broken through. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 The Sound of Gunfire at Black Reef Harbor. Just when everyone thought this attack was merely a repetition of the past few days, destined to end in a swift and utter rout of the vassal army, reality played a cruel joke. A group of defeated mercenary vassal soldiers, fleeing like headless flies through the smoke, actually ran in the opposite direction, launching a surprise attack from behind the defending troops. The Black Reef Harbor militia, assuming the battle was over, were completely unprepared. Even the reinforcements that had come to their aid had retreated. Only when gunfire and screams of their comrades reached them did the defenders realize they had been betrayed. But by then, the vassal army had already stormed the bunkers and fortifications. It was too late. For these mercenaries, close quarters combat in confined spaces, involving dozens of men, was their forte. The Black Reef Harbor militia, having only undergone 3 months of basic training, learning only line infantry and marksmanship, had absolutely no experience in this kind of fighting. A hastily ignited battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. Upon realizing they had infiltrated a bunker, the vassal troops first used the terrain to create layers of obstruction. Then, they lured the defending soldiers, who were trying to retake the bunker, into a chaotic rush inside. Finally, they calmly detonated the ammunition boxes inside, blowing the fortifications and dozens of defenders into the air. After successfully destroying a defensive stronghold, to avoid becoming the target of the defenders' wrath, they hastily raised their previously hidden military flag amidst the ruins, for easy escape, to call for friendly support. Staring at the golden irises fluttering in the smoke, Bernard was stunned for a full half-minute before abruptly turning around and grabbing the equally blank-minded messenger, sound the assembly call. All troops, attack immediately. Target, the enemy's right flank high ground. Immediately, the messenger was startled. The battle was already over. Launching an attack now would be incredibly difficult. Even if the officers at all levels were loyal and obedient, it was uncertain whether they could actually reach the high ground before the few dozen men were killed, or escaped. That's right, immediately, right now, and I'm launching a full-scale attack. An excited Bernard pointed behind him and roared, "Tell the artillery, don't worry about ammunition, give them all the power to suppress the enemy on both sides of the high ground. The Hussars and the Legion's cuirassiers will provide support first, with the frontline troops joining the battle within half an hour, and the rest of the units advancing in echelons within an hour, 1 hour. 1 hour later, I want to see 3,000 Imperial soldiers on this high ground, establishing solid artillery fortifications and forward positions." Although he didn't know the specifics, Bernard's mature experience told him this was a golden opportunity. With luck, they could even take Black Reef Harbor in one fell swoop. The terrain, almost like a basin, with hills surrounding a central plain, gave Black Reef Harbor a natural defensive system, but it was also its most fatal weakness. Once the enemy could capture a high ground and set up cannons, they could bombard every corner of the city at will. Even though the people of Black Reef Harbor were all tough as nails, preferring death to surrender even under heavy bombardment, Bernard still had one last trump card, a deadly ace that could strike directly at Black Reef Harbor's weakness. The terrified messenger, though unsure if the Grand Minister had gone mad, still diligently carried out the order. 10 minutes later, the artillery and cavalry units, having received their instructions, quickly assembled and entered the battle 5 minutes ahead of schedule. After all, the Imperial Army's most prized assets were its cavalry and artillery, compared to the localized and warlord-like infantry. The cavalry, retaining a strong knightly tradition, and the professional artillery were less affected by factionalism and upper-level power struggles, and were more loyal to their superiors. The price, however, was that it was difficult to gain their loyalty from anyone other than the emperor. In internal struggles, they always remained neutral, pledging allegiance only to the victor. Boom, 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 the resounding cannon fire once again pounded the earth, and hundreds of iron hooves swept across the ravaged battlefield through the smoke, carrying a dull rumble as they charged toward the high ground shrouded in the flames of the explosions. Behind the arrowhead-like cavalry, the long-awaited Imperial Army surged forth from the battlefield in waves of blue and white, as magnificent swords clashed and fell. Hundreds of golden irises bloomed in a spectacular display amidst the deafening battle cries. Only when thunderous artillery fire rained down upon them did the Black Reef Harbor defenders finally realize what was happening, and began to assemble reserves and flanks to try to recapture the high ground and tear down the Iris banner. But it was too late. With the order for the general offensive given, the hussars and cuirassiers, serving as the vanguard, had already stormed the high ground. Hundreds of riders dismounted, drew their sabers, revolvers, carbines, and shotguns from their saddles, and charged into battle as dragoons. The hastily assembled reserves of Black Reef Harbor launched a counterattack, and although they successfully recaptured some ground, they still failed to drive the enemy out of their fortifications. Instead, they were mowed down by the revolver and shotgun-wielding cavalry at every corner of the ruins and trenches, suffering heavy casualties. The defenders on both flanks of the high ground attempted to provide relief, but were blocked by a barrage of artillery fire. Their deployed lines were pierced through from left to right by solid shot. The survivors watched as rows of their fallen comrades fell, their morale collapsing instantly. Just as they hesitated about whether to offer assistance, the main force of the Imperial Army pressed forward, surging towards their defensive line. Nearly 10,000 of their main force were committed to the battle, forcing even the exhausted Black Reef Harbor militia's last reserves to join the defensive battle. With no spare troops to support the fallen bunkers, they could only watch helplessly as the breach widened, splitting the entire defensive line in two. Meanwhile, more Imperial troops continued to pour onto the high ground, seemingly realizing victory was imminent. The officers, who had initially intended to observe and casually throw in some cannon fodder, finally took it seriously, carrying out the orders of the colonial superintendent with all their might. 90 minutes later, the cavalry artillery, under the cover of infantry, swaggered into the right flank highlands. Amidst the ruins littered with corpses, they unloaded 6-pounder cavalry cannons from their trailers and calmly began constructing makeshift artillery positions, unleashing a deluge of shells upon the chaotic Black Reef Harbor defenses. The deafening roar of artillery fire echoed along the entire defensive line, the cries of the dead resounding in every corner. The outer defenses of Black Reef Harbor, which had stubbornly resisted the Imperial Army's siege for over 10 days, had now become a complete slaughterhouse for the attackers. As the defenders' lines were gradually torn apart, the situation began to become clearer. However, due to the hastily launched all-out offensive, coupled with the eagerness of the officers to claim credit, the Imperial Army's entire offensive sequence could only be described as chaotic. Aside from the initial cavalry support, the subsequent troops were initially hesitant, only daring to send in small, probing cannon fodder. Once they realized victory was in sight, they surged forward in a frenzy, rushing towards the small gap in the defensive line, which had originally been held by only a few dozen men. This chaos gave the Black Reef Harbor garrison a chance to breathe. Even if they couldn't immediately recapture the captured fortress, they could at least maintain control of the other defensive lines and construct new defensive positions behind the gap. These new fortifications were all located on the backside of the hills, rendering the Imperial artillery positions completely ineffective, leaving only 2 6-pounder cavalry cannons capable of threatening them. This presented the attacking army with a dilemma: should they use these 2 cannons to destroy the flanks, or continue their advance? Break through Black Lagoon's defenses as quickly as possible. Don't worry about those cowards hiding in their fortifications. Just as the frontline troops hesitated, Colonial Superintendent Bernard Maruas suddenly appeared at the breach in the defenses. The most important thing now is to storm the city in one fell swoop and let the cannonballs rain down on the heads of the Black Lagoon people. Once we completely extinguish the arrogance of these rebels, we'll win." Standing on a mound made of corpses, Bernard shouted at the bewildered officers. At this moment, he was extremely triumphant. Although he was certain that the Clovis would not come to Black Lagoon's aid, and that the siege could last for a month or two, the ease with which victory had come was indeed far beyond his expectations. More importantly, he was certain that Anson Bach would abandon Black Lagoon, but the possibility of the enemy launching a surprise attack while his army was weakened after capturing Black Lagoon, although extremely small, could not be completely ruled out. With an opportunity to seize this important town before the enemy even realizes it, how could Bernard possibly miss it? But, Lord Bernard, even if we can break through the enemy's defenses and storm the city, will we really be victorious? Compared to the Grand Master's confidence, the officers seemed quite worried. These Black Reef rebels are incredibly stubborn. Not a single one has surrendered so far. We don't think we can defeat such an enemy with mere intimidation. That's not your concern. Your job is to carry out orders. Bernard didn't bother arguing with these cowards. The longer he was a commander, the more he understood the origins of General Caspar Herald's volatile temper. The once refined and easygoing chief of the general staff was gradually disappearing from him, replaced by a different kind of refined and easygoing colonial grandmaster. Attack! 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 Victory is ours. Once we breached the Black Reef Harbor Council, under the constant urging of the Grand Chancellor, the officers, though still worried, had no choice but to obey orders and launch a new offensive. The long silent cannon fire resumed, easily shattering the hastily constructed defenses of the Black Reef Harbor defenders. The Black Reef Harbor militia, clinging to their positions, were forced to leave their fortifications and deploy in line, exposing themselves completely to the muzzles of the two cavalry cannons. The Imperial Army, occupying the breach, calmly sounded the attack horn. A full-strength infantry regiment, divided into 6 columns, advanced towards the defenders' positions amidst the cannon fire. Relying on superior skill, the 2 cavalry cannons, despite the limited space, still managed to fire crossfire. The Black Reef Harbor militia, holding the ground, saw their casualties skyrocket even before the battle began. Facing his comrades beside him, whose limbs were constantly being smashed by shells, their heads wiped off, and who collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony, the bloodless Black Reef Harbor militiamen trembled like leaves, barely able to stand. But no one retreated, not a single one. When the shelling stopped and the smoke cleared, gazing at the approaching golden irises and blue-white waves, the militia company commander, whose leg had been broken by a shell, leaned on his flagpole, pulled out his homemade trumpet gun, and pointed it straight ahead. Ready, fire, bang, gunfire flashed below the hill, and in the slowly rising thick white smoke, a dozen or so men on each side's lines fell, groaning in agony. For the glory of His Majesty Hereditary, fix bayonets, attack. The Imperial line was the first to erupt in shouts, charging wave after wave against the defenders, crashing heavily into the Black Reef Harbor garrison. The militia leader, leaning on his flagpole, vanished instantly into the blue-white sea of light. Despite their relative numerical superiority, the Imperial soldiers stormed into the enemy lines in a single charge, but that was all. Using the front lines, the Black Reef militia began deploying their few reserves. Meanwhile, the defenders on the right flank, noticing the enemy's artillery fire was waning, attempted to retake their positions, hindering the advance of the Imperial forces. The Imperial Army, which had initially seemed poised for a swift victory, appeared to have stumbled into a quagmire. From any perspective, the Empire's capture of Black Reef was not as easy as it appeared. But Bernard Maruis didn't think so. A confident smile, as if everything was under control, never left his face. This smugness became even more pronounced when he clearly saw 4 three-masted sailing ships, faintly visible on the distant horizon, rapidly approaching Black Reef. Raging pirates, this was Bernard's trump card for conquering Black Reef. As a mediocre port colony, Black Reef Harbor lacked its own ocean-going fleet like Sailing City or White Whale Harbor. Therefore, its port, upon which it depended for survival, was the weakest link in its defenses. Having concentrated all its forces to defend against its own siege, it had absolutely no spare troops to defend against a backstab from the port. As the 4 three-masted ships drew closer, cheers erupted from the Imperial soldiers on the battlefield, especially when they saw the blue flag with a gold coat of arms flying on the ships. But at the same time, Bernard, who had been beaming with pride, now wore a puzzled expression, peering into the harbor through his monocular telescope. Why are those pirates flying a blue flag with a star and ring? Is that the coat of arms of some imperial family? Why haven't they fired yet, even though they're so close to the harbor? What are they waiting for? Why are they tilting their cannons upwards? Are they going to attack some particularly tall building? Why does this shot seem to be aimed in their direction? Chapter 561, a betrayal that doesn't exist. With a deafening roar, golden red flames erupted from the sea outside Black Reef Harbor. Trajectories tearing through the air swept low over the city amidst screams and cries. The next second, dozens of naval shells instantly covered the right flank high ground breached by the Empire. The defensive line, now reduced to mere ruins, crumbled completely in the fire and smoke of the solid shot explosions. The makeshift fortifications erected by the Imperial soldiers were also smashed to pieces, the shells scattering in all directions with the shockwaves. Although these shells were largely inaccurate, they were more than enough to deal with the attacking force crammed into a small gap. Nearly 1,000 Imperial soldiers were pinned down in the trenches by the shell fire, and anyone who dared to peek out would instantly be given invisible wings by the blast waves. Meanwhile, the Imperial artillery positions had ceased firing, and Bernard, who had personally led the charge to the front lines, could only command 2 6-pounder cavalry cannons, and even those shells had been nearly exhausted during the initial attack. Since it was a hastily organized general offensive, it was impossible to prepare much ammunition in order to buy time. The once high-spirited Imperial army was instantly halted in its offensive. "My lord, what should we do next?" The deafening roar of gunfire filled the air as the disoriented officers shouted anxiously at Bernard. "The attack is completely suppressed by the port fleet's artillery fire. If we don't think of a solution soon, we might not even be able to hold this last gap." Faced with his bewildered subordinates, Bernard Morvis remained unmoved. Staring blankly in the direction from which the artillery fire was coming, the colonial superintendent was utterly perplexed. He couldn't understand why the pirates he had bribed would turn against the colony traders and the Clovis. Furthermore, there were no more than 3 people in the entire city of Sales who knew about this. Where did they get the intelligence, and how did they control the pirates? Bernard was utterly bewildered. But his confusion soon vanished. Just as he was about to continue observing, a sudden intuition made him instinctively lunge forward. The next second, a dark shadow swept past his head, landing with pinpoint accuracy on the artillery emplacement directly behind him. Boom! Accompanied by several screams, the entire emplacement bloomed in all directions like a flower poised to burst into bloom. The 6-pounder cavalry cannon mounted on it was blasted into the air, tumbling and crashing into a muddy crater. The surrounding officers stared in disbelief, watching helplessly as the soldiers hiding inside the emplacement were torn to pieces, their mangled remains flying everywhere in the flames. Sprayed with blood and mud, Bernard instantly sobered up and made the most rational decision he could think of at that moment: retreat. Without waiting for anyone around him to hear him clearly, Bernard kicked aside the ammunition box that was in his way and decisively turned and ran. Almost simultaneously, another roar exploded behind him. Another cavalry cannon was also blasted into the air. Staring blankly at the cannon barrel soaring into the sky, and glancing at the Grand Chancellor's retreating figure, the knights, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly followed, scrambling through the trenches in a chaotic and disorganized manner. 5 minutes later, when the dust finally settled, the bugle calls for retreat echoed again along the outer defenses of Black Reef Harbor. The sudden defection of the surging pirates not only ruined Bernard Maruis's meticulously planned backstab, but also compensated for Black Reef Harbor's lack of naval defenses and artillery cover. This meant that unless these few 3-masted sailing ships were destroyed, simply breaking through a gap in the defenses would allow them to advance unimpeded, completely eliminating the possibility of bombarding the entire city. The impact of the pirates' defection went even further. In large-scale battles, morale is often a decisive factor. The betrayal of allies not only severely undermined the Imperial soldiers' confidence in victory, but also greatly boosted the morale of Black Lagoon, which was already on the verge of despair. In this situation, Bernard realized that even if he could still advance unimpeded and breach the city's center council, he couldn't expect the traitors to surrender easily, unless the Imperial army could withstand the harbor's bombardment and destroy the entire defensive line. Retreat was the only option. Thus, the Imperial soldiers, who had been advancing with high spirits just moments before, unknowingly plunged into novice, retreating before even understanding the situation. while simultaneously trying to hold back the Black Lagoon militia who were rushing out from behind the defensive line to organize a counterattack. The troops who had already broken through the defenses and were at the city's gates were cut off from their rear after the retreat order was issued. They were still engaged in firefight with the last line of defense of Black Reef Harbor, making retreat impossible. They also lost crucial flank cover and artillery support, rendering their offensive unsustainable. Ultimately, several hundred Imperial soldiers watched helplessly as the main force receded further and further away, desperately being divided and surrounded by the ever-surging Black Reef Harbor defenders on their artillery-destroyed positions. When the last bullet in their guns was emptied, both sides, blinded by rage, abandoned their original civilized forms of warfare, and the most bloody and brutal hand-to-hand combat of the previous era began to unfold on the chaotic battlefield. While the Black Reef Harbor militia were indeed poorly trained and their fighting capacity was, in a literal sense, a ragtag mob, the morale of the Imperial Line infantry, completely surrounded, had plummeted. With no reinforcements in sight, their tenacious resistance turned into a desperate struggle, and they were gradually wiped out. When the heavily wounded Imperial soldiers voluntarily lowered their Iris banner, threw down their weapons, and knelt in surrender, the nearly day-long battle finally came to an end with cheers from the Black Reef Harbor defenders. Ugh, how could it end like this? Just as Bernard Morvis was fleeing in disarray, on the deck of one of the 4 pirate ships outside Black Reef Harbor, a girl hunched over an 18-pounder cannon cried out in utter despair, her face etched with unhappiness. So close, Lisa swore, so close. If she hadn't run so fast, what she had just blasted into the air wouldn't have been 2 cavalry cannons, but that bastard Bernard Morvis. But now, not only had the enemy escaped, but the entire Imperial army had withdrawn from the battlefield. The battle was won. But the girl felt absolutely no sense of accomplishment. It was a bit like being in the final moments of a game, just one turn away from winning, when the opponent surrendered, preventing you from delivering that final, triumphant blow. Lisa, far from happy, glared at the other side, pouting in frustration. However, the other Storm Division officers and soldiers on deck, along with the surrendered pirates, were all delighted. They were either cheering or leaning on the ship's railings, chatting and laughing, pointing at the fleeing Imperial army. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Except for Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Yudukovsky. This commander of the Storm Division's linear regiment, a top 10 figure in the garrison, felt as if he had just finished an unprecedentedly thrilling roller coaster ride. Plus 10 high-altitude bungee jumps. His body had just landed, but his soul hadn't fully returned to its place. This feeling of disorientation wasn't new, it had accompanied him throughout the past 10 days of his long journey. To be honest, after such a thrilling adventure, Alexei, whose faith had previously been somewhat wavering, was now even more devout. It's simple. Without the protection of the Ring of Order, even by the most conservative estimate, he would have died at least 10 times over in the past 10 days. But now, he arrived at Black Reef Harbor unharmed. Alexei was in a daze. Just as he was gazing at Black Reef Harbor in the distance, a slightly swaying figure walked up to him and patted him hard on the shoulder. How about that? I told you so, right? The plan was perfect, no problems whatsoever. What? Alexei's eyes widened instantly, his pupils contracted sharply, and his expression was one of utter shock, as if someone were seriously arguing with him about the sun is actually pink. He turned his head. Beside him, the commander-in-chief, his face pale, was smiling at him, his slightly trembling body clearly still suffering from seasickness, merely putting on a brave face. No problem. If I remember correctly, only 3 days after setting off, the troops got lost in the primeval forest and were attacked by 3 brown bears. That's right, but Lisa discovered them in time and killed them. Based on the tracks of wild animals and natives, we quickly found the correct route again, Anson corrected. And to be honest, without those bears, plus the supplies and warm equipment they provided, the rest of the journey would definitely not have been as easy as it was. Easy. Alexei shuddered, as if he almost fainted. You mean the continuous avalanches, the constant attacks by bandits from morning till night, plus the sneak attacks by natives hiding in the woods? Yes, isn't that right? Anson nodded seriously. It was thanks to the bearskin blankets, meat, and fat that we didn't suffer any casualties due to the extreme cold. And based on their activity range, we determined the presence of natives and bandits in the surrounding area, so we decisively changed our marching direction, greatly improving our marching efficiency. Then, somehow, we ended up heading south. We were originally going to Black Reef Harbor, but when we came to our senses, we were not only out of ammunition and food, but we also ended up near Red Hand Bay, finally running into the Black Harbor camp where pirates and Red Hand Bay merchants were smuggling. Alexei, you couldn't help but interrupt. Was this also part of your plan? Of course. This was a marching route I carefully designed. Anson's expression was quite smug. Didn't those bandits who attacked us on the road say that the Imperial Army is besieging Black Reef Harbor? Since we can't go by land, we can only sneak into Black Reef Harbor by sea, which saves us a lot of time. But weren't those pirates all bribed by Sailing City to prepare to attack Black Reef Harbor? Alexei was even more confused. How exactly did you convince them to betray the Empire and willingly serve the Free Confederation? Convinced? I didn't convince them of anything. Anson shrugged. From the beginning, they've been in cahoots with the Free Confederation. Red Hand Bay's two main economic pillars are local agriculture and black market smuggling. Since the colonial rebellion began, Red Hand Bay smuggling trade has flourished and has become an important means of livelihood for many locals. Anson raised his right hand and pointed to the pirates behind him who were chatting with the stormtroopers. Many of these people are even locals. Once they completely fall out with Red Hand Bay or even the entire Confederation, not only will they lose their source of income, but their families and relatives are all in the colonies, so there's no need to turn them against their cause. As long as the offer is higher than the Empire's, betrayal is a natural thing. Alexei was utterly stunned. Was it really as the commander-in-chief had said, that everything was part of his plan? If Anson were to tell the truth, not entirely. His original plan did indeed intend to travel directly to Black Reef Harbor via Sheglin's secret shortcut. However, he had overlooked the most crucial factor in this shortcut, the natives. Why were Sheglin and his men able to traverse the wilderness unaffected? Because almost all of them were natives, and Sheglin himself was a renowned leader of beast-slave mercenaries. This meant they could obtain supplies from nearby or migrating native tribes without being attacked, and they knew exactly where the wild animals were, where the terrain was dangerous, and where bandits lurked. These advantages were something the stormtroopers lacked. Realizing this, Anson decisively changed the marching route. Of course, he couldn't possibly know in advance where the pirate smuggling dens were near Red Hand Bay, but the probability of getting a ship as long as they got close was 100%. There was another important reason he didn't tell Alexei. While smuggling was thriving in Red Hand Bay, the entire colony, influenced by White Whale Harbor, had begun operating more high-end manufacturing, preparing to build steel mills locally using the technology and equipment provided by White Whale Harbor. If these pirates didn't transform sooner or later, they would decline along with a gradually weakening smuggling industry. Anson's offer was a free Confederation Navy, allowing them to conduct legitimate maritime trade between the colony and White Whale Harbor, with most favored treatment and a stable supply of goods. Faced with enormous profits and hundreds of fully armed and well-trained troops, it was obvious what the pirates would choose. So, my plan is perfect, there's nothing to worry about. Anson patted Alexei's shoulder affectionately, reassuring him, you just need to focus on carrying out orders, leave the rest to me. Oh, speaking of which, the next part of the plan might require your help and cooperation. How about it? Are you confident? Hearing the commander-in-chief's sincere tone, Alexei trembled. A familiar feeling welled up in his heart once again. Chapter 562 Vanguard. On May 17, 101 of the Saints' calendar, at 5:35 p.m., in Black Reef Harbor, the blood-red sunset spilled across the still smoke-filled harbor, turning the crashing waves a brilliant gold and relentlessly scorching the city ablaze with smoke. As the battle finally came to a complete end, 4 pirate ships flying blue flags with stars signaled their arrival at the harbor and slowly began to approach the shore. Filled with immense trepidation, the militia officers and council members of Black Reef Harbor gathered at the dock, trying their best to present a friendly facade to their allies who had saved their lives. However, they were undeniably tense, each concealing a loaded pistol beneath their elegant coats, some carrying more than one. To be honest, the Free Confederation's council meeting in Winter Torch had only concluded half a month prior, and with the Imperial Army besieging the city, the poorly informed Black Reef Harbor naturally couldn't possibly know which faction the star-studded flag belonged to. Their wariness was understandable. When the 4 sailing ships finally slowly entered the harbor, the previously tense Black Reef Harbor residents immediately breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions even showing a hint of astonishment and disdain. After all, the 4 ships were all small 3-masted sailing ships, and pirate ships used for smuggling. Their appearance was predictable: tattered sails, sides covered in battle-damaged paint, a few broken pieces of wood, masts bound with copper strips and ropes made of fishing nets, and a warship that reeked of salty, fishy stench. They only had a pitiful 6 or 7 cannons, and the 18-pounder main gun was the only one that could be found among the 4 ships. After seeing the true appearance of their saviors, almost all the counselors and officers of Black Reef Harbor present had the same thought pop into their minds. These majestic warships had terrified tens of thousands of Imperial troops, causing them to flee in panic? But this slight sense of contempt that had just arisen quickly vanished without a trace when the bugle suddenly sounded. Storm Division, form ranks, advance. Hundreds of line infantrymen, dressed in uniform red and black, with rifles slung over their shoulders, marched in pairs, 3 steps apart, from the decks of 4 warships in perfect unison. Their gleaming bayonets were dazzling in the setting sun. These line infantrymen did not immediately put down their packs after disembarking, but quickly deployed on the dock, forming 8 hollow squares arranged in a line. Then, the soldiers in the center turned to face each other, rifles raised, bayonets crossed, forming a steel tunnel, surrounded by a company of guards. The handsome officer Clovis, dressed in a brand-new field officer's uniform, strode confidently from the end of the tunnel towards Black Reef Harbor, hands behind his back. To his right rear, a girl who barely reached his waist struggled to hold a blue flag with a star-studded ring, head held high and chest out, taking on the responsibility of standard-bearer. To his left front stood a slender young man, dressed no differently from other ordinary soldiers. Despite wearing a very distinctive monocle, he was easily overlooked. Army Colonel Clovis, commander of the 1st Line Infantry Regiment, Storm Division, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Yudukishky, has arrived, with the young man's powerful shout. This menacing and intimidating honor guard finally stopped 10 paces away from the crowd at Black Reef Harbor. Feeling countless piercing gazes directed at him, the commander of the 1st Line Infantry Regiment slightly raised his head in feigned arrogance, his gaze unconsciously glancing to his left front, and coughed lightly a few times. Before the people of Black Lagoon could speak, the young man stepped forward. "Thank you very much for the warm welcome from everyone at Black Lagoon. We are the White Whale Harbor Garrison Regiment, the vanguard of the Free Confederation, ordered by the Garrison Commander-in-Chief and the Supreme Council of the Confederation to reinforce Black Lagoon before the main force arrives. As mentioned earlier, the man behind me is Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Yudukishky, the Supreme Commander of this vanguard, representing the will of the White Whale Harbor Garrison Commander-in-Chief, who has been granted the position of Chief of Staff of the Free Legion of the Confederation. You can consider him the Commander-in-Chief himself." Placing his outstretched left hand on his chest, the gentle young man smiled faintly. "As for me, I am the Lieutenant Colonel's adjutant, responsible for handling all administrative and daily affairs outside of military matters. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me, Army Captain Alan Dawn. You can just call me Alan." The moment the young man introduced himself as his adjutant, Alexei's lips twitched involuntarily. Rewind 40 minutes, just before the warship was about to dock at Black Reef Harbor. "What? You want me to put on your clothes and pretend to be you?" Alexei stared blankly at the pale-faced commander-in-chief, who was still pretending to be no longer seasick. His expression was one of utter astonishment, and he wondered if he'd misheard. No, you've misunderstood me." Seeing Alexei's bewilderment, Anson chuckled and shook his head, explaining, "You're still you, Lisa is still Lisa, the soldiers are still soldiers, and the pirates, they're now part of the Free Confederation's Navy, and I am your first mate." "First mate?" Alexei blurted out in astonishment, his bulging eyes making one worry they might pop out at any moment. "That's right, Lieutenant," Anson nodded solemnly, pointing to his chest. "From now on, I am your lieutenant, Captain Alan Dawn. As for you, Commander-in-Chief of the Free Confederation Vanguard, Commander of the 1st Line Infantry Regiment of the Storm Division, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Yudukishky, 1st Line, isn't that, Lieutenant Colonel Fabian's Grenadier Regiment?" "I know, but that's only because our Storm Division had some problems when it was first established. In other standing armies, your 2nd Infantry Regiment would be the 1st Line Infantry Regiment." Anson waved his hand, indicating that this wasn't the main point. "The title of Commander-in-Chief of the Vanguard is the same. It's mainly to ensure that the other side will take us seriously enough, laying the foundation for taking over the defenses of Black Reef Harbor later. After all, the Imperial Army was at the city gates, and they had already opened a breach in the defenses. It was only a matter of time before the city fell. In this situation, Anson certainly couldn't place his hopes on Black Reef Harbor. Seizing power and taking over the defenses were both necessary. To put it more bluntly, Anson felt that although his plan was absolutely perfect and foolproof, Black Lagoon was unlikely to accept it easily. Therefore, he had to be tough on the issue, so tough that it was as if the other party was merely his subordinate and vassal, and he had to make Black Lagoon believe that reinforcements were just around the corner and could arrive at any moment. If that's the case, then why did you insist on impersonating my adjutant? Alexei was still completely bewildered. Wouldn't it be easier to directly demand that Black Reef Harbor hand over its military command as the Legion Commander-in-Chief? Besides, you also have the position of Chief of the General Staff granted by the Free Confederation, making you fully qualified to take over the city's defenses. Theoretically, that's correct, but in reality, can we expect a group of Imperials to willingly obey the Clovis's command? Anson shook his head. Even if they were willing to accept, we have to prepare for the worst, to guard against some unexpected, but still probable, unforeseen circumstances. The worst-case scenario. What do you think Lord Bernard Maruas outside the city would do if he knew I was in Black Reef Harbor with only 4 wrecked ships and an infantry regiment? Alexei paused, then frowned slightly. You believe there are Imperial spies inside the city? They managed to quietly shove over 2,000 thugs into Wintertorch, so how could Black Reef Harbor, so close by, be any different? Anson chuckled, a fleeting hint of contempt flashing across his pale face. Of course, I might be wrong, but it's always better to be cautious, my dear Alexei. What do you think? Alexei felt nothing, only a desperate cry from the depths of his being. Why me? He stared intently at Anson, afraid to miss a single detail in his subtle facial expressions. Such an important mission. Isn't Fabian and his Grenadier Regiment more suitable than me, more suitable than any of us? Everyone in the Storm Division knew that the Grenadier Regiment, the Storm Division's predecessor, the Storm Regiment, was a unit Anson had personally assembled, second only to Lisa Bach's Guard Company in terms of equipment and treatment, and Lieutenant Colonel Fabian, the regimental commander, was a trusted confidant second only to Chief of Staff Carl Bain. A forced march to relieve Black Reef Harbor, while also guarding against all sorts of unpredictable risks, holding the city until the main force arrived. Such an important task would have been unthinkable in the past, definitely assigned to the Grenadier Regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Fabian has his own mission, and I don't think any of you are more suitable than the others. Besides, since the division's public funds have achieved complete financial freedom, apart from differences in tactical approaches, everyone's equipment is already standardized, isn't it? Anson shrugged, patting his shoulder enthusiastically, and I've always felt that in the entire Storm Division. Alexei, you are the third person who truly cares about me. By the way, Lisa is the second, third? Then who is first? Whoever it is, I don't care. Alexei rolled his eyes, sighed, and his expression became serious again. I only care about one thing. What exactly is your plan? Hearing this, Anson, who had been casual, was first startled, then revealed an extremely gratified smile, a smile that sent chills down Alexei's spine again. His expression, well, it was like that of any boss when an employee proactively asks, is there anything else I need to do, just before the end of the workday? The Free Confederation Vanguard, Bernard Morwis, staring intently at the intelligence report in his hand, suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief at the disheveled messenger. Are you sure? Absolutely, sir. The messenger nodded frantically, afraid the messenger might doubt him. This information came from a soldier who risked his life to escape through the breach. He definitely saw them disembarking at the port, and he heard the Black Reef Harbor militia refer to the troops entering the city as such. They were wearing Clovis uniforms, and the leader was indeed a Clovis officer, but they weren't carrying Clovis's unicorn flag, but a blue flag with a star ring, supposedly the Free Confederation's flag. The Free Confederation? Only half a month has passed, and they already have a flag, Bernard muttered to himself, somewhat lost in thought. He had initially assumed that these useless, two-faced traitors, even if they managed to hold a meeting, would at most discuss their respective spheres of influence, establish a bunch of alliances that no one would actually abide by, and verbally maintain a shared interest and defense alliance, while in reality preparing to watch each other humiliate each other. But now, not only had the other side succeeded, but they even had a common banner and could even dispatch an army in its name. The efficiency was simply beyond their capabilities. You said they were all wearing Clovis uniforms, so how many are there exactly? I'm not sure. The soldier only saw them from a distance, he didn't get close enough, The messenger answered truthfully, but when he caught Bernard's displeasure, he quickly changed his answer, 600, or 800, but definitely no more than 1,000, less than 1,000. Bernard frowned slightly, gazing thoughtfully towards the direction of Black Lagoon. And they weren't flying Clovis's unicorn flag, no, the messenger said confidently. This was the only piece of information he could be 100% certain of today, and just 15 minutes ago, Black Lagoon also raised that blue flag with a star on it atop the city council building in the city center. That means that right now, besides the militia who are almost out of ammunition and food, there are only less than 1,000 Clovis soldiers in Black Lagoon, plus those 4 pirate ships that have turned against us. Bernard's gaze drifted into days as a rudimentary plan began to take shape in his mind. The Grand Master, who had been agonizing over his misjudgment, suddenly realized the situation was turning in his favor. Notify the artillery, especially the cavalry guns, have them prepare immediately, and the cavalry, assemble outside the camp by evening, awaiting orders. Yes, sir, the messenger replied, turning to leave. Only when he was almost outside did he suddenly realize something. My lord, you're specifically assembling troops tonight. Are you planning another night raid? No, of course not. A confident smile spread across Bernard's face, a smug smirk playing on his lips. You don't understand. Tonight, we won't attack the city. Tonight, we will witness Black Reef Harbor fall to itself. Chapter 563 Unity. As night fell, Black Reef Harbor, shrouded in leaden gray smoke, gradually fell silent from its daytime clamor. The defending soldiers, exhausted from a full day of bloody fighting, huddled in the battle-ravaged fortifications and camps, clutching their weapons and bottles of liquor. The flickering light of their pipes and the wisps of smoke from their cheap tobacco offered a small comfort to their weary bodies shivering in the cold wind. The siege, lasting over 10 days, had worn away all the fear, fervor, and heroic spirit of these new recruits. All that remained was exhaustion, numbness, and the relief, or perhaps the agony, of surviving a full day. Cleaning the battlefield, mopping up the remaining enemy, treating the wounded, moving the dead, repairing fortifications, standing guard. Whether they had received formal training or not, the siege had, in various ways, taught them the significance of these tasks, and they busied themselves with them spontaneously or methodically, under the orders of their officers. War is the best training ground for new recruits. 3 months or more of training is far less effective than a real battle in shaping and training a group of soldiers who don't even fully understand how to shoot. If Anson were to evaluate them, this group of Black Lagoon militia would probably be more deserving of the title army than 99% of the Imperial colonial forces, if one were to truly call those literal rabble an army. As for the Storm Division and the Red Hand Bay smugglers, as Black Lagoon saviors, they were specially placed in a residential area of Black Lagoon, most of which originally belonged to the local loyalists, but became the property of the liberals after the purge. Black Lagoon, having previously implemented a scorched earth policy to prepare for the Imperial Army, not only stockpiled vast amounts of supplies but also evacuated some of the elderly and disabled during the final period. Combined with the casualties from the recent siege, this created a large number of empty houses for their thousands of inhabitants. As the commander-in-chief of the advance force, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei stated upon landing that he was exhausted after a long march and needed to rest as soon as possible, even declining the welcome reception prepared by Black Reef Harbor for him and the advance troops. As for discussing how to counter the Imperial Army's siege, announcing the Confederate and White Whale Harbor's subsequent support plans for Black Reef Harbor, and coordinating the advance force with a local militia, these trivial matters were naturally left to the lieutenant colonel's adjutant. As for persuading the unfamiliar client to accept his entire plan, Anson felt that while he couldn't be called an expert, he was at least quite confident. The most important trick was to get the other party to express their ideas as much as possible without violating the principles of the plan, and then use the art of language to convince them that his plan perfectly met their needs. After all, war is a science of prudence, especially in a disadvantageous situation where choices are limited and time is even more so. In such cases, clients are usually very practical and won't demand originality or something unexpected. Now, Black Lagoon has even fewer options left, but fortunately, there's only one objective: to ensure the Imperial Army cannot breach the defenses and the city before reinforcements arrive. Based on this objective, Anson needs actual control of the entire city's defenses. Of course, only actual control. Nominally, the Black Lagoon Council can do whatever it wants. But just as no two leaves are exactly alike, No two raindrops are exactly the same. Once the talks officially began, he realized that the two sides' ideas were completely on different levels. So, when does the advance force plan to organize our evacuation? A slightly large long table occupied a quarter of the space. Members of parliament, pipes in hand and dressed in various styles, sat on backrests on the sides or back. Two kerosene lamps hung above their heads, casting a hazy light through the swirling smoke. This was the basement of the Black Lagoon Council. Since the Imperial Army besieged the city and occasionally began cross-border bombardments of the city, all meetings had been moved here from the original hall. In the past, this space would certainly not have been enough, but since the siege began, people have been evacuating and sacrificing themselves one after another. In addition, the Speaker of Black Lagoon and a group of council representatives went to Winter Torch to attend the Confederation Conference. Including the officers, the entire Black Lagoon Council could not gather 100 people, so there was more than enough room for everyone to hide in the basement. Evacuation. Anson, sitting at the end of the long table, interlaced his fingers on the edge of the table, looking at the counselor who had just spoken with slight surprise. We should be discussing how to defend Black Reef Harbor, not evacuation, but Black Reef Harbor is truly indefensible right now. The counselor seemed very anxious, the cold sweat on his forehead clearly visible even in the swirling smoke. You've seen the situation today. The Imperial Army outside the city has destroyed the fortress on the right flank islands, and the entire defensive line is no longer safe. Well, even if that's not much, the fighting over the past 10 days has exhausted the city's ammunition reserves. Now we not only have to scavenge battlefield spoils, but we've also scavenged all the homemade firearms from the civilians, and lead bullets and gunpowder are almost gone. Each soldier has less than 40 rounds on average. The reason we haven't experienced a weapon shortage is because the casualties have offset the losses, and we're required to stay in our fortifications and not fire back unless the enemy gets within 50 paces, otherwise we would have run out of ammunition and supplies long ago. In this situation, frankly, do you think there's any hope of holding Black Lagoon? The desperate words echoed harshly within the closed walls. Perhaps due to overwhelming agitation and fear, the senator's face flushed red, his hands gripping the table, and he glared at the smiling, approachable Captain Endowed. Adjusting his monocle, Anson smiled calmly and met the other's gaze, then slowly turned to his side. And this is Pushwood. Before anyone else could speak, the counselor, patting his chest, answered first, a counselor from Black Lagoon and vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, specializing in the timber trade between Sailing City and Lake Town. Then, Your Excellency Pushwood, I completely understand your feelings right now. Truly, as a soldier, I faced similar situations of being surrounded and running out of ammunition and supplies more than once. With a formulaic template of sincerity, Anson spoke softly, but as the adjutant to the commander-in-chief of the advance force, my orders were to assist you in resisting the Imperial Army's siege until reinforcements arrive, not to lead you to evacuate from here. Your Excellency Captain Endowed, we also understand that you must carry out your superior's orders, but Black Lagoon truly cannot be defended. Faced with Anson's sincerity, Counselor Pushwood showed no intention of backing down. No disrespect intended, but I truly don't believe that with your army plus those, less than 1,000 Confederate naval personnel assisting you, Black Lagoon can withstand the Empire's siege. And this isn't just my opinion, all the honest Black Lagoon counselors and officers present here believe the same. To prove his point, Pushwood released his hands from the table and sat back down, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Is that so? Anson chuckled lightly, his expression unchanged, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. In the dim light and thick white smoke, some of those his gaze fell upon remained expressionless, some avoided eye contact, some coughed and nodded, some seemed lost in thought. No one spoke, but they had said everything they wanted to say. The already oppressive atmosphere in the basement was like that of a tomb. Admittedly, this outcome was far beyond Anson's expectations. He had thought the worst-case scenario would be a complete split in Black Lagoon, with the pro-war and pro-surrender factions fighting to the death, bringing the already precarious colony just one step away from self-destruction. He never imagined these people would be so united under the banner of running away with their buckets. This was a bit tricky. But it didn't matter. Anson had seen clients with ideas completely opposite to his own before. As long as the result met his expectations, the process was irrelevant. So he decided to change his approach. In that case, even if Lieutenant Colonel Alexei could disobey orders and organize a retreat, how do you all plan to leave Black Reef Harbor? Anson countered without changing his expression. The roads on land are all blocked by the Imperial Army's siege positions. A few or a dozen people might have the chance to break through the defenses and escape into the wilderness, but a large-scale evacuation is simply unrealistic. As for the sea, we do have 4 three-masted sailing ships that can serve as transport during the evacuation, but the number they can carry each time is very limited, at most 1,000 people including the sailors. If I remember correctly, Black Reef Harbor has a population of around 50,000. Even if the ships don't encounter any accidents and the Empire doesn't discover them, it would still take at least 50 round trips to complete the evacuation. No. You misunderstand. I didn't mean for the advance force to move the entire Black Reef Harbor out. Pushwood shook his head violently, trying to explain. We only hope that the advance force can help all of you here, as well as all the loyalists of Black Reef Harbor and their families, to evacuate. That's all. As for the number, I can't give you a detailed list right now, but it shouldn't exceed 1,500, compared to the advance force and those 4 warships. This isn't an exaggerating number. Oh? Looking at his earnest expression, and the hopeful and yearning glances around him, Anson, who had maintained a friendly smile, suddenly seemed to understand. I see. You mean the advance force should abandon Black Reef Harbor and the more than 50,000 local residents to protect you and your families, and escape from the Imperial Army's encirclement. Pushwood's face stiffened. The surrounding officers and counselors remained silent, exchanging rapid glances. The deathly silence lasted for nearly half a minute. Captain Allen, we know this is bad, very bad, but, Pushwood paused, sighed heavily, and abruptly looked up to meet Anson's gaze. But, please don't doubt us, we are all absolutely loyal to the Confederation, loyal to our allies at White Whale Harbor, and will never betray our own people. I can tell you clearly, every one of you here participated in the fight against the Empire, and every one of you is wounded. We would rather commit suicide than be captured by the Empire, and given the chance, each of us is willing to fight to the last moment against the Empire's rule. But if Black Lagoon really can't be defended, why waste our lives here? We're Black Lagoon, even if it's just so that Black Lagoon can be restored one day. We can't just die meaninglessly like this. As for the other local people, Pushwood sighed again, speaking with a very helpless tone. For the future of Black Lagoon, we can't worry about that for now, and if all of us loyalists leave, even if the Empire maintains their rule here, it shouldn't cause them too much harm, right? Should? Anson quickly raised an eyebrow, glancing at the nodding counselors and officers around him, but made no comment on such a reasonable and convincing argument. However, the other side's firm and unified stance was indeed a problem. If the Empire hadn't yet launched a massive military offensive, Anson would have gladly sent off such a self-aware and cooperative ally. Now, surrounded on 3 sides, any slight change could shatter the entire city. To put it bluntly, if he were the colonial governor outside the city, and fully aware of the situation inside, he wouldn't even need to send troops. Black Reef Harbor would fall to its own accord. After a long silence, Anson finally spoke under the watchful eyes of everyone. Alright, since everyone thinks so, then as an outsider, it's not convenient for me to say anything more, Anson said expressionlessly. I will report this matter to Lieutenant Colonel Alexei and see what his attitude is. If he agrees and everything goes smoothly, assisting you all in evacuating from Black Lagoon is not out of the question. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the oppressive basement breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had been granted a pardon. Thank you. Thank you for extending a helping hand to us who have nowhere else to turn. Pushwood, who had been tense just moments before, instantly transformed, breaking into a smile and excitedly stepping past several people in front of him to shake Anson's hands. I assure you, as long as things go smoothly, Black Lagoon will never forget your outstanding contribution. Once we safely arrive at White Whale Harbor, we will definitely give you a big surprise. Bang! Accompanied by a sudden loud crash, the basement door was suddenly forced open. A young man dressed in Black Reef Harbor militia uniform, carrying a rifle, rushed into the room, shouting frantically as he ran, "And no, it's terrible. The Clovis we sent to steal the ship, the ones hidden on the deck, have been..." Oh! Before he could finish, the 2 guards on watch at the door rushed forward in alarm and covered his mouth tightly. But it was too late. In the dim light, Anson, still smiling, remained silent, only slightly adjusting his monocle. Chapter 564 Plotting Treachery. Halt! Don't run! The childish shouts echoed across the pirate ship's deck, mingled with the roar of shotguns. Scalding lead bullets gushed from the muzzle flashes, relentlessly pursuing the howling Black Reef Harbor militia like mad dogs. The piercing gunfire and billowing smoke filled every corner of the warship. The flickering flashes of light were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each flash reaping a life, or even more. On deck and inside the cabins, the fully armed Black Reef Harbor militiamen stood trembling in the darkness, so terrified they forgot what they were supposed to do. How had things turned out this way? What had happened? The panicked militiamen didn't know. They only remembered being sent by the council to take over the advance party's warships. Whether the advance party had agreed was none of their concern. Things started smoothly. All the Clovisan pirates, under the council's hospitality, were housed in a residential area and boarded the ship without any hindrance. But things started to go wrong after the first unfortunate man entered the cabin through the deck entrance and then disappeared without a trace. The militiamen were ambushed by the ship's crew, and fierce gunfire erupted almost continuously from all directions. However, this expected accident didn't bother them. They quickly organized a counterattack, searching the decks and cabins in groups of 2 or 3, eliminating any friendly forces unwilling to cooperate. The nightmare, like falling into hell, had begun. Another one, found you, a young voice came from behind. The panicked militiaman turned sharply and saw his comrade on his left lying face up almost simultaneously, a gleaming bayonet firmly embedded in his forehead. A petite figure, rifle in hand, was rushing towards them from the smoke-filled darkness. Without hesitation, the militiaman lunged towards the corner of the cabin, crouching behind a pile of haphazardly packed ammunition boxes. In that instant, he clearly heard his comrade on the other side shout angrily, "Enemy! Take cover! Fire!" The experienced soldier then knelt on one knee, raised his rifle, and fired. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out, instantly extinguishing the militiaman's hopes of supporting his comrade. He watched as his comrade's finger hadn't even touched the trigger before his head and half his body exploded in the flash, blood gushing from his face, staining most of it red. Hiding behind the ammunition boxes, the chaotic gunfire echoed around him, his comrade's agonizing screams and roars piercing his eardrums. Clutching his rifle tightly, the young Black Reef Harbor soldier lay motionless on the ground. He desperately held his breath, suppressing the pounding of his heart. Time ticked by, the gunfire and screams growing fainter until they vanished completely, leaving only the sound of hurried footsteps moving between the deck and the surrounding cabins. They were mopping up the remaining enemy, himself. The militiaman swallowed hard, his nerves on edge. A while later, even the footsteps stopped, and the entire cabin fell silent. In the pitch-black darkness, only the deathly stillness of his own heartbeat remained. The young Black Reef Harbor soldier still dared not move. He feared it might be a trap, that devilish girl might be lurking in some corner of the cabin, shotgun in hand, waiting for him to expose himself. Wait. He finally couldn't wait any longer, though he was still terrified. How about this, without leaving the hiding place, observe the surroundings, and then when they're not looking, sneak out through the gun port on the ship's side, sneak into the hull, and finally, after everything is over, quietly slip back to the council. The militiaman made up his mind. He slowly got up, poked his head out from among the ammunition boxes around him, and then he froze. Feeling the cold touch on his forehead, his expression blank, he stared wide-eyed at the girl grinning smugly at him, along with a group of Clovis watching the spectacle with glee behind her. A delicate white hand pulled the trigger, and the militiaman's vision went black, her last words echoing in his mind, "In the name of Sheriff Lisa Bach, not one will escape." Black Lagoon Council, basement. In the oppressive atmosphere, deathly silent as a tomb, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The officers and counselors, who had just moments before felt as if they'd been granted a pardon, now wore expressions that could only be described as utterly devastated. They maintained their silence while rapidly exchanging glances. The smoke-filled basement was a cacophony of quiet and clamor. Counselor Pushwood, who was about to shake hands with Anson, froze completely in the 10 seconds it took for the soldier to burst in. His dazed eyes slowly moved, looking at Captain Alan Dawn, who was smiling at him and adjusting his monocle. If Anson were to rate his magical gadgets as most practical, although the mist pipe was his most frequently used item, he would still unhesitatingly choose the anonymous glasses. The ability to subconsciously make the wearer disappear, rendering them virtually invisible. It sounded like a very mystical effect, but in practice, it always brought surprises, and its applicability was unexpectedly wide. For example, when infiltrating a heavily fortified location, when escaping from an area teeming with enemies, when the enemy delivers a fatal blow, or, right now. Watching the varied expressions on everyone's faces, Anson silently pulled an ordinary pipe from his pocket, his opinion of the item rising once more. In those brief 10 seconds, he recklessly expanded the range of his spellcasting to every corner of the basement. Under the combined influence of instinctive neglect and extreme shock, no one noticed that the smoke in the air was gradually becoming thicker. Even without his special abilities, he could observe the rapidly changing glances between the Black Reef Port officers and counselors, growing increasingly serious. The 4 guards at the door were also glancing at him with increasing disbelief, yet they suddenly realized that their prey was also observing them intently. Pushwood, momentarily stunned, suddenly narrowed his eyes. His gaze, which had been blank, instantly hardened into a murderous glint as he met Anson's. His tightly pressed lips parted without warning. Attack. The instant the words left his mouth, Pushwood abruptly dropped to the ground, simultaneously pulling a cylindrical object with a fuse from his pocket and smashing it towards the kerosene lamp above Anson's head. The next second, the other officers and counselors present instinctively bent their knees and crawled under chairs or tables. After more than 10 days of siege and artillery bombardment by the Empire, they were already adept at this, their movements fluid and precise. 4 guards also turned, rifles at the ready, and expertly pulled ropes and shackles from behind their backs, approaching Anson, who was still oblivious, smoking his pipe and smiling. Bang! Just as the thrown pillar shattered the kerosene lamp, a heavy slamming of the door echoed in the basement. The smoke bomb ignited by the kerosene lamp exploded with a deafening roar, the grayish-white smoke instantly obscuring everyone's vision. Now that they were exposed, further concealment was pointless. The only option was to capture the adjutant of the Vanguard commander as a hostage, forcing the Clovis soldiers on the ship to surrender. This was the Black Lagoon Council's true plan. They didn't trust this suddenly appearing Vanguard and had no intention of continuing to hold out under the Imperial siege. Seizing a ship and escaping to Ascension was their only goal. As for how to face the other city-states within the Confederation after their escape, especially the Clovis of Ice Dragonfjord, Pushwood wasn't worried, because the Imperial army outside the city would handle all the trouble. Even if a few escaped, there was no need to worry. All the Vanguard and the pirates had been placed in the same residential area. They would have no idea what had happened that night, nor would they understand why anyone had disappeared. Everything would appear to be an accident. The plan hinged on the cooperation of this Captain Alan Dawn. If he was clever enough, he could sink him at sea near White Whale Harbor, killing him on Clovis soil. Just as Pushwood began to make his calculations, he suddenly heard a muffled thud above him. Thump. The thick smoke obscured his vision, and he could only vaguely make out the sound of a head being slammed onto a table, with considerable force. The entire long table shook, and the lingering sound made his eardrums ache slightly. But this was only the beginning. Soon, various sounds came from the thick fog, chaotic struggles, rapid footsteps, fist-to-fist collisions, joints bending backwards. Amidst the chaos, there was a strange yet light melody, like a rhythmic tune. Pushwood didn't even need to look up. He could picture Captain Alan Dawn being surrounded by 4 guards, struggling repeatedly, and then being subdued again. Bang! Another heavy blow, the crisp sound even carrying the faint crack of bones breaking. Then, the staggering figure was grabbed by the neck by a dark shadow, flung against the corner like a rag doll, and followed up with a knee strike. Even as he fell, his mouth was tightly covered, preventing him from uttering a cry for help, only able to struggle desperately. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The chair that Alan Dawn had just been sitting on was kicked over, shattering into pieces upon contact with the figure. Pressed tightly under the table, Pushwood could only vaguely see several pairs of military boots constantly shifting in his vision, and hear the constant groaning coming from the long table above him. The gray-white light in his vision grew increasingly dense, each breath feeling like inhaling a large mouthful of choking smoke. Just as he wondered why the smoke hadn't dissipated, the fighting above him suddenly stopped. Covering his mouth with one hand to avoid inhaling the smoke, Pushwood crawled out from under the table, pulling a loaded revolver from his pocket with his right hand, his eyes scanning his surroundings intently. In the fog-shrouded basement, Pushwood looked around, but couldn't find a single person standing. Thud! Just as he was wondering what was wrong, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a guard lying silently at his feet, covered in blood, his eyes dull and lifeless. Dead. Feeling the touch beneath his foot, Pushwood froze, his trembling gaze shifting slowly, The guard with his neck broken slumped in the corner, his chest caved in as if struck by a heavy blow. Another guard beside him was unharmed, only his limbs were bent in opposite directions. Glancing further, he saw another guard lying across the long table, his head resting on the cracked surface, his mangled back studded with splinters of broken chair wood. 1, 2, 3, 4 guards, none alive. But one was still missing. And the most important, the most crucial one, which was. Clang, the hammer of a revolver struck behind him, and Pushwood froze. He finally knew where the fifth figure was. Black Reef Harbor, outskirts of the city center, a residential area. Gently peeking through a crack in the curtains, Alexei, his expression grave, stood at the window, holding a monocular telescope, gazing towards the harbor. In the pitch-black night, the mainmasts of 4 warships lit up in succession, then extinguished, repeating this 4 times. Very good, it seems Miss Lisa has succeeded. Muttering to himself a few times, Alexei put away his telescope and turned to look behind him. All the officers of the 2nd Infantry Regiment, from platoon level and above, were lined up in neat rows in his room, intently awaiting orders. Are you all ready? Alexei asked in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over their faces. The only response was a synchronized chest-thumping salute from the men. Do I need to explain the mission again? No one spoke. Very well, then I have nothing more to say. Alexei shrugged. 1st Battalion, change into pirate and civilian attire, quickly eliminate all spies around the encampment in Black Reef Harbor, then assemble at the Black Reef Harbor Council. 2nd Battalion, stand by armed, and after 1st Battalion clears the roadblocks, depart swiftly, under the guise of assistance, quickly seize control of the high ground and key roads around the council. Skirmisher Company, change into Black Reef Harbor garrison uniforms, and cooperate with the guard company to take over the council. Tonight, Imperial spies within Black Reef Harbor attacked the council, plotting to assassinate the local liberal leader and the vanguard commander, that is, myself, who fled to the council after the failed attack, attempting to coordinate with the troops outside the city to capture Black Reef Harbor. As he spoke, Alexei took a deep breath, drew his sidearm, pressed the muzzle against his left shoulder, and pulled the trigger. Everyone, move out. Chapter 565. A fight broke out. Outside the city walls, at the command post, late at night. Bernard Morvis locked himself in his room, silently studying the map of Black Lagoon on the table. The orange glow of the cigarette between his fingers shone from his right hand, the smoke reflecting off his face. The command post was deathly silent. The only sound in the still air was the sapphire-encrusted sterling silver pocket watch beside the ashtray, trying to create a more lively atmosphere. Bernard didn't actually like this Clovis new thing, cigarettes, especially since almost all cigarettes available in the New World were of inferior quality, their pungent smell even making one suspect they were weapons. But it was precisely this pungent smell that made it more invigorating than the strongest coffee. Even a whiff could banish sleepiness. And right now, he desperately needed to stay awake. Unlike Caspar Herald, who relied on empiricism and intuition, Bernard Maruis, who had served as deputy or chief of staff for many years, trusted his judgments based on situational awareness and intelligence. A person's words may lie, but their habits are always honest. A group of people may appear as a unified whole, but they are still individuals. An egg always has a crack, a leaf always has veins. As long as the connections between things are found, everyone can be a prophet. He was now awaiting intelligence, crucial intelligence, to corroborate all his previous judgments. If things indeed unfolded as he predicted, the gains from this battle would be far more than just Black Reef Harbor. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking interrupted Bernard's thoughts. He composed himself slightly and casually stubbed out his nearly burnt-out cigarette. Come in, sir. The messenger burst in, wiping sweat and panting heavily, his hands alternately resting on his knees, sweat pouring down his face. What's the situation? Bernard asked calmly without looking up, slowly putting away his pocket watch on the table, his gaze still fixed on the map of Black Reef Harbor. Did the scouts you sent out hear gunfire? Not only gunfire, but someone took the opportunity to set fire, the messenger said impatiently, panting heavily, swallowing hard. 2 messengers said they even heard naval gunfire coming from the direction of the harbor. I asked you, did you hear gunfire? Bernard repeated the question. Yes, the messenger nodded hurriedly. Where? At the port, and the city center. Who fired first? The garrison at Black Reef Harbor. They're trying to hijack the ship and escape. Did the advance party fire? Yes. Not only did they fire, but they also set fires. Did they start fighting? They did. But not completely. The city is in chaos, but the defenses are still in the hands of the traitors. The port is in the hands of the advance party, and rumors are spreading throughout the city that the Imperial Army is going to attack the council, to launch a coordinated attack on Black Reef Harbor. Who's spreading these rumors? I don't know, but it must be the Clovis. Excellent. Bernard slammed his hand on the table, his excitement overflowing. Let's go. A coordinated attack from within and without, to capture Black Reef Harbor, tonight. A coordinated attack from within and without. The messenger was taken aback, carefully closing the door behind him. Sir, that's a slander by the Clovis. Our spies in the city have almost all been killed. And didn't you say we wouldn't send troops tonight? Did I say that? Bernard narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly observing the messenger's expression. The messenger shuddered, his survival instincts surging. Didn't I say? I said we wouldn't send troops, not that the Black Reef Harbor garrison wouldn't. Bernard scoffed. Since Imperial troops attacked the council within the city, should it be reasonable for troops with intelligence to arrive in time to rescue the council, even if they didn't receive orders? Yes, it's nighttime now, so we can only distinguish which side's troops are by their clothing. Isn't that reasonable? Reasonable. No matter what happens tonight, whoever captures the council in the end controls Black Reef Harbor. Bernard smiled, that feeling of complete control and confidence returning. Have the cavalry change into Black Reef Harbor garrison uniforms, infiltrate Black Reef Harbor through the breach they made during the day, and surround and eliminate the Imperial assassins to protect the council's safety. Also, notify the artillery to speed up the construction of the fortifications. As soon as they're completed, they don't need to wait for orders, just fire directly at the port of Black Reef Harbor. Since the Clovis have slandered us, let's just confirm their claims. With a low snort, Bernard pulled a cigarette case from his pocket, a playful expression on his face, and held a lit cigarette up to his lips, gazing at the flickering smoke. Tonight, let them either die together, or burn Black Reef Harbor to ashes. Accompanied by the occasional gunfire and flashes of light, countless figures in various military uniforms moved swiftly through the narrow, winding streets of Black Reef Harbor. Hurried footsteps, anxious orders, and shouts and curses in various accents rose and fell under the cover of darkness. At the harbor, a group of Black Reef Harbor garrison soldiers, using the Clovis skirmish formation, swaggered towards the port, although the sentries along the way found this group very strange. For some special reason, they ultimately chose to let them pass. Almost simultaneously, an army that had not received orders from the council suddenly appeared outside the city, demanding entry, claiming that Imperial assassins within the city were attempting to attack the council. Unable to verify their identities, the sentries approached them for questioning and demanded details. The sentries readily produced proof, a revolver pressed against their foreheads. In just 10 minutes, the Black Lagoon militia skillfully dragged the motionless sentries to a safe location. Some changed into their equipment and clothing, the rest discreetly crossed the city walls and advanced along the road behind the gates towards the city council. Meanwhile, the Liberal Confederation vanguard, stationed in the residential area, used the pretext of an assassination attempt on their headquarters and the commander-in-chief's thwarted attempt to demand control of part of Black Lagoon's defenses, to thoroughly search the streets for the assassins, and to offer to send troops to assist in protecting the council. Faced with such a well-intentioned and reasonable request, the Black Lagoon garrison said they needed to consider it and asked their friendly forces to wait while they consulted their superiors. The advance force fully understood their difficulties and proactively helped them solve the problem. The 1st Battalion of line soldiers, disguised as civilians and positioned for an overhead view, decisively raided the Black Lagoon militia outposts and patrols near the residential area. After a brief but fierce battle, they subdued them and disarmed them on the spot. As informants and outposts were eliminated one by one, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, clutching his left shoulder injured in a surprise attack, led the 2nd Line Battalion out of the residential area and began to gradually take over the high ground and key roads in the surrounding city. The 1st Battalion, now disguised again, immediately rushed to the council to protect Captain Alan Dawn, who was negotiating with Black Lagoon officers and councillors. As for the militia of Black Reef Harbor, instead of trying to understand the situation and stop the chaos, they, under the ulterior motives of certain superiors, began to abandon their control of the city's security and gather at the port, carrying a large amount of supplies far exceeding their normal needs. Thus, less than 2 hours after the gunfire at the port, What was initially a small-scale chaos and disorder quickly swept across the entire city, and showed a tendency to continue expanding. Black Reef Harbor City Center, near the city center of the council. A group of local militia wearing Black Reef Harbor uniforms and carrying Leopold rifles moved quickly through narrow alleys in a scattered but very orderly formation. Compared to ordinary line infantry, this group's coordination was incredibly flexible, mobile, and seamless. Whenever they encountered an intersection, several soldiers would voluntarily step out and advance separately. After confirming safety or clearing patrols and sentries, they would quickly return to their ranks, without making a sound throughout the entire process. Besides the fact that the Storm Division's commander-in-chief himself was a skirmisher, leading to widespread skirmish training throughout the army, another important factor was that the soldiers in the entire company came from the same region. More precisely, from the same factory. It was quite common in the Clovis army for most soldiers to come from the same area. Some units even deliberately used this method to ensure organizational discipline, the cost being that new officers, if not locals, might need to learn a dialect before taking office. Initially, the army primarily recruited from rural and remote provinces, but since the start of the war with the Empire, manpower became scarce, and even the outer city of Clovis was included. It was discovered that recruits who had worked in factories not only had lower expectations for pay and conditions, but also exhibited strong discipline, significantly shortening the training period. Marcus and his 1st Battalion, 2nd Line Private Company, became part of the then conscription-based Storm Division under these circumstances. Halt, a command, so faint it was difficult to hear even with focused attention, rang out from the front of the column. The advancing soldiers halted abruptly, instantly becoming alert. They instinctively began to spread out, raising their guns and scanning their surroundings. Company Commander Marcos, his right hand raised behind him and a slight frown, hid in the shadows of a wall. Watching the figures approaching from the opposite street, dozens of fully armed Black Reef Harbor militiamen dressed in the same uniforms as them. Although their reaction was swift, the group on the other side had still spotted them, and they too had alertly taken cover in the alleyway, observing from behind a wall. Beyond the alley entrance lay the central avenue of the city center, just a stone's throw from the council chamber. "What's going on?" Deputy Company Commander Alec, who is also Marcus's son-in-law, snicked up and asked nervously, "Didn't the skirmisher company say that the garrison in the city had all gone to the port? Then who are they? Maybe the same as us." Marcos was equally puzzled. "But that doesn't make sense. Our company was the first to set off. Could it be that another company was faster and got ahead of us? Could it be the skirmisher company, or the guard company?" Alec guessed. "Does our company know anyone there?" Marcos thought for a moment and shook his head regretfully. Just as the two were worrying about what to do, a deep, resonant voice came from the alleyway opposite. "Are you brothers from Black Reef Harbor?" After a moment's hesitation, Marcos and the deputy company commander exchanged a glance, then turned to look at the other side. "Yes, and you?" "We are too." The voice on the other side was very steady. "Which unit are you from?" Without thinking, Marcos blurted out, "Which unit are you from?" After he finished speaking, neither side spoke, waiting for the other to answer first. The empty street was deathly silent. Marcos understood, and he believed that the people on the other side certainly understood as well. But the problem was that he needed to get to the council as soon as possible, but once he rushed out of the alleyway, he was likely to be attacked by the other side, especially since both sides' identities were suspicious. Marcos dared not gamble on the possibility that the other side was an ally. So he chose another method. "Where are you going?" "We're going to the Parliament." The reply from the other side was still incredibly calm. "A messenger reported that Imperial assassins are preparing to attack near the Parliament. We're going to protect the council members." "What about you?" Marcos was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with his deputy commander. "We've received intelligence too, and we're on our way to the council. Since we all share the same goal, why don't you all go first?" The other side immediately interrupted. "The city is in chaos right now. We're willing to cover your retreat and protect the council members on your way to the council." No, please go first," Marcos replied immediately. "We're all guardians of Black Reef Harbor, no need to be so formal. You have more people, you go first." "No, please go first. You have fewer people, you're faster than us, speed is useless, combat effectiveness is paramount, you go first. Time is life at times like this, you all go first. Then how about we all go together, and no one needs to cover anyone else? How about that?" "Okay." Let's count to 3, 2, 1, and then act simultaneously. How about that? No problem, you go first. Okay, 3, 2, just as the other side was about to shout one, Marcos, suddenly remembering something, raised his hand to interrupt. Wait a minute, what's wrong? The voice on the other end finally sounded impatient. Nothing. I just suddenly wanted to ask a question. Marcus nervously licked his lips. Do you know who the highest-ranking person in the White Whale Harbor garrison is? This time, there was a long silence on the other end. A full half-minute passed before they spoke. Not entirely certain. Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach. Who else could it be but him? Why are you asking this? Nothing, Marcus said in a deep voice, while gesturing behind him. All right, let's do it again. This time we go first. Okay, ready. 3, 2, bang. Just as they were about to shout one, the Storm Division line infantry hiding in the alleyway pulled their triggers in unison. Chapter 566 Black Reef Harbor's Bargaining Chips. The blinding flashes of gunfire illuminated the narrow alleyway. Caught off guard, the Imperial cavalry, hiding at the other end of the street, were caught completely off guard, and several figures fell instantly in the front ranks. Simultaneously, the Storm Division line infantry, concealed in the alley, seized the opportunity to deploy, occupying the high ground on both sides and using the walls along the street as cover, setting up makeshift firing positions behind them. The Imperial cavalry, suppressed by the firepower, could only hide in the alleyway entrance, unable to move. Crowded into a single file, they couldn't form a proper formation, and their firepower was confined to the narrow muzzles. Only the very front few could return fire, while the rest could only wait in the rear. A cacophony of bullets clashing created a fierce symphony, and thick smoke billowed from the alleyways, completely enveloping the less than 10-meter wide road. In such a situation, simply rushing out of the alleyway and deploying into ranks would allow either side to instantly overwhelm the other with firepower. However, the moment they deployed in line, they would have to endure at least 2 to 3 volleys of gunfire. Given the width of the alley and the strength of both sides, this would result in at least half a platoon being killed or wounded. Therefore, both the smaller Storm Division Infantry Company and the bewildered Imperial Cavalry unanimously chose to hide in the alleyway and fire wildly at the other side, neither willing to be the first to charge out. One side forced its rifles to increase the rate of fire from the rear, while the other displayed skillful reloading techniques. Both sides spared no effort in unleashing their firepower at the other, with gunfire constantly erupting in the narrow street, the intensity comparable to a large-scale positional battle, the commotion audible throughout Black Reef Harbor. What's going on? Who are they fighting with? Alexei, clutching his left shoulder, asked instinctively, staring at the direction from which the gunfire was coming. He looked to his side, puzzled. Did the skirmisher company say the Black Reef port garrison was either on the outer perimeter or moving towards the port? Could it be that some retreating Black Reef port garrison was caught off guard? The 2nd Battalion commander beside him guessed wildly. The guard company sent intelligence earlier saying there was about a company, around 100 soldiers, inside the city. That number doesn't make sense. Listen to the noise. It's a company. Alexei was completely unconvinced. Don't even mention the Black Reef port garrison. I'd believe it even if you told me the Empire was attacking. Then, if it's not the city's garrison, who else could it be? Just as the two were lost in confusion, Alexei's expression suddenly changed as he considered a very likely outcome. Wait, could it really be the Empire attacking the city? If that were the case, given the current chaotic state of Black Reef Port, it would be impossible to organize any effective counterattack. Let alone the local garrison, already exhausted from a daytime battle and on the verge of running out of ammunition and supplies. How much fighting power could they possibly have? The vanguard, currently plotting to seize command of the garrison, simply couldn't spare any troops to defend the line. Besides, their mere 1,000-odd men scattered along the entire Black Reef Harbor defense line offered little to no defense. Furthermore, some garrison troops were plotting to seize the vanguard's warships. It was hard to say whether they intended to flee or defect. The former was certainly dire, the latter even more problematic, indicating that even Black Reef Harbor itself had lost the will to continue defending. Alexei, already in a terrible mood, now looked even more ashen. Black Reef Harbor was on the verge of collapse before he arrived, and it was still on the verge of collapse after he arrived, had he come for nothing. And to cooperate with the Commander-in-Chief's perfect plan, he had shot himself. To be honest, Alexei felt from the beginning that there was something very wrong with the plan, even if it was a fake assassination attempt. Wouldn't it have been easier to just wrap some red paint in a gauze? Was it really necessary to actually be injured to be safe? Alexei even had a nagging suspicion that the commander-in-chief might have anticipated this outcome, which was why he hadn't sent his adjutant, Karl Bain, or the prison warden, Fabian, along, treating him like a tool, just like he had been in the warehouse before. However, despite his malicious speculation, as the commander of the vanguard, second only to Anson in rank, Alexei certainly didn't forget his duties. After a moment of internal grumbling, he quickly made the most appropriate assessment for the current situation: depart immediately, to the council. Now, the 2nd Battalion commander was startled, but, according to the previous plan, shouldn't we first control the high ground and important roads within the city to ensure Black Reef Harbor doesn't riot? That was before. We can't worry about that now, Alexei interrupted bluntly. Whether it's the Imperials or the Black Reef Harbor garrison that opened fire, our operation has been completely exposed. No amount of concealment will help. In that case, let's control the council first. Yes, sir. Under the orders of the advance force commander, the 2nd Line Infantry Battalion, which had been scattered to control the city, began to regroup and advance towards the council in companies. To avoid encountering any uncontrollable accidents, they set fire to the sentry posts and roadblocks that had already been set up. Thus, as the newly arranged Clovis Line infantry advanced, streaks of fire and plumes of smoke began to spread throughout Black Lagoon, like a symbol, propelling the already chaotic city further down the path of hell. Black Lagoon Council, basement. The muffled, thunderous gunshots echoed intermittently through the thick ceiling and walls into the basement. A single kerosene lamp flickered dimly, its light illuminating the uncertain faces of the Black Lagoon councilors and officers, and their bodies, bound to their chairs. Amidst this whirling smoke, those who had held the upper hand just minutes before, poised to capture Captain Allendon alive, now found themselves handcuffed behind their backs, their ankles bound to chair legs. Arranged in 4 rows around the central table, each person half a meter apart from those around them, ensuring that even if they fell, they wouldn't touch anyone else. As for Councillor Pushwood, he was placed in Anson's original spot, his back to everyone else. His taut face betrayed no emotion. Only his deathly pale complexion and the slight trembling of his body betrayed the fear in his heart. He struggled to keep his eyes open, his pupils reflecting the kerosene lamp he had smashed earlier and a patch of darkness. In that darkness sat a figure, leisurely smoking a pipe, pointing an excessively large revolver at them all. No one spoke. Everyone feared that if they were the first to speak, the revolver with its hammer-cock would be pointed at them. In the deathly silence, time slipped away. After a long silence, Pushwood took a deep breath, swallowed, and looked into the shadows. Captain Allendon, hush, Anson, sitting in the darkness, abruptly interrupted him, raising his right dagger and pointing the long barrel of the gun overhead. Did you hear that? Pushwood froze, cold sweat trickling down his temples. I heard it. Do you know who's firing? The advance team. A flat sigh came from the darkness, accompanied by the sound of a revolver falling. Congressman Pushwood, and everyone here, I must say, I'm truly disappointed in you all. Anson suddenly raised his voice, instantly tightening the already tense atmosphere as everyone looked tremblingly at Captain Allendon, the man who had captured them all. When I came to discuss this with you all, I came with great sincerity and absolute trust. Without even bringing a single guard, the entire vanguard took great risks and marched a long distance to rescue Black Reef Harbor, and the result, with a cold snort, Anson shook his head. Is this how you treat your saviors? Faced with a question, Pushwood chose to remain silent, and the others also lowered their heads and said nothing. To be honest, while your initial decision was truly shocking, it wasn't entirely unnecessarily 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 unnecessarily, even that's not the most troublesome thing, once you open fire. How are the vanguard troops, especially the soldiers of White Whale Harbor, supposed to view Black Whale Harbor? How are they supposed to view the city they so fervently prepared to defend? As for the damage this action has done to the friendship between the Confederation and White Whale Harbor, and to the unity of the Imperial Resistance Front, I don't even want to say anything more. It's simply enough. Just as Anson was still rambling on, Pushwood suddenly interrupted. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The officers and councilmen present pursed their lips, staring at Pushwood's retreating figure with eyes that seemed to regard him as a dead man. But he didn't care, or rather, he knew very well that what determined their lives now was neither the revolver in Captain Allendon's hand, nor what they said, but rather what bargaining chips they could offer. Therefore, he was absolutely certain that the other party wouldn't fire, otherwise there would be no need to go through the trouble of tying them all to chairs. Captain Allendon, you've won, or rather, the advance force has won. We surrender. Pushwood took a deep breath, as if desperately trying to suppress his fear. Tell me, what do you want from us? What do we want? Anson shook his head helplessly. Congressman Pushwood, you still don't seem to understand. We, the advance force, are not here to take Black Lagoon from you, but to help you defend it. Of course, this seems somewhat different from your wishes, but I still believe our interests are aligned, to defeat the Empire, or rather, to defeat Colonial Superintendent Bernard Maruis. Otherwise, even if you escape to White Whale, the liberals of the New World will never have peace. However, your current actions have indeed created a rift in our mutual trust. Anson changed the subject. To avoid similar situations in future cooperation, the advance force needs to add another layer of insurance to the existing cooperation. Pushwood frowned. What insurance? It's simple. We want absolute control of the Black Lagoon garrison. Impossible, he said without hesitation. The Black Lagoon militia is the foundation of the liberals. We can't just hand them over to the vanguard. Although he changed his mind at the last minute, everyone present knew what he meant. Faced with Pushwood's resolute refusal, Anson, with a calm expression, said nothing, only silently raising the dagger in his right hand and pointing it above his head again. The threat was self-evident. Pushwood's lips twitched, his face extremely ugly. Handing them over directly to the vanguard is certainly not an option, but, he took a deep breath, desperately suppressing his inner pain. But if we could change the format, at least making it appear as if the vanguard and the council are jointly in charge, it wouldn't be impossible. Black Lagoon City, Central Avenue. The acrid smoke gradually dissipated, and a sudden encounter came to a temporary end. Relying on excellent teamwork and surprise attacks, Marcus and his line infantry company got off to a good start, suppressing the Imperial cavalry, who outnumbered them by half, and even inflicting nearly 20 casualties at one point. However, when the Imperial cavalry finally stopped holding the ground and began charging with volleys of gunfire, the tide of battle turned instantly. Leopold, with his high rate of fire but significantly lower power, struggled to utilize his shotguns and carbines at close range. Coupled with the disparity in raw strength, ordinary line infantrymen had no chance against elite Imperial cavalry, not to mention the presence of several gifted individuals in the opposing force. Marcus had no choice but to order a retreat, providing cover fire to prevent the enemy from pursuing. The Imperial cavalry clearly had no intention of continuing the fight, quickly retreating after driving Marcus and his men out of the alleyway and advancing rapidly towards the council. The two sides exchanged fire for nearly half an hour. While Marcus's company failed to completely halt the advance, they suffered minimal casualties and managed to relay enemy intelligence to surrounding units. But I still don't understand, how did you know they were Imperials? Just from one question, the deputy platoon leader couldn't help but ask, the highest-ranking person in the Storm Division, besides Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach. Is there anyone else? Faced with his son-in-law's question, Marcus could only sigh helplessly. First of all, don't tell anyone else about this. Secondly, are you serious? I just have some doubts. The deputy platoon leader quickly shook his head. You know, the Storm Division's earliest patron was Miss Sophia France, and now Miss Talia Auguste Rune is the Commander-in-Chief's fiancée, so, it's inevitable to have some doubts. Which of the two is really? Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion suddenly erupted in the dark night sky. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 The Fall. In an instant, the two men, startled and jolted, along with the entire company, looked up simultaneously. their eyes wide as they stared at the night sky above. Beneath the cloud-shrouded night, dozens, even hundreds, of shooting stars, trailing long, fiery tails, streaked across the dimly lit dome, like golden red waterfalls cascading down the heavens, bursting into countless fireworks on the horizon. Countless dazzling lights and magnificent pillars of fire appeared in their vision, awakening the previously slumbering Black Reef Harbor. All the sounds of gunfire, artillery, explosions, and arson paled in comparison to this spectacle. "My God," Marcus murmured, his voice trembling slightly. He had even forgotten the question his deputy platoon leader had just asked. A thought that had been difficult to ascertain resurfaced in his mind. Is the Empire really planning to attack the city tonight? It wasn't that he doubted the overall quality of the Imperial Army, but rather that the enemy's previous actions didn't seem like they were prepared for a night attack. Even if the enemy commander wanted to attack in such a rush, how much energy would the soldiers, exhausted after a day's work, have? And if they were prepared, that meant the enemy already knew the advance force would arrive, already knew their final attack would be defeated, already knew there would be an unexpected event tonight, and therefore planned to launch an attack at this time? Marcus wasn't sure, but he believed that if Chief of Staff Carl Bang were to present such a prophetic plan at a military conference, even the Commander-in-Chief, who was known for his wildly imaginative ideas, would likely find it unacceptable. The impact points are very concentrated. It shouldn't be a random, scattered barrage. The deputy company commander pulled out a monocular telescope from his pocket, observing the orange-red wall of fire rising slowly on the horizon and the billowing smoke. Without knowing the exact location, mortars couldn't possibly hit this accurately. They probably already found the coordinates when they breached the city during the day and set up temporary artillery positions very close by. Marcos glanced at the deputy company commander. This son-in-law was a forester for a country estate owner before joining the army. It was said that he not only knew how to train eagles but also had some knowledge of artillery. Unfortunately, artillery was an absolutely technical branch of the military in the Kingdom of Clovis, and without a degree, one wasn't even qualified to be a mortar handler. "Can you pinpoint the approximate location of the explosion?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw the deputy platoon leader's extremely grim expression and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What's wrong?" "And nothing. I'm not really sure either, but over there it seems," the deputy platoon leader, who had been perfectly normal just moments before, suddenly stammered. "It seems to be the port, and the place where the warships are docked." "Huh?" Marcus's eyes widened, and he stared intently at the distant flames, then wiped his eyes in disbelief with his sleeve. "Are you sure?" The deputy platoon leader opened his mouth, but no sound came out. However, he soon didn't need to be sure anymore. Just as the two were wondering what the Imperial Army outside the city was up to, the second round of shelling arrived as scheduled. And the bright red shell marks once again ripped through the night sky. The two dumbfounded men stared at the fireworks descending from the dome, their mouths agape. But this was not the end. There was a second round, a third round, a fourth round. The piercing shrieks that tore through the air resounded through the dome and shook the earth. Endless, just as Marcos and his men, disguised as locals, were completely dumbfounded. The real garrison of Black Reef Harbor was being plunged into hell of iron and fire under the sudden barrage of artillery fire. Shell after shell rained down, directly covering the entire port of Black Reef Harbor. Huge fireballs rose one after another from the ground, and the shock waves of the explosions ravaged the surrounding buildings. Because it was a port city, Black Reef Harbor was initially designed primarily for its resistance to wind and waves, or at least to minimize damage. No one had ever imagined that one day it would be fortunate enough to suffer such widespread artillery fire. Many houses disintegrated the moment the shells landed, rising into the sky with a thick smoke and flames. As for the 4 three-masted sailing ships targeted, they received special attention from the Imperial artillery. Shells rained down on them relentlessly, regardless of cost, even if it meant crashing into the sea to cover them from all sides. The warships anchored in the harbor became stationary targets, burning fiercely in the already boiling water. Under normal circumstances, warships facing shore artillery attacks should immediately weigh anchor, maneuver to escape the shore artillery's line of fire, try to return fire from the enemy's blind spots, or simply retreat. The problem was that there wasn't a single sailor on the 4 warships. So when the Black Reef Harbor garrison finally arrived, they didn't see warships, but 4 enormous torches. The flames, propelled by the mainmast, reached an astonishing height of nearly 20 meters, dazzlingly bright on the dark sea. When the Black Reef Harbor garrison, having failed negotiations, prepared to storm the 4 torch ships with a large amount of supplies. They were met with a first round of shelling. Before they even reached the harbor, a massive fireball exploded before their eyes, the scorching blast carrying countless pebbles and debris rushing straight into the crowded streets and alleys. The earth-shaking roar and countless screams of terror filled the air. Seeing the supply wagons blown into the sky and the billowing smoke, the militia leader, thinking they had been discovered and were being fired upon by the Clovis on the warships, immediately ordered his men to take cover. Then, they were astonished to see shells raining down from the sky. Under the bright flames, the continuous roaring hammered at their hearts like iron hammers. Caught off guard, they were horrified to find themselves surrounded by smoke and fire, the entire harbor exploding everywhere, and they were like ants on a hot plate, literally. Everyone screamed, everyone fled, wept in terror, dropped their weapons in a disarray, and retreated haphazardly towards the council. The Black Reef Harbor garrison was completely out of control. The problem was that they weren't traveling light. They were carrying a large amount of supplies, intending to seize a ship and escape. The supply wagons, lined up one after another, blocked their retreat, while cannonballs continued to rain down from above. Accompanied by constant explosions, the fleeing soldiers were engulfed in flames, torn apart by shells, and thrown away by blast waves. The combined casualties from the Imperial Army's bombardment of Black Reef Harbor for over 10 days were less than what was happening now. The Black Reef Harbor garrison, with nowhere to hide, saw their death toll rise rapidly every second. Fire. Fire away, fire to your heart's content. Watching the brilliant flames slowly rise over the harbor of Black Reef Harbor, Bernard Morvis revealed a rare, unrestrained smile, a grotesque and twisted expression that sent chills down the spines of the officers around him. Such a satisfying and exhilarating crushing of the enemy, such a relentless barrage of artillery fire. It had been a long time since I'd experienced anything like this. Due to the unique terrain of Black Reef Harbor, the Empire's greatest advantages, artillery and cavalry, were completely rendered meaningless. After all, in siege warfare, especially with the enemy's defenses built on hills, cavalry charging at an angle was practically sitting ducks. Keep in mind that those who could join the Empire's cavalry, even if not nobles, were wealthy landowners or rich farmers. Even if Bernard gave the order, they wouldn't necessarily be willing to die. The same applied to artillery. Against well-prepared fortifications enhanced by terrain, blanket artillery fire, aside from its sheer scale, caused virtually no damage. Even if it forced the enemy to surrender, the number of shells fired would be astronomical. Furthermore, this was the New World, a new world where manufacturing and military industries were practically non-existent. Crucial weapons and equipment had to be supplied domestically. Even selling the entire Black Reef Harbor wouldn't cover a fraction of the cost. Therefore, whether it was suppressing the rebellion in Sailing City or seizing Grey Dove Castle, Bernard had always exercised great restraint, avoiding the necessity of using artillery fire as much as possible, mainly using it as a means to intimidate the enemy, and it had indeed been very effective. But this time, in order to eliminate some enemies he particularly disliked, he finally stopped being stingy, gathering all his artillery fire to bombard Black Lagoon for 15 minutes, until 4 warships were sunk. He wanted to completely destroy the last hope of escape for Black Lagoon, ensuring that neither the vanguard nor the self-proclaimed liberal traitors could escape the city he had heavily besieged, and that they would all perish in the chaos of the night. In this way, he wouldn't have to deploy a single soldier, except for the cavalry responsible for creating chaos. Just a few tons of cannonballs would have made them kill each other, and Black Lagoon, plunged into chaos, would eventually beg him to occupy it and maintain order within the city. But such a large-scale bombardment, isn't it still too wasteful? His gaze fixed on the distant, smoke-filled sponge, the messenger said worriedly, I know you must have already planned this, but tonight's bombardment alone has already depleted nearly a quarter of our reserves. What if the traitors in White Whale Harbor and the colonies really amass troops to rescue Black Lagoon, and the advance scouts of reinforcements have already arrived? Indeed. If the enemy really amasses a large force and marches on Black Lagoon immediately, given our current logistical situation, it seems there's really no better option than retreat. Bernard was well aware of the messenger's concerns, and this was his biggest headache. In the past, when he was chief of the general staff, his job was simply to organize the collected information and formulate operational plans. The latter remained in the rear, maintaining stability for the commander-in-chief at headquarters. Now, having been appointed by His Majesty as the colonial governor, He seemingly has all military and political power under his command. In reality, he's just a puppet pushed out to take the blame. He dares not make a move against anyone except the incompetent, and he can't afford to offend anyone but himself. Under these circumstances, the logistics of his army are essentially a shell. How much supplies ordinary soldiers receive depends mainly on the power of their direct superiors, and secondarily on whether the wealthy merchants who resell military supplies have any leftovers or unsold goods. Of course, the colonial governor can't really complain about this, because he himself is part of the military supply reseller gang, not entirely out of greed, but because he strongly suspects that the unexpected and tragic death of the previous commander of the suppression army was likely related to his refusal to collude. In this environment of shared wealth, the Imperial Army besieging Black Reef Harbor initially managed to maintain their sustenance through looting and plundering, but recently they've increasingly resorted to animal husbandry. Almost everything growing from the ground around the battlefield has been brutally slaughtered. But, will the Clovis really come to Black Lagoon's aid? Bernard sneered. Once Black Lagoon falls, coupled with this scorched earth policy implemented by those traitors, the entire colony will have virtually no place to supply it except for this city. You must understand, this is the new world. Maintaining supplies for thousands, even tens of thousands of troops, cannot be done solely through rear-line transport. The cost would be outrageously high, unless they want to watch hundreds or thousands of soldiers freeze, starve, or die of disease in the wilderness. They will never come to Black Lagoon's aid when it is about to fall. As for the so-called vanguard, they are probably just expendable pawns thrown out by Anson Bach, their purpose being nothing more than to hold out Black Lagoon a little longer, buying time for the defensive lines he is building around Red Hand Bay. But he would never have imagined that the expendable pawns he sent to rescue Black Lagoon would become the key to the city's fall. Bernard was now extremely smug, even having the illusion that Anson Bach was kneeling before him, admitting his inferiority. The messenger, watching the Grand Chancellor's triumphant demeanor, silently swallowed the thought, if the vanguard hadn't appeared, Black Reef Harbor might have already fallen during the day. With the artillery barrage, Black Reef Harbor was completely engulfed in flames, transforming the already chaotic city into a burning inferno. In the harbor, the city's remaining defenders perished in the inferno, along with mountains of supplies, and the movable and immovable property certificates of councilors and officers, all reduced to ashes in the raging fire. In the residential areas and city center, the vanguard, stunned by the artillery barrage, continued to rapidly assemble. They sought to control the council while minimizing the impact of the chaos on the city. On the town's outskirts, Imperial cavalry, disguised as Black Reef Harbor militia, continued their advance towards the council, simultaneously creating chaos in the surrounding area to slow the vanguard's assembly, attempting to seize control of the council before the Storm Division could. Bernard Morvis didn't care about any of that. His only concern was the movement of the main militia force holding the Black Lagoon defenses. At 10:30, 15 minutes after the shelling ended, nearly 1,000 militiamen stationed on the right flank sounded the rallying cry and marched towards the chaotic city. Almost simultaneously, the garrisons on all the other lines began assembling their troops to quell the unrest and hunt down the legendary Imperial assassins. The fall of Black Lagoon was imminent. Chapter 568 Untying. Black Reef Harbor, in the city center. Under the choking billows of black smoke, the battalion commander of the Imperial Cuirassier Battalion raised his monocular telescope, using the starlight and firelight to watch the figures steadily advancing towards the town from the direction of the city gate. Even though the figures were indistinguishable in the darkness, there were already no fewer than 2,000 visible, and they had already broken through the barrier set up by the Imperial cavalry at the city gate, surging into the chaotic city like a flood. Pass down the order, have everyone prepare. He turned his head expressionlessly to the Hussar commander, who was temporarily serving as his deputy. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll have to retreat soon. Retreat? We're leaving already? The Hussar commander was startled, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Why? I mean, didn't Lord Bernard's order require us to storm the council and capture the councilors and officers of Black Lagoon? First of all, not this time, but soon the Cuirassier battalion commander glanced at him sharply, his pupils shrinking, and said expressionlessly, secondly, our most important task is to create turmoil and chaos within Black Lagoon, to disrupt the enemy's order as much as possible. Once that's done, the mission is complete. As for the traitors of Black Lagoon, their lives or deaths won't make much of a difference. The conflict between Black Lagoon and the Vanguard has now fully erupted, and no one can easily reverse it. But this is, after all, The order from the colonial superintendent, the hussar commander, was still somewhat worried, his expression uneasy. Such blatant disobedience to military orders, won't that? Don't worry, nothing will happen, the cuirassier commander replied without turning his head, a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm playing at the corner of his mouth. I can even bet you that when we get back, that Grand Minister won't say a word. He might even reward us for our quick reflexes, preventing even greater losses. Why is that? You shouldn't ask why, you should ask why, then, why? Because we are the only army in the entire suppression force that will execute his orders without question. The cuirassier commander put away his binoculars, his gaze sweeping once more over the Black Reef Harbor garrison that had already entered the city. The booming footsteps were getting closer and closer. In 10 minutes, their vanguard would spot them. This was not good news. The vanguard of the Clovis was almost in control of the council. If they couldn't evacuate Black Reef Harbor soon, they would be caught on the middle. And if the existence of the Imperial assassin was confirmed, the plan to incite conflict between the two sides would fail. How is the cleanup force doing? Have they shaken off the Clovis? Not yet, the hussar commander, careful with his words, said nervously. The skirmishers they sent are sticking tight, our men can't shake them off, then wait another 10 minutes. If it still doesn't work, signal for cover. If necessary, allow them to reveal their location. The cuirassier battalion commander glanced at him again, also, emphasizing not yet in this context is completely unnecessary. Yes, the hussar commander, caught off guard, could only nod in agreement, saluting the retreating figure before leaving. Thank you for the reminder, Sir Satyr. Just as the Imperial cavalry, having failed in their attempt to raid the council and relentlessly pursued by the Storm Division's skirmisher and guard companies, were planning their escape, the Black Reef Harbor garrison, rushing back to defend, simultaneously entered the city from three sides. The Imperial cavalry on the city walls, sensing the sheer number of the enemy, dared not obstruct them, allowing the garrison to pass through the city gates without firing a single shot. Amidst the chaotic footsteps, the tense Black Reef Harbor militiamen huddled together, forming four somewhat irregular columns on the not-so-wide street, jogging as they suppressed the riots and advanced towards the council. Opposite them, the assembled vanguard had successfully taken control of the council, along with its surrounding streets and buildings. The line infantry, now dressed in Clovis uniforms, deployed their defensive formations around the square, ready for a standoff. Due to the perfect plan of a certain commander-in-chief, the line infantry had not set up any defensive structures, roadblocks, chevaux de frise, foxholes. Only rows of line infantry and two hollow squares, totaling less than 1,000, stood in the way of the Black Reef garrison. Despite this, compared to the friendly Storm Division soldiers, they remained remarkably calm. After the White Whale Harbor incident, the Battle of Long Lake, and the Winter Torch riots, the entire Legion had a completely different understanding of the term rabble than it had in the Han lands. To exaggerate, even if they faced a company of Imperial troops, they wouldn't dare be as relaxed as they were now. Except for Lieutenant Colonel Alexei himself, the vanguard commander, even with everyone around him seemingly calm, he remained tense, watching his allies draw ever closer. The situation had already far exceeded the perfect plan of that commander-in-chief. According to their initial plan, Anson would be responsible for negotiating with the Black Lagoon Council. If an agreement was reached, the crisis would be resolved. If not, or if something unexpected happened, he, as the commander-in-chief, would use the pretext of a failed attack to launch a surprise attack on the council, interrupting the negotiations and forcing the council to temporarily hand over command of the army to them. As for whether the other side would secretly rebel, well, judging by the timeline, the main force would arrive at the latest in a week, and the two were confident they could withstand the pressure for a week. But no one expected that the garrison of Black Lagoon would try to escape, and even more unexpectedly, the Empire actually sent a group of assassins to attack the council. According to Company Commander Marcus's report, the enemy was quite powerful. Not only could they break through the line infantry's all-around fire blockade head-on, but they even escaped the pursuit of the guard company. Because of this, Miss Lisa bit through 2 licorice sticks and half a dozen cans of food before she could barely calm down. With this kind of strength, if they found out that the commander-in-chief was in Black Lagoon, Alexei didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Halt! A hoarse shout rang out as the Black Reef Harbor garrison split into 3 columns, appearing around the council chamber to confront the advance force. The first rank of soldiers on both sides were only 10 meters apart. the distance of a single charge, right hands pressed against weapon triggers, gleaming bayonets flashing beneath their muzzles, glaring at each other. A single movement, a single sound, a single gesture, could be the signal to attack. Perhaps because of his shoulder wound, Alexei felt a slight twitch in his cheek, and nervously glanced at the council chamber doors behind him. Commander-in-Chief, how much longer would it take him to deal with those counselors? If this continued, the enemy might break down. 10 minutes, in the dimly lit basement, Anson's voice, like hot lead bullets, struck the hearts of the Black Lagoon officers and counselors. I'll give you 10 more minutes to make a decision. Either hand over command of the army to the advance force, or let the 50,000 Black Lagoon residents outside know that you intend to abandon them and flee alone. In the oppressive atmosphere, a chill ran down the spines of the furrowed brows of the crowd, and they all shuddered. Pushwood, bound to a chair, stared at the figure in the shadows, involuntarily clenching his fists. He suddenly had a strange feeling that the man outside who claimed to be the commander-in-chief of the advance force was just a puppet, and that the young man before him was the real Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Yudukovsky. Slightly regaining his senses from his daze, Pushwood coughed twice. Ahem, Captain Allen. If you're still planning to offer some kind of at least nominally price, you can shut up to save your time, Anson interrupted rudely, completely abandoning his initial gentleness. Negotiations are based on sincerity, and your betrayals have sold out our mutual trust, so, now is the time for you to show your sincerity. As he spoke, he pulled a pocket watch from his pocket, snapped the cover open, and showed the dial to everyone. You have 8 minutes. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look Anson in the eye. Pushwood's face was extremely grim. In that case, why do you still need to ask for our opinions? Pushwood gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, anyway, we're already your hostages. Just use us to force the Black Lagoon garrison. They'll have no choice but to agree, because of unity, Anson answered. Unity. While you may not care, unity is crucial for the Confederation, for the entire United Front. Otherwise, let alone defeating the Empire, even maintaining the status quo is a pipe dream. You, the commander-in-chief of White Whale Harbor, does he really believe he can defeat the Empire? Of course, and the Free Confederation will eventually be free, and must be free. Anson raised his voice slightly. Independence or annihilation, there is no other way, not just for you, but for us too. 5 minutes left. You really think Black Lagoon can hold out? Pushwood still couldn't believe it. We've held out for over 10 days. The entire city is out of ammunition and food. What's the point of holding out for another day or two? Where are the reinforcements? When will they arrive? The reinforcements will come, and soon. Anson remained calm, but the prerequisite for the reinforcements to hold Black Lagoon is that the city hasn't fallen. Otherwise, even if they arrive as promised, reinforcements without a foothold will be unable to contend with the well-prepared Imperial Army. 3 minutes. Pushwood fell silent. Time ticked by. 10 minutes later. Anson put away his pocket watch, and just as he closed the case, a heavy knocking sounded on the basement door. Knock knock knock. Everyone shuddered and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Come in, Anson said expressionlessly, putting the pocket watch back into his jacket pocket. The tightly closed door was pushed open again, and the person who appeared was Marcus, the company commander of the 2nd Battalion's private company. As soon as he entered, he was startled by the scene before him. 4 guards lying on the ground, their lives uncertain, a group of counselors and officers tied to chairs and unable to move, a conference room in complete disarray, and the commander-in-chief sitting in the lamplight, holding a revolver pointed at everyone. But the situation left him no time to be surprised. Just as Marcus was about to step forward, Anson spoke again. Halt. Yes, sir. Although he didn't know what had happened, Marcus still obeyed the order decisively. Speak. What is it? Anson said coldly. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei specifically sent you, Company Commander Marcos, to inform me, and even interrupted such an important meeting. There must be something extremely serious happening. Although he added a title and honorifics, Captain Endowed still spoke in a condescending tone. At least that's how Pushwood saw it. Marcos didn't think much of it and obediently repeated what Alexei had instructed him to say. Imperial assassins attempted to attack the lieutenant colonel but failed. Enraged, they shelled the port. All 4 warships and the port were destroyed. Fortunately, the advance force had already evacuated, and there were no casualties. Over. What did you say? The ship sank. The Empire shelled the port. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell in the cramped basement. The people who had just managed to remain somewhat composed completely lost their composure. Anson's pupils contracted slightly, but fortunately, he concealed the change in his expression with his pipe and the shadows, quickly regaining his composure. He said calmly, "I understand. Is there anything else?" There's one more small matter," Marcus quickly added, "because the Empire bombarded the port and sent assassins to set fires and attack innocent civilians in the city. The Black Reef Port Militia, who were originally stationed along the outer defense line, have all entered the city to cooperate with the vanguard and suppress the unrest. Currently, after consultation and recommendations from the militia's lower-ranking commanders, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, who holds the highest rank and is also the commander-in-chief of the vanguard, has been appointed as the commander-in-chief, but Lieutenant Colonel Alexei stated that this matter still requires the approval of the council. So he sent me to inquire whether the council could temporarily grant permission." As soon as he finished speaking, Pushwood's face turned deathly pale. His only hope of escape vanished, his greatest trump card had become someone else's, and even he himself had been taken hostage. Even if the advance force killed them all, they could simply pin the blame on the Empire and take over Black Lagoon without any problem. He had lost. He, and the entire Black Lagoon Council, had lost completely. Bang! 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 The muzzle of his gun tapped lightly on the armrest of the chair. Anson, expressionless, slowly rose and walked with the composure of a victor towards Councillor Pushwood, who was bound to the chair. He stopped 3 steps away from him with great humility, placed his hands behind his back, and leaned forward slightly. "Councillor Pushwood, may I untie you?" Chapter 569. Anson's sincerity. Pushwood, or rather, the Black Lagoon Council, finally yielded. Not only because their retreat was cut off and they were all captured, but also because the strength displayed by the advance force instilled a deep-seated fear in them. A mere few hundred soldiers, under duress, had broken through their carefully laid blockade, easily repelling the garrison attempting to seize the warship, and taking control of most of Black Lagoon, including the council, before the main force of the Black Lagoon militia could return to defend it. Controlling the council proved that even taking Black Lagoon would be easy for them. In fact, when Pushwood stepped out of the council's basement and saw the advance force and the Black Lagoon militia facing off, he already knew that Captain Allen had lied. They hadn't gained the garrison's approval. Even so, he still managed to persuade the others in the council to grant the advance force full command and control of the defensive line. The reason was simple: to live or to die, that is the question. The fact that the advance party, or rather Captain Allen, dared to lie was essentially drawing a line. Acknowledging the advance party's leadership over Black Lagoon meant there was still room for cooperation. Not acknowledging it meant death. The Black Lagoon militia present would die, the councillors and officers held hostage in the basement would die, many unsuspecting militiamen would die, and Pushwood would be the first to die. And he would die a horrible death. Under such blatant coercion, Pushwood had no choice, or at least he didn't think he had any. Anson finally got his hands on the Black Lagoon army, the fortifications, and all the city's supplies, but although I know Black Lagoon is almost out of ammunition and supplies, but isn't this a bit too drastic? Looking at the pile of densely packed, illegible ledgers sent by the councillors, Alexei was so desperate that he even considered shooting himself. According to official records, Black Lagoon currently has a population of just over 50,000. This only includes the city and its surrounding villages. The total population of the entire Black Lagoon colony is roughly 4 times that number. With such a large population, how many troops do they have? 7,000. This isn't due to Black Lagoon's actual militarism, but rather the result of a scorched earth policy combined with the Empire's siege. A large influx of able-bodied men, along with supplies, flooded the already crowded city, while simultaneously facing immense pressure to defend it. Naturally, Black Lagoon would cram these surplus laborers into the garrison to strengthen its defenses. As for whether the influx of new recruits would cause a decline in the garrison's combat effectiveness. Firstly, weapons in the New World aren't weapons, but rather necessities. Any immigrant or colonist living a normal life would certainly use them to some extent. And since they don't exist in the real world, there's no risk of decline. Summoning an army of 7,000 men overnight, coupled with the formidable defenses created by Black Lagoon's unique geography, did give them a temporary advantage against the Empire, but the cost was extremely high, rapidly depleting resources. Maintaining the morale and combat effectiveness of an army is a subject of much debate, so complex that many viewpoints contradict each other or are even seriously opposed. However, there is one aspect on which everyone can agree, that is, at least a certain amount, at least the most basic supplies, must be maintained. The Black Reef Harbor Militia, which originally had only 3,000 soldiers, suddenly doubled in size, and its consumption of supplies naturally doubled as well. In addition, there was the increase in the number of displaced people due to the war, and the losses in consumption suffered in resisting the repeated attacks of the Empire. In just over 10 days, the supply reserves had long been depleted. The rations can only last the whole city for 3 days, and the ammunition can only last for one battle. We're literally out of ammunition and food, Alexei, his left shoulder bandaged, rolled his eyes and twitched slightly as he tossed the ledger onto the table. No wonder these bastards handed over power so readily, without the slightest hesitation, because we're really doomed. If the port hadn't been destroyed by the Empire and the 4 pirate ships were still there, Alexei thought he could still find a way to defend the city by sea. But now, in this desperate situation, he couldn't think of any way to hold out. There's no need to despair. Our supplies are almost gone, but that doesn't mean Black Reef Harbor is truly without a single loaf of bread. If we conserve our ammunition, we can easily hold out for 2 more battles, Anson reassured him. For example, I've heard of a fortress where the defenders held out for a full 28 days without ammunition or food, until it was captured by some unexpected event, but this isn't a fortress, it's a city of tens of thousands. Alexei took a deep breath, trying to calm his despair. Reinforcements won't arrive for at least another week, and the Imperial army outside the city could attack at any moment. What should we do? Simple, Anson shrugged. Just tell the Empire not to attack, right? Looking at Captain Allendon's nonchalant attitude, Alexei felt his shoulder ache even more. Then tell me, how can we prevent the Empire from attacking? Now is the perfect time to attack us. If I were Bernard Maruis, this is exactly what I would think, so we need to make them think differently, make them feel that it would be more advantageous to temporarily abandon the attack and use other means. Anson's eyes darted around as he gave his answer. For example, negotiation. Negotiation. Alexei scratched his head in confusion. Anson's lips curled slightly upward. After last night's turmoil, the Imperials may not yet be fully aware that Black Reef Harbor has changed hands. We need to inform them of this information, and incidentally, show some goodwill to demonstrate our sincerity. Then they'll abandon their offensive and turn to negotiate with us. Alexei's face was full of disbelief. Bernard Morvis isn't a fool. He's quite cautious and understands the Storm Division's consistent style quite well. That's your own words. Exactly. So we must show more goodwill, or rather, offer more substantial bargaining chips, to make them lower their guard slightly. Anson agreed. Therefore, the negotiators we send must be very influential. Convincing them that the advance force has already taken control of Black Reef Harbor, while also convincing them that the Clovis intend to abandon Black Reef Harbor, are very satisfied with the area they've already controlled, and are willing to share the New World with the Empire. So, the plan is to feign weakness, giving the other side the illusion that they can take Black Reef Harbor without bloodshed. Alexei nodded knowingly. But if we're going to negotiate, who should we send? Alexei hesitated. You're Captain Allendon now, but our entire Storm Division officer corps was present during the negotiations with Hantu. Bernard definitely remembers who you and I are, so, he trailed off. Looking at the still smiling commander-in-chief, Alexei's expression stiffened. He suddenly remembered something, glanced at the wound on his left shoulder, and let out a heavy sigh. So, this was your plan from the beginning, wasn't it? Not entirely, more like meticulous planning. Anson adopted an innocent yet smug expression, spreading his hands. After all, my plan was perfect. Outside Black Reef Harbor, at the Imperial siege position, a small reception was being held solemnly at headquarters. Although the siege of Black Lagoon had been progressing poorly for the past 10 days, and even the colonial superintendent's confident night raid had ultimately fallen through, trade in human resources and logistical supplies, aside from the battlefield, was thriving and even showing signs of growing stronger. To thank his trading partners and boost morale, Bernard still managed to put together a modest banquet within his means, inviting high-ranking officers from the army and representatives of the Colonial Chamber of Commerce who had come from the rear. The officers, specially dressed in military uniforms, adorned with sashes and various medals, and having wiped the blood from their armor and boots, entered the brightly lit tent amidst the respectful salutes of the guards, dancing and toasting with graceful ladies. The deep purple red wine, the rich, dark rum, the shimmering gold mead, paired with sizzling pan-fried sausages, delicately sweet and colorful macarons, a dazzling array of nuts, and colonial-style seafood. It's hard to imagine that the Imperial Army besieging Black Reef Harbor is currently suffering from severe shortages of supplies. Stepping outside the tents, one can easily spot emaciated soldiers, who haven't received adequate supplies for days, dragging their weary bodies as they repair fortifications. Occasionally, someone collapses from malnutrition, contaminated water, or unclean food. As for the vassal troops who voluntarily surrendered, they received no supplies whatsoever, forced to forage in the wilderness and forced into hard labor, hoping one day to secure a stable job in a manor or mine in Salestown. Of course, the partygoers are completely oblivious to all this. In their eyes, the war is already won, and their only concern is how to sell Black Reef Harbor for a good price after the victory. Black Reef Harbor, now under a scorched earth policy, had wiped out its loyalists in its desperate resistance against the imperial invasion, leaving only traitors who called themselves liberals. After the city fell, these people would be either shot or beheaded. Their property, even the entire Black Reef Harbor's real estate, the port, houses, mines, farms, taverns, workshops, livestock, forests, rivers, and lakes, would be divided among those present. A group of old nobles fell, and a new group rose. This was roughly the common perception of war in the minds of the Imperials. This banquet was merely a prelude to the impending revelry. Looking at the boisterous scene in the hall, Bernard Morvis was far from happy. As the host of the banquet, after awarding medals to Sir Sato, the commander of the Cuirassier Battalion, and a large group of officers who had carried out a surprise attack the previous night, he had taken a glass of rum, retreated to a corner of the banquet hall, and silently smoked his pipe, observing coldly. Bernard wasn't particularly concerned that his plan to inflict mutual slaughter on the advance party and the Black Lagoon garrison hadn't been fully implemented. After all, he had cut off the enemy's retreat, and Black Lagoon, running out of ammunition and supplies, would surrender tomorrow or the day after, so there was no need to rush. The real danger lay in the cavalry's attitude. Without any orders, they had decisively disobeyed orders for self-preservation. This meant that even the most loyal cavalrymen had realized that they, as the Grand Secretary of the colony, received no support from the homeland and were merely puppets thrown out to take the blame. This was extremely dangerous. Apart from Ed Levant, who had already been sent as an envoy to the 3 North Sea kingdoms, Bernard had no real power or allies in the New World. If even the consistently loyal cavalrymen began to feign compliance, he would be truly isolated. Even knowing they were acting intentionally, Bernard couldn't punish them. He even had to reward them, promising various preferential conditions to keep the cavalrymen at least outwardly loyal. Thinking of all this, Bernard's previously relatively good mood instantly turned gloomy. His last hope now was to end the Battle of Black Lagoon as soon as possible, and at the same time, for Ed Levant to persuade the 3 North Sea nations to attack the Clovis colony from the east, coordinating with his two-pronged attack to completely destroy that so-called Free Confederation and that damned Storm Division. Victory, only victory could completely reverse the current unfavorable situation, win over and bribe officers, suppress the Colonial Council's conspiracy to rebel against him, and at the same time gain support from the homeland and the Emperor's favor. No other means could solve these problems except victory. "My lord, why are you sitting here?" a familiar exclamation rang in his ears. A bleary-eyed Bernard turned his head and found the messenger had somehow appeared beside him. "The banquet isn't over yet. Those officials are looking everywhere for you. They're practically frantic." "Frantic? They're afraid that without me as the scapegoat, they won't be able to explain things to the mainland, aren't they?" Bernard scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. "Tell me, what do they want? Is it a dispute over the distribution of spoils, or are they planning to preemptively acquire land in Black Reef Harbor, reserving those properties they've set their sights on?" In Bernard's eyes, those bastards would only remember he was the colonial superintendent for such matters. Without his endorsement, they couldn't legitimately seize other people's property. "No. It's not about a dispute over spoils, it's because..." The messenger's face flushed with anxiety. He glanced around before cautiously whispering a few words into the drunken Bernard's ear. 2 minutes later, a heart-wrenching cry of alarm rang out from the brightly lit camp. "What? The commander-in-chief of the vanguard is coming to our camp in person to negotiate, and he's already here." Chapter 570 Reconciliation? When Bernard saw Alexei, the commander-in-chief of the vanguard, enter the tent escorted by 2 cuirassiers, he was completely stunned, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. In Bernard's mind, the Storm Division were extremely cautious men, never taking the slightest risk unless absolutely necessary. The most crucial battles of the entire Hantu War were against the Storm Division, yet the Imperial Expeditionary Force had almost no recollection of this conscripted army of Clovis, a situation best exemplified by the persistent feeling that they had been defeated by the Hantu. This style was also something Bernard admired, impulsive, not relying on so-called battlefield instincts, but acting on meticulous planning and rational judgment. Engaging such an enemy had a true game of strategy, elevating war from mere killing and plunder to an art form. So, what gave this commander-in-chief such immense courage, making him think he wouldn't simply seize people and launch a surprise attack on Black Reef Harbor? Not only was Bernard baffled by this question, but Alexei himself was also desperate for an answer. He was terrified. Feeling the countless gazes directed at him, Alexei, his left shoulder bandaged, was drenched in cold sweat. Beneath his nonchalant facade, his heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap from his throat. Wasn't it supposed to be that the Imperial Army was demoralized and in low spirits after their recent setback? This looked more like a victory celebration was being prepared, and a full-scale siege was imminent. Alexei's mind raced. He was already trying to find an escape route out of the corner of his eye. But as the highest-ranking officer in Black Reef Harbor and the commander-in-chief of the vanguard, on the surface, he forced himself to remain calm, deciding to observe the situation first before deciding whether to negotiate or flee. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Alexei, feigning composure, coughed lightly and announced loudly, "Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Dukashki, commander of the 1st Line Infantry Regiment of the Storm Division, on behalf of the Commander-in-Chief of the Storm Division, the Supreme Council of the Free Confederation, and the Black Reef Harbor Autonomous Council, extends sincere greetings to Lord Bernard Maruis, the Grand Superintendent of the Imperial Colony." As he finished speaking, Alexei stepped forward with a measured half-step, his right hand behind his back, and bowed to the Grand Superintendent seated at the head of the banquet, in standard Imperial etiquette. Bernard, as if waking from a dream, took a deep breath and rose somewhat awkwardly. "Thank you for the Commander-in-Chief's concern, and I wish him good health and the protection of the Ring of Order." He then hastily bowed to the crowd before returning to his seat. Alexei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Noticing the strange expressions on the faces of the officers and Chamber of Commerce representatives around him, Bernard finally realized the other party was just an ordinary lieutenant colonel. While he was a minister of the imperial court, there was no reason for him to return the greeting. But since he had already made the decision, he couldn't back out. Bernard could only pretend everything was normal and casually meet Alexei's gaze. "Lieutenant Colonel, I've heard that your side intends to negotiate with us." "Indeed." Alexei deliberately raised his voice. Following someone's perfect plan, to maintain control of the conversation and ensure his voice clearly reached everyone present, the current state of war in the New World is clear. The Empire firmly controls Sailing City and has Grey Dove Castle as its forward base. Black Reef Harbor, as a colonial port near the west, cannot escape the pincer attack of these two major colonies. In addition, the siege over the past 10 days has fully demonstrated the strength of your army. The fall of Black Reef Harbor is only a matter of time. Therefore, we believe that continuing the siege is meaningless. It would be better to end this war, which benefits neither side, in a more civilized way. This well-reasoned and compelling flattery, coupled with Alexei's feigned weakness due to his wounded left arm, greatly pleased everyone present. They were convinced of the Imperial Army's invincibility and nodded in agreement. Only Sir Satyr, the commander of the cuirassiers, narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Alexei's bandaged left shoulder. Based on their recollections from last night, they shouldn't have been able to injure the vanguard commander, so how did he get this wound? A more civilized way, Bernard scoffed, unconvinced by the sincerity the other party had shown. Interfering in the Empire's internal affairs, participating in colonial rebellions, and even supporting forces within them. Is this what you call civilization? We are waging a war, Lord Bernard Maruis, Alexei retorted, his heart pounding even faster. When the Empire attacked Thunderberg in winter, it didn't give any suitable reason, abruptly cutting off the vital transportation arteries of central Clovis, nearly causing the loss of half the kingdom. But this is war. War aims to maximize one's own interests, and on this basis, both sides adhere to certain principles, avoiding things that are meaningless or even detrimental to each other. I don't need to remind you of what happened in Iser and Hantu, do I? As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Bernard in the main seat. Looking at those pairs of eyes filled with curious curiosity, he could only force a smile, suppressing a slight twitch in his face. "Alexei Yudukishki, you bastard. I originally thought that the store masters only had one scoundrel, Anson Bach, but now it seems that I really underestimated them. These Clovis peasants are actually full of talent. Then may I ask, or rather, what conditions does Black Reef Harbor intend to offer in exchange for our goodwill?" Bernard, his anger barely contained, suppressed his resentment and said in a slightly sarcastic tone, "If the Imperial Army lifts the blockade and allows the people of Black Reef Harbor to evacuate, leaving us only an empty city, then please leave." Alexei smiled calmly, his expression serene, or rather, stiff, and took another half-step forward, ignoring the cuirassiers behind and to either side of him with their hands on their sword hilts. "Of course not. Black Reef Harbor is yours, and its 50,000 inhabitants and its wealth are all yours. I swear to you in the name of Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach that the vanguard will not touch a single blade of grass in the city. Everything will await your arrival to be taken. Then we only need your army to open a path so that the liberals of Black Reef Harbor can leave safely, escorted by the local militia and the vanguard. That's all." Alexei, resting his hand on his left shoulder, spread his arms and chuckled at the crowd, agreed to this insignificant condition, and Black Reef Harbor is yours. It was a decent proposal, and the knights and landowners present remained silent. Taking the city with minimal destruction would be advantageous for them, but abandon a city starving and depleted of supplies, leaving the empire to clean up the mess, and then just walk away. Bernard directly exposed his ulterior motives. "As a Clovis, do you perhaps not understand the meaning of shameless?" esteemed Lieutenant Colonel Alexei. "Of course I understand, but since you want the wealth of Black Reef Harbor without paying a price, how is that possible?" Alexei smiled. "If you cannot accept this condition, then you might as well state your idea. Negotiation is, after all, about bargaining." Having said that, he again put his right hand behind his back, waiting for the other party to name the price. This time, the colonial superintendent did not speak immediately. He lowered his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Very good. It seems he really has considered the issue of peace talks." Alexei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his previously rapidly beating heart gradually calming down. Among the crowd, Sir Sato, standing behind several cavalrymen, narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze never leaving him. Bernard was in a dilemma. Judging from the reactions of the surrounding officers and merchant representatives, there were quite a few who supported peace talks. If he refused, it could potentially lead to some unpleasant consequences. But reason repeatedly reminded him that this could be a trap. Wait, a trap? The messenger seemed to have warned him that Alexei had come alone. Ah, so that's what it was all about. Your proposal is interesting, and indeed very realistic. In terms of conditions, it's quite favorable to both sides. In the silence, Bernard suddenly changed the subject. But what is the Black Lagoon Council's view on such an important negotiation? Are they as willing as you to abandon Black Lagoon, which they've held for over 10 days, for their own lives? I can assure you of that. The advanced force has completely taken control of everything in Black Lagoon. Facing Bernard's question, Alexei remained expressionless, but his lack of confidence betrayed his inner tension. "As long as you're willing to negotiate, don't worry about the rest. We'll handle it for you." In other words, the Black Lagoon Council and the advance force had conflicts, but the advance force emerged victorious in last night's chaos, hence their eagerness for negotiations to control the situation. As for those liberal traitors, Bernard didn't care about their lives at all. In fact, he'd prefer them dead. Otherwise, if they were still alive, wouldn't he be torn between killing them or not? In that case, I have no further questions. Pretending not to notice the problem in Alexei's words, Bernard breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile playing on his lips. "When do you plan to retreat?" 3 days later, Alexei replied in a deep voice. Because of last night's battle and the previous fighting, Black Reef Harbor suffered considerable losses, with all 4 warships sinking into the harbor. We need 3 days to rest and regroup before evacuating Black Reef Harbor. What do you think? That means Black Reef Harbor's supplies can only last for 3 more days at most. They are truly out of ammunition and food. Bernard nodded slightly. "No problem. 3 days from now, at dawn, I will have the army open a breach on the eastern front, lasting until around 10 a.m., enough time for you to evacuate safely." "The eastern front? That won't do." Alexei, who had just been calm, suddenly changed his expression and resolutely refused. "The timing doesn't matter. But could you change the direction to the north? Oh, why is that? Because many colonies east of Black Lagoon, along the border of Red Hand Bay, have already been evacuated and are deserted, Alexei explained. If we want to evacuate, we must first enter Winter Torch territory, then head south from there to Red Hand Bay to safely reach White Whale Harbor. This answer was impeccable, but it also revealed an important piece of information to Bernard. The area around Red Hand Bay had also been scorched, meaning that was the true defensive line of the Free Confederation and the Stormbringers. Everything was exactly as Bernard had guessed. The Stormbringers, or rather, Anson Bach didn't want to defend Black Lagoon to the death. Red Hand Bay was the bottom line. His real goal was to divide the 6 colonies equally with the Empire. Well, this was also in line with his consistently cautious style. Clovis only had 2 colonies in the New World, and their combined population was less than a quarter of the 6 colonies. With such a huge disparity, occupying half was already the limit of their appetite. Add to that their pitifully weak navy, and caution was a necessary evil. No problem, Bernard, unaware that the Green Dragon had been captured, readily agreed, but in return, only the advance party is allowed to carry weapons during the evacuation. Everyone else must be disarmed, and all supplies in the armory must be sealed and await our people to take over. Agreed, Alexei readily agreed. The advance party will leave the city first, followed by the Black Reef Port Liberals and garrison, and finally the advance party will cover the rear. Your army only needs to open the breach and wait until 10 o'clock noon. During this time, please try to avoid the front and leave enough space on both flanks. We will guarantee a swift evacuation. If any unexpected situation arises, I will send someone to inform you in advance. If you have any new requests, please also send someone to notify you specifically, to prevent any accidents. That makes sense, Bernard wholeheartedly agreed. The previously oppressive atmosphere became exceptionally harmonious as the two exchanged words, and both host and guest enjoyed themselves immensely. It was as if they were long-lost friends, not enemies who wished to tear each other to pieces. By the time Alexei got up to leave, it was already evening. The lone vanguard commander, accompanied by the cuirassiers who had escorted him into the camp on his way there, rode back to Black Reef Harbor. Once they were completely out of sight, Alexei, who had remained silent the whole time, suddenly turned back to the cuirassier accompanying him. How was it? Did it go as planned? No. The cuirassier cheerfully removed his helmet, revealing Anson's handsome, musician-like face, a smug smile playing behind his reflective monocle. As expected, Bernard and his pacification army are exhausted, not far from running out of ammunition and supplies. He's probably even more eager than we are to end this siege now, but he doesn't intend to let us go. I have a feeling there will be quite a few surprises on that morning 3 days from now. Dear Alexei, are you looking forward to it? No, not interested. Can I not go? No. Anson's lips curled into a smile. So, look forward to it. After all, you're the protagonist, Alexei Yudukiski. Chapter 571 Keeping the Promise. Compared to the worried Alexei, Anson, whose disguise had been successful, was quite happy. Upon returning to Black Reef Harbor, he even dug out his treasured Tirpitz rum, bit off the cork, and chugged down almost half the bottle. Satisfied, he let out a few burps, then pulled out his long unused diary, ready to write a few words. Come to think of it, since the end of the Hantu War and his arrival in the New World, he hadn't written in his diary at all. He'd always had the junior scribe slightly modify his daily records, changing the subject to sent to Clovis City and Hantu. So much so that when he picked up the pen, Anson felt somewhat rusty. Indeed, even now, he still sent his daily diary entries in batches to Sophia France and Leon François, after Talia had verified and checked them, of course. Both feelings and friendships require patience and careful nurturing. The less time spent together, the more important it is to cherish them. Don't become complacent just because the foundation is strong. Many blood ties gradually fade after prolonged periods of no contact, eventually leading to strangers upon meeting again. Although the François family in the distant lands can't offer any immediate assistance, and it's unlikely there will be any further interaction in the long run, something is better than nothing. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Of course, friends like that novelist are out of the question. If possible, Anson would very much like to see him shot dead on his way to the 3 kingdoms of the North Sea, even if the price is being attacked from both sides, he would be willing. On May 18th, after a period of turmoil, I finally brought the situation at Black Reef Harbor under control and, through negotiations with Bernard Maruis, secured 3 days of rest, which will be crucial for the upcoming battles. Although Black Reef Harbor still has 50,000 civilians, 7,000 troops, and a still intact defensive line, its supplies are almost exhausted, and with the port destroyed by Imperial artillery fire, it's no exaggeration to say it's at its wit's end. The good news is that the Imperial army besieging the position is also exhausted, and only slightly superior to Black Reef Harbor. They have clearly assumed that the Storm Division will abandon Black Reef Harbor and build a defensive line in the Red Hand Bay area. This information gap will be our biggest advantage in the upcoming battles. To continue deceiving the enemy, I will gradually reduce the Black Reef militia over the next 3 days, cutting the garrison from 7,000 to 3,000. This is both to feign weakness and to reduce material losses. The use of troops at Black Reef has been incredibly wasteful. Over 7,000 men are scattered like peppercorns along the entire defensive line, leaving only a reserve of less than 500, and this reserve was completely wiped out during the port bombardment. 2 regiments of the Storm Division, less than 3,000 men, could achieve the same effect. However, considering their high morale but questionable combat effectiveness, retaining 3,000 men as a precaution is more appropriate. The 4,000 men cut will serve as specialized engineers responsible for repairing fortifications and transporting supplies, armed only with spears, hand axes, and homemade grenades, and will serve as skirmishers and reserves when necessary. With this ammunition, if used sparingly and combined with captured spoils, it will be more than enough to sustain us for 2 or 3 days. On the Empire's side, although Bernard Morvis verbally promised to open a breach in 3 days to ensure our safe withdrawal, I've already seen through his lies. The peace talks are a pretense. His true intention is to use this opportunity to eliminate the Free Confederation's resistance forces. I will remain vigilant. If the Empire upholds its chivalrous principles and keeps its promises, that would be best. But if it's merely a despicable lie to deceive the pure and kind people of Black Reef Harbor and the Storm Masters, I guarantee he will regret it for the rest of his life. Anson lightly added a few ellipses as a concluding remark, satisfied, and carefully checked his work several times before putting pen to paper. Compared to his previous diary entries, this was likely the first time he had analyzed the situation of both sides in detail, as well as his subsequent preparations, a far cry from the somewhat perfunctory narrative he wrote in the Wildlands. Besides product iteration and upgrades, and his own pursuit of progress, it was also to improve the user experience, mainly because constant emotional expression was something even Leon, with his intelligence, could see was just going through the motions. As for Sophia, with the help of the little maid Angelica and the guidance of Archbishop Luther, it shouldn't be too difficult. Of course, he wouldn't write his true thoughts and feelings in his diary now, not only because it was immoral, but also for self-preservation, to prevent outsiders from discovering the truth about his bloodline power. His sole motivation for writing was ensuring that, in the most extreme circumstances, he could immediately grasp most of the necessary information after being resurrected using his bloodline power. Putting away his diary, Anson picked up the bottle and drank the remaining rum in one gulp. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, he laid down on the bed, intending to sleep until noon the next day before starting the next step of his plan. The more urgent the situation, the more methodical he needed to be. An hour later, after tossing and turning in bed, Anson finally drifted off to sleep. 3 days later, outside Black Reef Harbor. Sunny. Accompanied by the loud and long bugle call echoing through the morning mist, thousands of golden irises bloomed in the wind. The siege ground, crisscrossed with trenches, filled with wreckage, scorched earth, and shell craters, had instantly transformed into blue-white sea. After a thorough rest, nearly 10,000 spirited Imperial soldiers marched out of their positions, fully equipped and ready, their steps accompanied by brisk drumbeats, forming an unusual 3-rank line. Even the cavalry, who had rarely appeared before, made a grand entrance, forming 4 loose ranks at the forefront of the main attack position on the west side. Their breastplates, adorned with embossed patterns, gleamed in the morning mist. Exquisite sabers and embossed carbines hung from the saddles of their tall horses, and they held aloft banners bearing swallowtail flags. From afar, they resembled a rainbow fallen from the sky. Such a formation would be impenetrable, not even for defense, let alone a siege, but if the defenders of Black Reef Harbor looked down from the walls, even a fool would realize they were surrounded on all sides. Golden irises, symbols of the heretic royal family, bloomed in every corner outside Black Reef Harbor. This was the farewell ceremony that Bernard Moreau had meticulously prepared for the Black Lagoon traders and the advance party. He wanted to use the most straightforward way to flaunt his military might to these bastards who had resisted a siege for over 10 days. On the main attacking line, the Grand Superintendent of the colonies, surrounded by hundreds of knights, honor guards, and representatives of the Loyalists, stood triumphantly at the front, observing from afar. "It's finally begun," Bernard, raising a gilded 3-section monocular telescope and locking it onto the northern position, whispered to those behind him without turning his head. "In half an hour, the advance force and the liberal traders of Black Reef Harbor will withdraw from the north. Are they already ready to move at any moment?" Sir Sato, commander of the Cuirassier battalion, seemed somewhat distracted by the Grand Master's inquiry, his expression dazed. "The troops on the north flank have received the signal. Once half of the Black Reef Harbor garrison has retreated, immediately launch an assault along the trenches, cutting them off in the middle. Your messenger is also waiting at the artillery positions. All cannons are in place, ready to bombard the advance force and Black Reef Harbor garrison that have already passed the siege lines. Even if they manage to withstand 5 minutes of continuous artillery fire and maintain considerable organization, the Hussars will then completely crush them, leaving them no chance to retaliate." "Very good," Bernard nodded in satisfaction. "Tell the soldiers to make the breach as wide as possible, and don't leave too many defenders on either side. We can't let the Clovis accuse the Imperial Knights of being untrustworthy and despicable." "Yes, during the cavalry raid, focus on inflicting casualties on the liberal traders, and capture the Clovis advance party alive if possible. They might be an important bargaining chip in the upcoming Battle of Red Hand Bay." "Yes, if you capture Lieutenant Colonel Alexia, tell him, Yes," Bernard, interrupted from his thoughts, frowned slightly and turned to look behind him. "Sir Satter, are you all right?" "Yes," the Cuirassier battalion commander, who had answered subconsciously, paused, then noticed the Grand Chancellor's expression, as if waking from a dream. "I'm fine, is that so? Then I'm relieved." Bernard forced a smile, his stiff expression practically screaming, "I don't believe you. Is there anything you need to report to me?" "No." After hesitating for a few seconds, Sato decided not to report the missing Cuirassier to the Grand Master, lest he spoil his good mood. "Everything is normal. The Cuirassiers are ready to move at any time." "Very good." Bernard nodded slightly, putting away his monocular telescope. "Then move out as soon as possible. I'll need you to go to the northern front to oversee the battle. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, if anything happens, you can move out first and report later. If there are any developments or needs, send someone to contact you at any time." "Yes, sir." With that, Sir Sato, expressionless, saluted the Grand Master and turned to leave without looking back. Bernard Morwis, left behind, kept a close eye on the Cuirassier commander's back until he disappeared into the morning mist. He hadn't even mentioned the Cuirassiers. Why bother? Bernard was utterly perplexed. Reason told him there was definitely something wrong, but the problem lay in the sheer number of problems within his own army. To figure everything out would likely mean starting a civil war before the Clovis even reached them. With a soft sigh, he turned his gaze back to Black Lagoon in the distance. As the morning mist dissipated with a rising sun, the army within Black Lagoon finally began its retreat. Across the undulating hills, several neatly arranged columns passed through the Black Lagoon defenses, slowly moving towards the Imperial Army's northern flank. Despite the distance, the orderly ranks and red and black uniforms identified them as the Storm Division, or rather, the Clovis Army. Bernard nodded slightly. This was in accordance with their initial agreement. Facing the triumphant advance of the Golden Iris Army, the vanguard soldiers showed no fear or panic. They, too, proudly raised their blue banners with the gold rings, steadily advancing to the rhythmic beat of drums and military music, steadily closing in on the siege lines. There, the Imperial Army had already created an opening, clearing the position of all weapons and superfluous fortifications, leaving only a trenched line clearing. Strangely, there were no Black Reef Harbor defenders behind the vanguard, though they were nowhere to be seen on the defensive line either. Upon reaching their position, the vanguard did not immediately leave, but instead deployed defensive formations to the east and west flanks, even sending out numerous skirmishers to expand along the flanks of the opening, maintaining a high level of vigilance against the Imperial Army. Bernard could only sneer at this pointless precaution, although he truly had no intention of keeping his promise. The other side had underestimated him far too much. An hour later, the vanguard, now stationed on the northern flank, had not only firmly secured their position but had even begun digging new fortifications. Meanwhile, there was still no movement from Black Reef Harbor, showing no signs of evacuation. Just as Bernard began to sense something was amiss, a messenger suddenly arrived from the advance force. First, on behalf of Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, he expressed gratitude for the Empire's commitment, then apologized for the current unexpected situation, because there are many women, children, and elderly people among the retreating liberals. Persuading them to leave the city is difficult. Moreover, the irregular trenches on the ground are very unfavorable for the movement of large supply wagons. Therefore, please extend the time by 1 hour to allow the advance force time to level the ground. Bernard agreed to the messenger's request and immediately dispatched a messenger to the northern position after the messenger left, instructing Sir Sato to send men to monitor the advance force's movements. Half an hour later, the messenger returned breathless, reporting that the advance force had not lied. They were indeed leveling the ground and using readily available tools to build passable roads between the trenches. But Bernard's expression did not improve, because there was still no sign of evacuation from Black Reef Harbor. Another hour passed, and the vanguard was still busily working at the breach in the position. The billowing dust obscured the vision of the Imperial cavalry monitoring them, and even Bernard, far to the west, could see it clearly. As for Black Reef Harbor, there was still no movement. Bernard's face grew increasingly grim. He suddenly had a suspicion that was raising his blood pressure, and it was becoming more and more similar to the current situation. At 10 a.m., just 1 hour before the final retreat time, and a delayed one at that, Sir Satter suddenly sent someone to report a terrifying situation. The vanguard didn't intend to retreat at all. They directly rebuilt a new defensive position at the breach, splitting the entire army in two. We've been tricked. Facing the furious messenger, Bernard's expression remained stiff and unwavering. He stared intently at the position, needing no one else to tell him this bad news. Because on that dusty battlefield, Clovis's Unicorn King's banner had risen. Chapter 572. That's a cannon. A heart-wrenching shout rippled through the air above the northern positions. Under the fluttering banners of King Clovis, nearly 1,000 Storm Division soldiers swiftly took up positions, instinctively deploying into defensive formations. Two line infantry battalions stretched out in parallel east-west, shoulder to shoulder forming firing lines, skillfully loading ammunition at the officers' commands. Skirmisher and guard companies dispersed across the entire position, taking up positions in concealed bunkers or hastily dug foxholes and shell craters outside the trenches. This expanded the field of fire, giving the advance force holding the position a wider defensive and reconnaissance range, while also preventing overcrowding and the possibility of being wiped out by a single salvo of enemy artillery fire. Almost simultaneously with the deployment of the advance force, blue flags with stars and rings slowly rose over the previously deserted Black Reef Harbor defenses. The once isolated and helpless Black Reef Harbor position had instantly become a formidable fortress with a bulwark, dividing the besieged position in two. And this is the key to allowing Black Reef Harbor, exhausted of ammunition and supplies, to withstand the Imperial siege and hold out until reinforcements arrive. Under the banner of King Clovis, Anson, a smug look on his face, gazed at the Imperial soldiers surging towards him like a tide, and said with a slight upturn of his lips, "The core of a siege is not just encirclement. To break through the enemy's defenses, at least two objectives must be achieved. First, to isolate and completely surround the enemy. Second, to ensure that the soldiers responsible for the siege can focus their attacks on one direction without distraction. As a city, Black Reef Harbor is almost a natural fortress, with no weak points except for the port itself. Therefore, holding it is simple. Create a sufficiently strong bulge to coordinate with the firepower from the fortress direction, while reducing the pressure on the defenses. If the enemy wants to remain unaffected, they must take the bulge, but this will inevitably expose their rear and flanks to the defensive line. If they ignore the bulge and force an attack, they will be exposed to the combined firepower of the defensive line and the bulge. The most perfect, most ingenious part of this plan is that our bulge is built on the original siege positions, and in the center connecting the eastern and western siege positions. Bernard Morvis now has only two choices. Either decisively and swiftly annihilate us, or retreat and withdraw from the cut-off eastern siege positions, not only reducing the defensive pressure on the city, but also leaving ample battlefield space for the arriving reinforcements. In other words, we only need to withstand the enemy's first offensive, and the defense of Black Reef Harbor will be a foregone conclusion. Then we can advance unimpeded, conquer Grey Dove Castle, seize Sailing City, and completely expel the empires from the New World. The blue flag with a star and ring symbolizing independence will fly freely over the land formerly enslaved. After the speech, a smug Anson glanced to his side, awaiting the usual cheers and applause. Perhaps due to excessive tension or busyness, the Storm Division soldiers present showed little respect for their commander-in-chief, focusing entirely on their surroundings and completely unaware that they had missed a brilliant speech. As for the sheriff serving as the company commander of the guard company, Lisa, lying prone in the trench bunker, was diligently searching for enemies in her field of vision. Only after someone finished speaking did her pink little ears twitch. She turned her head to glance to her side and even blinked in a cooperative manner. Anson Bach. To be honest, he regretted not bringing the little clerk with him. Although this real Endowed was also a very capable actor, the fact that there was no one to support him during the announcement of the plan was a bit too. Boom! A deafening roar interrupted Anson's reverie. The two, staring at each other, had no time to be surprised. They both turned to look in the direction from which the sound came and then decisively rushed into the trench bunker. Artillery fire, take cover, ... Accompanied by the furious order from the colonial superintendent, the earth-shaking roar of artillery fire resounded continuously from the western flank of the empire. Amidst the grayish-white smoke, more than 20 cannons spewed rising flames, their blades whistling towards the dome, crushing everything in their path. 8-pound, 12-pound, 24-pound, solid shot and high-explosive shells of all sizes rained down on the gap occupied by the advanced troops. In an instant, thick plumes of bluish-white smoke rose from the artillery-ravaged position. Many seemingly solid earthen walls collapsed with a deafening roar, and crumbling sand and gravel shot into the sky amidst the screams of soldiers. Even the newly raised King Clovis flag was torn to shreds by the blast waves. But why are most of the shells landing on the open ground north of the breach? Bernard, gritting his teeth, turned to the messenger and roared, looking as if he wanted to devour him alive. At the flashing explosions in the distance, the enemy is hiding in the trenches. What's the point of bombing the open ground? But this was your order. Faced with a Grand Commander's anger, the experienced messenger's legs went weak, and he showed an extremely aggrieved expression. You ordered all artillery coordinates to be aimed at the rear of the position, and to avoid friendly fire as much as possible, to avoid the breached location. I carried it all out. You, don't try to argue with me. Enraged, Bernard was speechless for a moment. He knew perfectly well that this was his order, meant to cut off the advance forces' retreat and annihilate the remaining military forces at Black Reef Harbor near the position. Since you knew the artillery coordinates were wrong, why didn't you correct them immediately? Because it takes time. You ordered us to open fire immediately to provide fire coverage and cover the cavalry and infantry's attack. There was simply no time to adjust the coordinates. The messenger was even more aggrieved, but he also knew that complaining at this time was simply courting death. So he cautiously asked, should we adjust the coordinates now and launch another round of artillery fire? No need. Bernard abruptly turned his head, staring intently at the gap in the central position. The enemy has already entered the bunker. Launching another artillery fire will be much less effective and completely meaningless. More importantly, ammunition was running low, he silently thought to himself. To destroy the port and sink the 4 warships, they had used up a quarter of their ammunition. Combined with the losses from previous battles, the Army's artillery reserves were almost depleted, allowing for only 2 or 3 more rapid-fire artillery barrages. This meant that even if they eliminated the vanguard occupying the breach in the position, they would only have 1 or 2 more opportunities to launch a strong assault on Black Reef Harbor under artillery cover. Precious shells weren't worth wasting on the heads of those damned Clovis. Notify Sir Satter to withdraw the cavalry and replace them with infantry and vassal troops to besiege the vanguard. Bernard's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes filled with chilling murderous intent. Tell him that even if it's a human wave, he must fill the breach, leave no survivors, kill them all. Yes, sir. The messenger, shuddering, quickly responded and galloped towards the battlefield as if fleeing for his life. 3 minutes later, the suffocating artillery fire finally ceased, replaced by the resounding bugle calls of the Imperial Army's attack. The battle that would determine the fate of the vanguard was just beginning. Almost before the artillery barrage ended, 4 infantry regiments on the eastern front, totaling over 3,000 Imperial soldiers, eagerly launched their offensive, charging along the trenches crisscrossing the positions towards the newly raised banner of the Clovis. Their unauthorized action caught the main force on the western front completely off guard. The officers, who had been adjusting their deployments, were suddenly bewildered, for they had not received any orders to attack. Now that the Eastern forces had launched a general offensive, should they cooperate or not? If they cooperated, would that also be a breach of orders? Order the 2 vassal regiments and 1 line regiment of the Western vanguard to assemble and advance towards the northern gap to coordinate with the Eastern offensive. Gazing at the blue and white figures and golden iris flags emerging from the smoke, Knight Satyr said without hesitation, since they've already launched their attack, let's not wait for the Grand Commander's orders any longer. Move out immediately, because they had no choice. If they couldn't eliminate the vanguard quickly, not only would they be cut off from the main force on the Western Front, but their flanks would also be completely exposed to the firepower of Black Reef Harbor or the vanguard, facing imminent defeat and annihilation. Under the almost rigid line warfare tactics, the consequences of flank exposure were absolutely fatal, even more terrifying than facing the enemy with your back to them. At most, you and your rank in front and behind would face enemy fire. But if it were a flank, the entire line would be within range of a single volley of fire. Enemy artillery and rifles could be used to annihilate them in droves, like roll call, and the Empire's line was already densely packed. A chill ran through the chest of the cuirassier commander, his hands trembling slightly. He dared not even think further about what it would mean for Sailing City and for all of them if they suffered heavy casualties and were utterly defeated at Black Reef Harbor. Bernard Morvis would be disgraced, but what about them? Could these soldiers from the north, representing the interests of the Roland and Bernard families, escape unscathed? Or would they be dragged down by the Emperor's hand, becoming sinners burdened with the infamy of the Empire's lost colonies? Whichever it was, he had to make plans early. Sir Sato thought to himself, gazing at the battlefield not far away. He slowly drew his saddle sword, leaving a gleaming flash with each swing of his arm. Soldiers, advance! As the blade fell, hundreds upon hundreds of vassal soldiers, dressed in disheveled clothes and wielding crude weapons, surged chaotically out of their positions, rushing towards the northern breach where gunfire was already erupting. Compared to the last attack, these natives and loyal colonists, who had been raised and exploited like livestock by the imperial knights and merchant guilds, were not only more emaciated than before, but their eyes had also lost their luster, making them no different from livestock. All that remained was their stiff reaction to obey orders and their bloodlust upon seeing the enemy. Without flinching, they charged straight at the position held by Marcus's company. Seeing the enemy charging so recklessly, Marcus, startled, dared not hesitate and decisively issued a defensive order. Over 100 Storm Division line infantrymen formed 2 tight ranks behind the earthen wall, pulling the triggers on the disheveled figures. A thunderous volley of fire echoed across the narrow position, the golden-red flashes of gunfire flickering and disappearing amidst the billowing smoke, continuous and relentless. Vassal troops, charging through the hail of bullets, fell in droves, their piles of corpses creating countless obstacles for those behind. But to Sir Satyr's relief, despite the interrupted offensive, the Imperial Knights overseeing the battle continued to threaten the vassal troops with revolvers and sabers. Even if they couldn't break through the lines, they could at least exhaust the vanguard's strength and ammunition, diverting the enemy's attention and buying time for the Eastern Front's general offensive. Faced with the overwhelming Imperial army, the vanguard, despite occupying key terrain, was outnumbered by a massive force. Even on the Eastern Front alone, the total attacking force was more than 3 times that of the vanguard. This disparity in numbers was enough to compensate for the firepower advantage gained from the Leopold rifles, while simultaneously, a steady stream of fearless vassal soldiers diverted a significant amount of the vanguard's firepower. As for the vanguard, Sir Satyr's lips curled into a mocking sneer as he gazed at the Clovis unicorn almost completely enveloped in golden irises amidst the smoke and dust. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Eudokiski had indeed discerned, or learned from certain channels, the weaknesses of the siege positions, and used the salient to split the Imperial army in 2, forcing the Eastern Front to retreat quickly and exposing the flank of the Western main force to his firepower. However, he hadn't noticed a fatal flaw. The distance from the Black Reef Harbor defenses to the northern breach was simply too far. Although it didn't seem far, even if he attacked the vanguard from the south, the tattered guns in Black Reef Harbor's possession, even if their range was sufficient, wouldn't have much firepower left. Therefore, the gap he occupied was merely a seemingly deadly trap, actually an isolated dead end outside the original defensive system. Of course, if the Black Reef Harbor garrison had artillery, this weakness would not exist, but unfortunately, Their only cannon had sunk to the bottom of the sea along with the warships during the previous bombardment of the harbor. With the cowardice of the Black Reef Harbor traders, they would never dare to leave the city to fight the Empire, and without artillery to provide a wider range of firepower. Alexei Yudukishky, his supposedly clever move, had completely led the entire vanguard into the abyss. Boom! A loud bang interrupted Sir Sato's thoughts. He only had time to see a whistling black shadow rush into the smoke-filled battlefield, exploding amidst the sea of golden irises with screams of men and horses falling. Startled, he whirled around, looking in the direction the sound came from. In the distance, he saw wisps of smoke rising from the top of a watchtower on the Black Reef Harbor defense line. That's a cannon. Lately, I've been racking my brains over a nickname. Given the book's background and the protagonist's penchant for causing trouble in the newspaper industry, having a nickname is perfectly normal, so what should I call him? Chapter 573. What is he planning to do? Artillery, all in position. At the Black Reef Harbor defensive position, Alexei Yudukishky, standing beside an 18-pound cannon, leaned against the low wall, gazing at the Clovis banner, surrounded by smoke and countless blue and white figures amidst the deafening battle cries. His feelings were incredibly complex. It was a bit like the sudden realization of a magician's mystery, that feeling of sudden understanding mixed with trepidation, while simultaneously making one question their own intelligence. For example, why 3 days? Aside from reasons like not wanting to rouse enemy suspicion, the advance party could easily negotiate with Bernard, extending the ceasefire to 4 or even 5 days, waiting for reinforcements. Since neither side had offered even a penny of sincerity, did 3 or 4 days really matter? Absolutely. If it weren't only 3 days, how could they keep their promise and watch the advance party leave the city? Without the advance party leaving the city, how could they openly build a fortress on the Empire's siege ground? So how did they manage to get the Imperial Army to so willingly walk right into the cannon's barrels, lining up to be blown to bits? Well, where did the cannons come from? The Empire destroyed the port, but the sunken warships, along with their cannons, also sank beneath it. Salvage, repair, preparation, training, placement, exactly 3 days. Except for 2 6-pounder cannons and all the propellant, the rest of the cannons and shells were salvaged and dispersed among several bunkers and strongholds along the defensive line. Why disperse them instead of placing them? That's another story. As for rebuilding the defenses, reorganizing the Black Reef Harbor militia, and accumulating logistical supplies, these would also take at least 3 days. It wasn't that there would be a surprise after 3 days, rather, 3 days was the limit for executing this plan. This time, Anson didn't leave even half a day of buffer time. He had no intention of leaving himself any way out until he was certain the Empire was truly out of ammunition and supplies. Looking at the still slightly smoking 18-pounder cannon beside him, not only were the enemy completely bewildered, but even Alexei himself had a sense of déjà vu, although he had experienced this feeling many times back in Han-2. Load ammunition, second calibration. Upon receiving the order, the ammunition handlers immediately rushed to the front of the cannon. After 2 Federation Navy pirate men hurriedly cleaned a breach, the 3 of them laboriously stuffed the head-sized shells into it. From the start to the completion of preparations, it took almost a minute. The advance force commander turned around expressionlessly, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Deputy Company Commander Ali's, who was serving as the gunner. This position was originally intended for Miss Lisa Bach, but for the safety of the commander-in-chief, mainly because Lisa herself disagreed, this Deputy Company Commander, who claimed to have fired cannons before, had to be temporarily put in place. But seeing his excited, trembling limbs and wide-open mouth, Alexei somewhat regretted making this decision. After all, the 2nd Infantry Regiment had no artillery, nor could it. All its cannons had to be guided by the 18-pounder behind him, with salvos compensating for accuracy. If a shell deviated slightly and landed on the vanguard's position, then, ready, the excited shouts rang out again, and the dozens of soldiers surrounding the cannon in the bunker all looked up at the expressionless vanguard commander. After hesitating for a few seconds, Alexei, who had sighed softly, suddenly felt relieved. Having come this far, what was there to fear? At worst, he would die in this barbaric new world. What difference was there between that and dying in his own bed? The day he left home, he was already a man who deserved to die. The next moment, abandoning all thought, the vanguard commander slammed his arm down with all his might towards the golden irises surrounding the Clovis banner, Fire. A deafening roar shook the heavens. Billowing white smoke enveloped most of the Black Reef Harbor defense line. Bullet holes, barely visible as black after images, emitted chilling shrieks as they fell upon the battlefield dominated by smoke and shouts. 18 pounds, 12 pounds, 6 pounds, solid shot, scorched by the cannon fire, slammed heavily into the center of the blooming golden irises, the violent shockwaves not only creating large craters but also shattering the surrounding screams into a spray of blood and flesh. Even precise aiming wasn't necessary. Each shell accurately took down at least one iris. Even if the shell missed its target, its bounce and tumble would still knock down 5 or 6 figures, tearing a path of flesh and blood through the crowded battlefield. The lethality of exposed flanks became undeniable at this moment. The once mighty Imperial Army was caught off guard by the sudden artillery barrage. No one had expected the Black Reef Harbor militia to possess artillery, and more than one at that. More importantly, the entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke, and the front-line soldiers had no idea where the shelling was coming from, or even where to dodge. The soldiers behind watched as shells rained down on them from the Black Reef Harbor defenses, mercilessly tearing apart rank after rank of soldiers, their screams echoing around them. Even the most tenacious line infantry could not maintain their high morale under attack on their flanks, continuing their advance through the endless volleys of gunfire, stepping over countless corpses. Amidst the thick smoke and the muffled roar of cannons, the shouts and cries of officers rose and fell, constantly encouraging the soldiers who were beginning to waver. At the same time, the military musicians began to beat their drums even harder, trying to drown out the screams around them with a cheerful prelude. Stay calm, soldiers, look ahead, that's right, don't panic. Keep moving forward, there's nothing to be afraid of, just a few worthless pieces of scrap metal, nothing compared to the Imperial artillery. No matter how hoarse the officers' voices became, no matter how hard the musicians tried to break their drums, they couldn't erase the fear and anxiety from the soldiers' faces. Soon, the vassal troops, used as cannon fodder, were the first to collapse. As shells exploded in the crowd, creating clouds of blood, those who had relied solely on the sabers and revolvers of the supervising officers to maintain their morale began to flee in droves, scattering like headless flies across the battlefield. The siege positions on the battlefield were extremely narrow, and the deserters had no choice but to continue attacking or retreat to avoid the artillery fire. However, they were met with volleys of gunfire from the vanguard, and behind them, besides the supervising troops, was a full-strength Imperial infantry regiment waiting to enter the battlefield. More than 1,000 vassal troops were caught in the middle of the battlefield, with nowhere to hide from the whistling volleys and artillery fire, and they did not know any techniques for concealment on the battlefield. They stood almost upright in place, their bodies torn to pieces by the shockwaves from the gunfire and shells. Thus, less than 3 minutes after the bombardment of the Black Reef Harbor defense line, very few vassal troops remained standing around the breach in the position. The Imperial line infantry in the rear could even step over their corpses and continue their attack straight towards the vanguard. But facing the nearly annihilated vassal army, the Imperial line infantry following behind remained in their original positions, unmoved, watching helplessly as the entire Eastern Front force struggled under the bombardment of Black Reef Harbor. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, a lead bullet piercing the Imperial knight's skull. Shrapnel grazed the drummer in the rear, blood splattering onto the terrified faces of the surrounding line infantry, causing a wave of panic. A familiar feeling washed over him, but Anson felt no excitement. He was like a merciless firing machine, using his sorcerer's extraordinary sense of distance and his supernatural abilities to precisely blow up head after head that stepped into his spellcasting range. Now he understood more and more why the 5th stage was a qualitative leap for spellcasters. As a spellcaster, he was practically defenseless when he first became a spellcaster. To bridge the gap with spellcasters of the other 2 major spell systems, he had to frantically study and memorize various spells, otherwise, he was no different from an ordinary person. But when he reached the 5th rank, just one step away from becoming a blasphemous mage, new spells became less important. He was now even confident that he could fight his younger self, without using any magic, relying solely on his weapons and absolute sense of distance. Against ordinary people, he would easily crush them. This powerful sense of distance and the ability to distort reality, in turn, shaped Anson's confidence that everything is under control. As long as they were within his spellcasting range, he was a dictator whose words became law and whose desires were fulfilled. Currently, this range was only a radius of 30 meters. What if it were expanded to 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers? What if he had complete control over every corner of an entire city, every sound, every smell, every temperature, every life, and every law of nature? Going even further, if the spell's range could pierce the dome, draw upon the stars, and connect the sun and moon. Bang! Another shot rang out, and an officer who was about to draw his sword and charge fell dead, causing panic among the surrounding Imperial line soldiers. With a rapid, continuous gunfire, more than a dozen figures fell instantly. Facing an enemy several times their number, the vanguard had completely lost their minds, and from officers to soldiers, they were showing signs of almost losing control. Anson had already seen more than one guy holding a gun with a slightly reddened barrel, firing without realizing it, risking a barrel explosion. Lisa, slightly helpless, Anson put down the Leopold in his hand and pressed down the girl who was almost going berserk beside him. Anson, have the guard company and skirmisher company tighten their defensive lines. Everyone who can retreat into the bunkers should do so and prepare to hide. Looking thoughtfully at the main attack position of the counterinsurgency army on the Western Front, Anson said uncertainly, judging by the time, he should have realized what's happening by now. Huh? Curious Lisa stared at Anson, tilting her head. Why halt the attack? Staring at the Clovis banner that had been re-erected on the northern flank, Bernard abruptly removed his binoculars and glared at the messenger sent by the Cuirassier battalion commander. Tell me, what reason is there to order a halt to the attack, allowing the Black Reef traitors to fire on the Eastern Front with impunity? Does he even realize the terrible consequences if the Imperial Army suffers a major setback and heavy casualties at Black Reef? Sir Satter certainly knows, the messenger scoffed, his resolute face showing no fear. As a cuirassier, he knew very well who he truly feared, but it is precisely to reduce unnecessary casualties that the Sir ordered a halt to the attack. Continuing to commit troops against an enemy with crossfire superiority is utterly futile. The only solution now is to have the artillery suppress the northern defenses of Black Reef, or to launch a general offensive from the Western Front to divert a Black Reef defender's attention, thus buying time for the Eastern Army to retreat. Retreat? Relocate. Bernard gritted his teeth in hatred as he looked at the calm and collected cuirassier in front of him. This is another reason why Sir Satter sent me, Lord Bernard Maruis, the cuirassier continued unhurriedly. He asked you to use this opportunity to abandon the eastern and northern flanks and withdraw your entire army back to the Western Front. Why? Because if we don't, we'll play right into the Clauses' hands. Their purpose in occupying the northern gap is to draw our full attention to this bulge, forcing us to capture it before we can besiege Black Reef Harbor. But if we don't take this gap quickly, even if we withdraw our troops, won't we still be attacked from two sides? That's true, but it's better than being cut in half and facing the risk of total annihilation. Taking a deep breath, the cuirassier looked solemnly at Bernard, who was nearing his breaking point. Sir Satter asked me to remind you that we don't have much time. Wasting energy on other minor issues will greatly increase the likelihood that we won't be able to capture Black Reef Harbor. Furthermore, he asked you to seriously consider why the Clouds are occupying the gap and risking total annihilation to defend Black Reef Harbor. Why? Bernard, who had nearly fainted, was stunned by the question and stood frozen in place. Yes, if their only goal was to retreat, they had plenty of opportunities. There was no need to occupy a breach that would almost certainly be under full-scale attack, creating a bulge to protect Black Reef Harbor's defenses. If it wasn't for retreat, then what was it for? Bernard was utterly bewildered. Although he had only met Alexei a few times, he couldn't imagine the man being the kind of hot-blooded, reckless individual. Suddenly, a long-forgotten guess flashed through Bernard's mind like an electric shock. Could it be that Anson Bach really intends to confront him at Black Lagoon, right here? Order Sir Satter to assist the Eastern Front troops in their retreat as quickly as possible. Spare no expense while minimizing casualties. Bernard's expression turned grave as he addressed the cuirassiers. In half an hour, I will have the artillery bombard the northern defenses and breaches of Black Lagoon. It won't last long. Seize the opportunity. Yes, sir. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, an eye-opening experience. Although the advanced troops were not entirely willing, As orders continued to be issued, they gradually began to tighten their defensive lines, allowing the enemy to occupy many of the outer nodes that had been repeatedly contested by both sides. The Imperial Army, especially the troops on the Eastern Front, had essentially lost control. From the moment they disobeyed Bernard's orders and launched a counterattack without authorization, they received no effective orders and were completely unaware of the actual situation on the battlefield. They were almost instinctively fleeing for their lives, without considering how to fight the advanced troops. In fact, if only one infantry regiment had been left to engage the advanced troops head-on, while the rest of the troops had flanked the artillery positions to the north, the firepower of the Black Lagoon defenses would have been greatly weakened, while also directly threatening the advanced troops' flanks. Instead, they chose to have 3 infantry regiments form a tight attacking column and charge towards the advanced troops head-on along the trenches on the position. Even without the artillery support of Black Lagoon, Anson was confident that the enemy would leave behind a third of their corpses before they even reached the Clovis banner. Of course, the advance force must have already retreated long before that. He wouldn't fight a battle like this, where the retreat would be cut off and heavy casualties were inevitable, unless absolutely necessary. The reckless offensive meant that the main Imperial force on the Western Front could provide no meaningful cover or support, and could only continuously send cannon fodder to harass the advance forces' lines. But after being shelled by the Black Reef Harbor defenses, even this last bit of assistance became meaningless, and they could only watch helplessly as the advance force gradually collapsed under the crossfire. The strength of the Imperial soldiers and even the military system was evident at this moment. Although the command system had become meaningless and morale had plummeted, it still maintained a high degree of organization, with the various columns and squares at the battalion and company level remaining intact. Even after the advance force contracted its defenses, some companies that realized this immediately launched a counterattack. Compared to the vassal army that quickly collapsed after being shelled, the difference between the two sides was like heaven and earth, although this difference not only did not decrease, but actually exacerbated the casualties of the Imperial soldiers on the Eastern Front. On the vast, smoke-filled battlefield, the tightly packed square formations served as excellent coordinate indicators for artillery and skirmishers. Aiming, firing, even with their eyes closed, could take several lives. Unable to see the enemy, the Imperial line infantry could only unleash volleys of fire in the direction from which the gunfire came, completely ineffective against the skirmishers hiding in shallow trenches and fortifications. However, they could have simply deployed their troops and charged the constantly shrinking advance lines and skirmish lines to significantly reduce casualties from artillery fire and sniping. The officers of the Imperial Eastern Front were clearly aware of this problem, but they were powerless to do anything about it. Unlike Clovis, the Empire had no tradition of skirmishers. Once the line infantry were scattered, the dispersed firepower was secondary. Regrouping them would be a huge problem. Orders like a full-scale charge, once given, meant no turning back. Officers were unwilling to send their troops to their deaths unless absolutely necessary or under orders from higher command. Just as these officers were still debating whether to go all out and use their lives to flatten the Clovis defenses, the colonial superintendent made the final decision for them. At 1:45 p.m., the Imperial artillery positions launched a second round of bombardment on the northern breach and the Black Reef Harbor defenses. Enemy fire, everyone take cover, take cover. Almost as soon as the Imperial artillery positions lit up, the Black Reef Harbor garrison noticed and quickly reported it, buying time to prepare and respond. But unfortunately, they were still a step too late, because this round of artillery fire was aimed at them, or more precisely, at the Black Reef Harbor artillery positions. Accompanied by a heart-shaking shriek, a rain of shells streaked across the sky before terrified eyes, falling upon the Black Reef Harbor defenses. "Here they come." The words had barely left his lips when the top of the bunker collapsed under the impact of solid shot. Thousands upon thousands of rubble fragments swept through every corner of the fortress like a storm, exploding with a deafening sound like 1,000 muskets firing simultaneously. Although Black Reef Harbor was one of the better prepared among the various rebel colonies, limited by its strength and resources, expecting them to build an impregnable fortress against artillery fire was clearly impossible. Soon, the bunker, used as a gun emplacement, was already crumbling from the inside out, reduced to ashes, leaving only rubble and the acrid smell of burning ruins. But this was only the beginning. After easily destroying the few remaining gun emplacements on the Black Reef Harbor defense line, The Imperial artillery continued to supply fire to the north side of the Black Reef Harbor defenses. Shells rained down from the sky, covering almost every corner where the blue and starred flag fluttered. The deafening roar of explosions was almost incessant, and billowing black smoke engulfed the entire defensive line at a visible speed. Cough, cough, cough. The ring of order. Bernard Morvis, what's gotten into him? After coughing a few times, Alexei carefully emerged from the trench, staring blankly at the golden red trails of flame that traced arcs across the dome, muttering to himself. Black Reef Harbor's defenses were built on hills that served as a natural barrier. The advantage of this was its high vantage point. Even simple fortifications allowed the Black Reef Harbor militia to possess defensive capabilities comparable to the Imperial Army. The disadvantage was that, against surprise attacks and artillery barrages, the poorly fortified positions were mere targets. Anson had no intention of reinforcing the existing defenses. After all, Bernard wasn't a fool to allow him to build fortifications while simultaneously adhering to the three-day agreement. He chose to construct a second, more substantial line of defense directly behind the original one. Not particularly adept at defensive warfare, Anson meticulously replicated Major General Ludwig's outer fortress positions from the Battle of Eaglehorn along the hillside behind the original hills. Of course, it was a youthful version. The fortifications were built by 4,000 Black Lagoon militiamen who had been converted to engineers, and the materials and tools were salvaged from the destroyed port area. As for the time, exactly 3 days. Thus, when the seemingly overwhelming barrage of artillery rained down in a retaliatory counterattack, the entire Black Lagoon garrison had already retreated to the second line of defense, patiently waiting for the bombardment turned or for the enemy to launch a general offensive. What the Imperial artillery was left to relentlessly bombard was merely an empty shell of a defensive line manned by only a few scouts. And this doesn't look like they were running out of ammunition at all. They've squandered all their shells here. What are they planning to use to take Black Reef Harbor? Human heads. A stray shell landed near the trench, and Alexei, covered in mud, was filled with confusion. Not only him, but the officers of the Black Reef Harbor garrison around him were even more astonished, staring blankly at the barrage of artillery fire that seemed to bloom into countless brilliant flowers on the ground. Through binoculars and reports from scouts, they learned in shock that in addition to the outer defenses of Black Reef Harbor, the northern breach held by the advance force was also being bombarded by Imperial artillery, and with even greater force. The officers and counselors of Black Reef Harbor, who had thought the night at the port was terrifying enough, were completely stunned by the Empire's ruthless attack, especially Counselor Pushwood, whose face was deathly pale as he stared at the defenses now completely shrouded in smoke. Completely bewildered, he turned his head, trembling, to Alexei beside him. Sir, are they alright? You mean the advance force? Alexei paused for a moment, then waved his hand in sudden realization. Don't worry about it at all. This level of artillery fire is nothing. At most, they'll be startled, but they pose no threat whatsoever. Startled? Yes, don't be fooled by the sheer scale of it. It's mostly solid shot, unless hit head-on, and there's sufficient cover. This kind of saturation bombardment of fortified positions has very limited damage. Alexei didn't turn his head, answering Pushwood's question as if it were a casual conversation. Besides, their artillery isn't very good either. They're mostly 8-pound and 12-pound field guns, very powerful when the two armies are facing off, but not enough for a siege. If the Crown's 68-pound main guns were here, 2 salvos would send them all to their deaths. The night of the Great Warehouse incident was a shadow that would never fade for him. But in Pushwood's ears, it became nothing more than the Clovis's contempt for the Empire's power. The army before them was nothing to them. Defeating or even annihilating them was a matter of course. This raised another question. Would the Clovis, with such terrifying power, really be willing to fight for the Confederation's independence without expecting anything in return, just to drive out the Empire's forces? Pushwood's throat tightened slightly, trembling with fear and suffocation as he huddled in the trench. And, instead of worrying about being blown to bits by the Empire's artillery, we should consider how to deal with it next. Alexei suddenly spoke, looking at the gradually subsiding shelling. Next? Pushwood shrank back sharply, desperately trying to remain calm. What will happen next? That's why we're building a second line of defense instead of reinforcing the original positions. Alexei sighed, his expression grim. Congressman Pushwood, I need to ask you a favor, please speak. I'm going to head to the western line of defense with the main force of the Black Reef garrison. You'll lead 4,000 engineers to dig out the artillery buried under the bunker ruins, and then retreat with them as quickly as possible. Remember, the faster the better. Don't wait for the guns to fire. If there's no time, destroy the artillery. Under no circumstances should you stay in the same place. Alexei's expression was more serious than ever. I'll repeat it again. Don't wait for the guns to fire. Once the guns fire, you won't be able to escape. Looking at his almost murderous gaze, Pushwood nodded frantically, his lips pressed tightly together, afraid to speak. At 2 p.m. sharp, the shelling finally ended. Beneath the thick, acrid smoke, the Redden cannons gradually ceased their roar. 2 consecutive rounds of bombardment had not only nearly depleted the Grand Chancellor's reserves, but also exhausted these war machines. At least for the time being, they could no longer display their full power. Although they hadn't inflicted significant casualties on the enemy, they had destroyed the Black Reef Harbor defenders' most vulnerable northern fort, eliminating the greatest threat to the eastern front. In other words, the gap occupied by the vanguard had once again become an isolated island, surrounded by enemies. If another full-scale offensive were launched, their best outcome would be a rout and a retreat back to the Black Reef Harbor defenses. But the Imperial Army, nearing the end of its patience, was no longer willing to waste time on this small noise. Sir Sato, mounted on horseback, remained expressionless, silently watching the Clovis Unicorn King's banner, already tattered but still stubbornly flying above the gap. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had given the order to cover the retreat of the Eastern Front Army. 3,000 rugged, disheveled vassal soldiers, after assembling, charged towards the vanguard's positions. These were practically the last remaining vassal soldiers still alive. No banners, no organization, 4 or 5 men sharing a single rifle, 2 men sharing a bayonet. When one fell, the next picked up his weapon and continued the attack. Clearly, this poorly equipped, disorganized, and demoralized army could not possibly defeat the vanguard. A 10-for-1 exchange with the Clovis would be a huge gain for the Empire, let alone retaking the occupied positions. But Sir Satur didn't care. He only needed to exchange these 3,000 men for the 3,000 fresh troops on the Eastern Front to safely withdraw from their positions. Even if the Clovis wasted 3,000 lead bullets on them, suffering the casualties of a company or a platoon, it would be an extra bonus. These 3,000 soldiers and their officers who disobeyed orders had only one option to escape military law, to lead the attack in the upcoming siege of Black Lagoon, using their fearless morale and the blood and flesh of their comrades to open the gates of Black Lagoon for Lord Bernard Morwis. Yes, there was no more siege. If the Imperial Army, nearly exhausted of ammunition, could not capture Black Lagoon before nightfall, only utter defeat awaited them. Either they would conquer Black Lagoon and escape danger, or they would slink back to Salestown and await the arrival of the liberal traders and the Clovis. For Bernard and the entire suppression army, this was a gamble. Now, it all depended on whether the Clovis were willing to accept it. Alexei Yadukishki? That name doesn't sound like a Clovis at all. It sounds more like the style of a powerful family from the south of the Empire. Sir Satur muttered to himself, subconsciously touching the hilt of the sword at his waist. I wonder if you truly have the strength to defeat us, or if you're just bluffing, gambling the lives of tens of thousands of people without even realizing it. Come on, let me see. I've been thinking about nicknames, so the update is a bit late. I apologize. The idea that Anson might have multiple nicknames is indeed quite interesting and could be used to introduce the various factions later. Chapter 575 Mutual Success. Faced with the Empire's hasty and fierce offensive launched immediately after its artillery barrage, Anson calmly ordered the vanguard Clovis soldiers to emerge from their bunkers and prepare for battle. Nearly 500 soldiers deployed in 3 intersecting lines, 2 in front and 1 behind, on the western side of the breach, while skirmishers were positioned at the ends and junctions of the lines to provide cover. This was a standard Clovis defensive formation, emphasizing depth and flexibility over the rigid, inflexible lines of the Empire. Of course, this was also thanks to the Empire, lacking elite cavalry and high-quality artillery. The Clovis army had to abandon concentrated frontal firepower, instead relying on sufficient depth to counter cavalry raids and enhancing troop mobility to reduce casualties from large-scale artillery bombardment. Because of their superior infantry weaponry and marksmanship, even with a frontal width a quarter shorter than the Empire's, the Clovis army could still overwhelm the Empire's lines in terms of firepower. Moreover, due to the difference in infantry quality, the Empire's lines were often the shorter ones. However, in Anson's view, This reflected less on the superiority of Clovis's military system and more on the disparity in national strength between the two sides. If he had the resources of Major General Ludwig, he would have already blown Bernard to smithereens with several times more artillery shells. But then again, if he truly possessed the resources of Major General Ludwig, he wouldn't have been exiled to such a god-forsaken place as the New World. Facing the well-rested vanguard, the colonial vassal army's offensive was no different from before. Their numbers were absolutely overwhelming and their momentum immense, yet they still lacked basic organization, and their morale was completely non-existent. Although there was no flanking artillery attack this time, after being subjected to several volleys of gunfire from the front, they immediately began to stagger like drunkards crashing into a wall. The lucky survivors, before they could even escape, were knocked to the ground by their comrades behind them, who then seized their weapons and continued their attack. Faced with the vanguard's relentless, almost overwhelming volleys, their rudimentary weapons were utterly ineffective, leaving behind a trail of corpses as they fled and became victims at the feet of another group of comrades. This relentless, wave after wave assault, repeatedly collapsing and crumbling, was utterly pointless, creating nothing but more stench and carnage, failing to harm the vanguard in the slightest. Soon, around the northern breach captured by the vanguard, the main army's siege position was almost entirely covered with the bones of the vassal troops, creating a vacuum of about 100 meters in radius around the Clovis banner. Not a single body crossed this boundary. The very few who nearly succeeded were struck in the forehead by a sniper's bullet fired from behind the lines, falling stiffly into pools of blood. Watching these last vassal troops perish, Sir Sato showed no regret, even letting out a long sigh. Not only did the sacrifice of these men allow the Eastern Front troops to retreat smoothly, avoiding the threat of the vanguard, but it also prevented the wealth of himself and a large number of officers from shrinking. Just before the war began, the landowners, citing abundant labor, planned to buy back the vassal army that was originally intended to be sent back to Sailing City at a drastically reduced price. The officers of the suppression army could not tolerate this, but the problem was that it was a purely buyer's market, and the officers' bargaining power was extremely limited. Therefore, after reaching a consensus with most officers, Sir Sato unhesitatingly sent this last batch of vassal troops to their deaths. The purpose was straightforward: to threaten the landowners. If you dare to lower the price, we dare to leave no survivors. Now we can send vassal troops to their deaths, and if we capture Black Reef Harbor, we can massacre the entire city. Naturally, they would only tell Bernard about this afterward, taking a share of the spoils to keep him quiet. For these military nobles sent to the New World, honor and status were secondary, profit was paramount. Whoever could bring them the most benefit was their true master. The most pressing problem facing them was that Bernard Morwis, the Grand Master of the colonies, offered them too little benefit and frequently interfered with their money-making plans, yet for the time being, no one seemed capable of replacing him. This caused a major headache for the officers, led by Sir Sato. Fortunately, they had recently found a perfect backup plan, sufficient to replace an incompetent Grand Master at the most crucial moment. So, everything ultimately depended on the outcome of the Battle of Black Lagoon. If Bernard Morwis emerged victorious, then all the plans would remain just plans, but if the Clovis won the battle, then they too would have to start thinking about their future. Thinking of this, the expressionless Sir Sato silently turned back, his gaze towards the main attacking positions on the Western Front becoming increasingly subtle. Almost simultaneously, Bernard Morwis, unaware of the conspiracy brewing to overthrow him, stared intently at the western defenses of Black Reef Harbor, his brow furrowed. The successful return of the Eastern troops had restored some of his confidence. Although they were almost entirely remnants and had suffered considerable losses, they still maintained a high degree of organization. Moreover, casualties weren't always a bad thing. For example, now, when he gave the order, the commanders of the 3 infantry regiments were less inclined to disobey. Looking at the slightly fearful eyes of his officers and soldiers, Bernard even felt an urge to thank the Clovis on the other side. Warriors of the Empire, advance! The Grand Chancellor's roar echoed under the smoke-filled dome as the 3 infantry regiments, more than 2,000 Imperial Line infantrymen, formed dense columns and began to advance towards the Black Reef Harbor defenses. Behind them, the 5 infantry regiments, the main force on the Western Front, were also ready. The artillery, which had been silent for a moment, once again displayed its remaining power, covering the infantry's advance. Although the bombardment was noticeably less intense than before due to objective reasons such as dwindling ammunition, The excellent Imperial artillerymen still made up for this shortcoming with their superb skills. The defensive line, already battered and ravaged by previous sieges, was once again subjected to a relentless baptism of artillery fire. The few remaining intact sections of low walls and bunkers were blasted to pieces amidst the roar, leaving only burning flames and countless shell craters. As for the counterattack, after the siege of the past 10 days, Bernard did not believe that the defenders of Black Lagoon had the courage to fight outside the city. Using the smoke and dust kicked up by the shells as cover, as the last shell landed on the ruins of the Black Lagoon defense line, the 3 infantry regiments had just reached the foot of the hill, only one salvo away from the defensive line, a distance of 50 meters. For the glory of His Majesty Herod, fix bayonets, charge, without volleys of gunfire, without grenade cover, without flanking maneuvers. 3 infantry regiments decisively launched a bayonet charge from the front, intending to crush the Black Reef Harbor defenders with sheer force. Realistically speaking, if the troops holding the line were Clovis's army, they would never dare to do this. Facing Clovis's complex, multi-layered, multi-angled fire network, charging without the cover of smoke and dust from firing and explosions would be suicidal. But the Black Reef Harbor militia, what are they? This rabble of traitors, fighting a serious battle is an insult to them. They even dared to use artillery to flank us, killing hundreds of our comrades like rabbits. Those were genuine imperial elites. When were you allowed to gain the upper hand? When were a bunch of traitors allowed to suppress the imperial regular army? Outrageous. Having been shelled on their flanks and brutally beaten by the advance force, the imperial linemen, forced to retreat in disgrace, channeled their fear into rage. Fueled by fury, they brandished their gleaming bayonets and launched a full-scale attack. But when these imperial soldiers, transformed into ferocious beasts, stormed a defensive line, ready to cut down everyone in their path, the scene before them left them stunned. Where were they? The defensive line, recently ravaged by imperial artillery fire, contained destroyed fortifications, fluttering blue flags with stars and rings, scattered empty ammunition boxes, and some standard equipment from the outpost. In some corners, they even found piles of what appeared to be breakfast scraps. But not a single Black Reef Harbor garrison soldier was in sight, nor any sound of returning fire. The Imperial Knights leading the charge exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment's hesitation, they tacitly decided not to report such boring intelligence to the Grand Chancellor. Strictly speaking, these men were all guilty criminals, and there was a clear difference between storming and capturing a position without firing a shot. After a serious discussion, the 3 infantry regiments replaced the blue star rings on the positions with the Empire's golden irises, leaving a few lightly wounded soldiers to garrison and provide support, and continued their advance along the hillside towards Black Reef Harbor. What? This is it? Looking at the several imperial flags rising on the hill, Bernard was so surprised he could hardly believe his eyes. They took the outer defense line with just one bayonet charge. Although the Black Reef Harbor defenders were indeed not very strong, based on the experience of the siege over the past 10 days, at least when defending using advantageous terrain, they could still barely hold off their offensive. Bernard's original plan was to have 3 infantry regiments redeem themselves by leading the charge. Once the enemy was nearly exhausted and had triggered all the potential threats, he would personally lead 4 well-prepared infantry regiments in a general offensive, using artillery fire to completely crush Black Reef Harbor's morale and storm the city. Even if the advance force managed to hold them back or retreat into the city for street fighting, they wouldn't be able to reverse the tide of battle. The disparity in troop strength was too great. Once the outer defenses were lost, any resistance would be nothing more than a death throes. Who could have imagined that this rabble couldn't even withstand a single attack? Bernard remained silent, now seriously suspecting this might be a trap by the Clovis, as something similar seemed to have happened in the Hantu. But the messenger, or rather, all the officers except him, didn't think so. My lord, now that the vanguard has captured the position, why haven't you ordered a general offensive? Glancing at the distant battle, the messenger, pushed forward by the crowd, hesitated and stammered, if we wait any longer, won't we be handing over the victory of capturing Black Reef Harbor to? Handing it over to a bunch of scoundrels seeking redemption is better than total annihilation. Before he could finish, Bernard interrupted with a cold snort. Now that the outer defenses have been breached, the next step is urban warfare to wipe out the remaining enemy forces, for a city the size of Black Reef Harbor. 3 infantry regiments are more than enough to annihilate the remaining enemy and suppress the riots, I know very well the desire of those behind you for spoils and to plunder the city, but, Bernard narrowed his eyes slightly, giving his loyal messenger a meaningful look. But don't forget, I am His Majesty's appointed colonial supervisor. Before I am dismissed, you'd better not openly challenge my authority and hand over the reason for publicly hanging certain people. The messenger quickly shut his mouth, kneeling tremblingly before Bernard. The entire position fell into deathly silence, no one daring to utter a word. But this rare quiet didn't last long. Just as Bernard was still struggling with how to appease his officers, gunfire erupted again from the direction of Black Reef Harbor in the distance. Although not unexpected, the fact that they had clashed with the remnants of the enemy so quickly gave Bernard a bad feeling. He increasingly suspected that the defensive arrangements of the Black Reef Harbor people might be more than what he saw at first glance. The fact that the advanced troops of the Clovis could entrust the city's defenses entirely to the traders of Black Reef Harbor proved that even with the strength of this rabble, they were confident they could hold the city. Who gave them this confidence? Just as he was about to send someone to make contact with a troop stationed on the front lines, a scout hurriedly rode up from the direction of Sir Satyr. Sir, after a brief, quiet conversation with the scout, the messenger's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly handed Bernard a letter containing intelligence. New developments in the east. Bernard's face paled. As he took the letter, his gaze involuntarily shifted towards the advance force. Could those Clovis be up to something again? No, even if they wiped out the 2,000-plus vassal troops they'd sent, they shouldn't be doing this now. His thoughts abruptly stopped. The colonial governor's eyes widened instantly, so astonished he didn't even realize his mouth had involuntarily opened, his lower lip trembling slightly. How is this possible? The Clovis, how did they get here so quickly? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.